571. The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family in Old Dragon City is the mountain sea turtle. Its back is as big as a mountain and it has a lot of buildings. Apart from the cargo, it can still accommodate more than 2,400 people. On the other hand, the dragon boat of the Luorpa mountain can't compare to it. The mountain sea turtle and the Osmanthus Island of the Fan family are similar in that they usually cross the sea. However, the Osmanthus Island has the advantage of the ancestral Osmanthus tree. Once the mountain and river array is activated, it can resist many natural disasters on the sea. No matter how big the waves are on the sea, the Osmanthus Island will always be as stable as a rock. The mountain sea turtle doesn't have the unique advantage of the Osmanthus Island. However, the mountain protection array that is far inferior to the Osmanthus Island is enough to let the ferry sink in the water and avoid waves. Also, the mountain sea turtle has its own special ability, making the ridge town like an underwater city. The passengers on the ferry are safe and sound. This is probably the best example of a cultivator who uses immortal spells to conquer the sky. All the cross-continent ferry routes in the world are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Apart from the ferry itself, every route that is painstakingly opened up by the cultivators of various factions is also worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Osmanthus Island can be traversed. For example, the Flood Dragon Ditch where the Fan family's boat must spread rice to respect the mountain. However, the mountain sea turtle can't cross it safely, not even from a distance. Many weary dragons and thin flood dragons who follow the nature of flood dragons go to the South Sorrow Island to stir up trouble once they see the mountain sea turtle. However, by the same logic, the mountain sea turtle can pass through many dangerous places or the Big Demon's water area that can only be crossed after thousands of years of incense. Osmanthus Island will be blocked. In the long years of the several major families in Old Dragon City who have cross-continent ferry routes, many cultivators have died in the process of opening and stabilizing the routes. The mountain sea turtle sinks slowly because of the terrifying wind and waves on the sea. If it weren't for the circles of array ripples on the back of the big turtle, it would be no different from sailing on the sea. The buildings, flowers, and trees on the back of the big turtle are not affected by the sea at all. Chen Pingan was now an honored guest of the Sun family who had put aside their previous enmity, and they were also allies who had begun a long-term business relationship. Sun Jiashu naturally arranged for Chen Pingan to stay in a high-class immortal mansion. It wasn't large, but it was brimming with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, the Sun family would rather leave this mansion empty than hand it over to a great cultivator to rest in. There were many reasons for this. It was because this small mansion named Book Spirit was the closest to the turtle core that the mountain sea turtle had been refining for nearly 10,000 years. Therefore, it was naturally rich in water and the spiritual energy was the purest. When cultivators absorbed it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, once a great cultivator who had a death grudge against the Sun family harbored ill intentions, they would inevitably cause great harm to the mountain sea turtle. Once they lost this cross-continent ferry, the Sun family's status in Old Dragon City would quickly plummet. After Chen Pingan boarded the ship, he still spent 12 hours a day cultivating and refining his qi. The spiritual energy accumulated in the underwater residence, the mountain shrine and the wooden house had almost been carefully sorted out and refined. The main problem was that the refinement of the 36 green bricks in the Daoist temple contained traces of water fate, especially the little bit of Dao meaning. The progress was slow. Fortunately, Chen Pingan had a breakthrough in his cultivation and martial arts at the Lion Peak at the same time. After advancing to the fourth realm of Qi Refinement Warrior, the time required to completely refine the 36 green bricks was 30% faster than expected. Chen Pingan sits on the futon. There is a chessboard in front of him. Together with the chess pieces and the chess pot, they are all carried by Chen Pingan. They are placed in the slightly empty space near him. This time, Chen Pingan didn't bring too many things with him. Except for the green shirt sword Immortal and the flying swords number 1 and number 15, he only brought the golden necklace robe. The 100-eyed Daotai robe has been given to Ju Meili. She is a little girl in black. She wears it very well. As for the snow flower robe that he took from the female ghost in the Greasy City, He also gave it to Sharu. Regarding this golden necklace robe, Chen Pinggan has a new plan. He can only let Liu Xianyang down. He sent a cross-continent letter to the mellow scholar Chen. In the end, he received a reply from Old Dragon City. At that time, Fan Er personally brought the letter to the ferry of the Linen sect. In the letter, Liu Xianyang said that he values love more than friendship. However, between the two of them, there is no need to be courteous. Chen Pinggan is not loyal, but Liu Xianyang is not bad. In the letter, he directly asked Chen Pinggan to change to something not too different from the golden necklace robe. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. When they meet, Chen Pinggan will have to stand still and let him play a few tricks. At the end of the letter, he asked Chen Pinggan to pass on a message to Liu Xianyang's sister-in-law, asking her to give birth to a child soon. Chen Pinggan can only pretend that he didn't see it. Can he say something like that? Does he want to die? On this trip, Chen Pinggan brought the white jade token and the Taoist wooden token. One was from Zheng Dafeng's early years at the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City to pay back the debt. The other was from moving the giant Kassoon, which he earned with his own hard work. For a job like the bag shop, it is naturally done wherever he goes. Last year at the Taoist temple, Chen Pinggan suffered greatly because he didn't have enough items. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would have been able to empty the Taoist temple's green bricks and leave behind a single piece. It can be considered that Chen Pinggan's bag shop has not reached a higher level. He only brought 30 grain rain coins for the celestial money. This time at the inverted hanging mountain, compared to his first trip to the Lingji shop, our Mount Luopo's mountain lord can at least take a few more glances at the treasures openly. He won't feel like he will be chased out if he takes an extra look. The items sold by the Lingji shop are indeed of good quality. Unfortunately, the price is really heart-wrenching. After Chen Pinggan completed the ancestral hall, he took out all the surplus celestial money that he had diligently accumulated from being a bag shop year after year and handed it to Chen Ruchu, who was in charge of the inventory record and operation of the ancestral hall of Luopo's ancestral hall. He didn't expect that when Chen Pinggan was about to leave and wanted to withdraw the money, Chen Ruchu stood beside Zhu Lian with a guilty expression. Chen Pinggan knew at that time that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhu Lian only took out a dry money bag that only contained 10 grain rain coins. This was all the spare money that Luopo Mountain had pieced together. In fact, it couldn't even be considered spare money. Luopo Mountain now needed money everywhere. It was indeed the mountain lord who had gone on a long journey. Luopo Mountain could only bite the bullet and puff themselves up at their own cost to prevent others from looking down on Luopo Mountain. Then Zhu Lian considerately said that if the young master's heart was really uncomfortable, he, Zhu Lian, had a way to convert the 10 grain rain coins into small sum coins. The money bag would be full. When Chen Pinggan held onto the money bag, he felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. What a good Zhu Lian, he even cheated me. Zhu Lian cheated Jiang Shangzhen, cheated Wei Pai, he cheated everyone. If there was no way to cheat him, he would even dig a hole in the middle of the night. Even in front of others, Zhu Lian had the face to dig a hole. In the past, Chen Pinggan did not feel anything, but when Zhu Lian even cheated him, the mountain lord, he knew the bitterness. He never thought that Chen Ruchu would sneakily stretch out 2 fingers. Chen Pinggan immediately understood, and shouted out a price of 50 grain rain coins, saying that the hanging mountain Lingji Zhai had many treasures, and that it was cheap and good, as long as he returned to the Aquarius continent, at the Oxhorn Mountain Crossing bag shop, he could casually resell and earn a few more grain rain coins. In the end, one shouted that he wanted to earn money for Luopo Mountain, while the other patted his chest and touched his conscience, crying that he was poor, and haggled with each other, before Chen Pinggan obtained 30 grain rain coins. At that time at Oxhorn Mountain, after Chen Pinggan boarded the hemp sect's ferry, Zhu Lian patted Chen Ruchu's head, and laughed, "Warm Tree, you have done a great service." In Luopo Mountain, they still like to call the girl in pink as Warm Tree. Kui Cheng was like that, Zhu Lian, Zheng Diefeng, and Wei Pai were like that. Chen Ruchu was confused. Zhu Lian laughed, "Actually, our Luopo Mountain still has 20 grain rain coins. If you take them all away, it will not affect Luopo Mountain, but in the black and white account books, it is hard to tell. Now that you are in charge of money, you can learn more in the future. Our young master is still very good at being an accountant. Chen Ruchu asked, "Why don't you give it all to master?" Zhu Lian said, "Young master will not have any expenses on the way to Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, and when he reaches Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, he will not have any thoughts of being a bag shop. He is just trying to fool us, he is trying to cheat us, and more importantly, he is thinking of going to places like Lingji Zhai, and choosing a good item, as expensive as possible, and then giving it to his beloved girl. Of course I am not being stingy with the 20-grain rain coins, but young master is still not experienced enough in the matters of love between a man and a woman. If a woman truly likes you, especially a woman that our young master likes, although I have never met her, but I am sure of one thing, as long as you rely on money, she will feel that you are tacky." Chen Ruchu became more and more confused. "Then why did Mr. Zhu give me an extra 20-grain rain coins?" Zhu Lian laughed. "When it comes to love between a man and a woman, does being too experienced mean that it is good?" Chen Ruchu was in a daze. Zhu Lian's body was stooped, and his hands were behind his back. The cool breeze caressed his face, and he allowed the mountain wind to blow at the hair on his temples. He watched the ferry take off into the distance, and said softly, "When a man is young, he always thinks that he will give whatever he has to a woman, and there is nothing bad about that. Different years, different love, each has its own merits, and there is no distinction between better and worse, good and bad. If one has no regrets in life, it is too perfect, and nothing goes wrong. Instead, it is not beautiful, and it is difficult for people to always think about it when they are old." Zhu Lian retracted his gaze, turned his head, and extended his pinky finger. "Pinky swear, you are not allowed to tell our hill master these words, or else with that narrow-minded hill master, I will not be able to bear the consequences." Chen Ruchu hid his hands behind his back, a little angry, and complained, "Mr. Zhu, my master is not narrow-minded. You are not allowed to talk about master like that, I will really complain." Zhu Lian laughed. "What I mean by narrow-minded is not a derogatory term, but to remember the small matters of the world that no one cares about, how good is that?" Chen Ruchu's face lit up, and then pinky swear with Zhu Lian. On the continent crossing ferry, Chen Pingan faced the chessboard in front of him, not playing, but looking at his own game. Luopo Mountain Ancestral Master Hall itself, the chess pieces congealed to form a chessboard, and was Chen Pingan's real property. In the Aquarius continent, there were many veins, and it was an even more dispersed chessboard, and for the time being, Chen Pingan only hoped that he would go with the flow. The relationship in the North Continent was the third territory, and it was relatively clear, Chen Pingan would work hard to manage it, such as the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, as well as the potential Water Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. They were all places that could be done with ease, and at the very least, Chen Pingan could act as a middleman, and provide a possibility for the various forces, and then let the various sects and mountains weigh the pros and cons. If everyone felt that it was profitable, then they could sit down and talk about their own business, and there was no need for them to feel that it was damaging their friendship, and if they felt that it was not possible, then it would not affect their future meeting, and they could drink and chat. Before Kui Dongshan left Luopo Mountain, he and Chen Pingan sat at the edge of the cliff, chatting and drinking, and suddenly said that he and his teacher were kindred spirits, and they were both weaving nets, and on this point, Kui Dongshan had to admit that the old elementary scholar had a better foresight. In the end, Kui Dongshan began to comfort himself. The old elementary scholar had a good eye for disciples, but unfortunately, his ability to find a teacher was not as good as his. Chen Pingan was curious, and asked who the old Mr. Wen Sheng's teacher was. Kui Dongshan laughed out loud, saying that the old Shoutsai did not have a proper teacher to preach the Tao, and only had a mediocre scholar in the marketplace. Since the old elementary scholar did not even have a teacher, how could he compare to him? Chen Pingan gathered the chess pieces one by one, and put them back into the white chess jar. Then, he took out the black chess pieces from another jar. There were many chess pieces with names and mountains engraved on them, and Chen Pingan placed them on different parts of the chessboard without looking at them. Chen Pingan looked at the crisscrossing chess pieces on the chessboard, and some of them were grouped together. Therefore, there were many names that he had only heard of and recorded. If their names were not engraved on the black characters by Chen Pingan, they were opponents or enemies. For example, the sword deity ancestors of Xingyang Mountain, who had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden for hundreds of years, and the many guests of the Shu family in Qingfeng City, as well as the Shu family's in-laws, the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar country of Dali. Killing with force, killing with reason, and killing with one's heart. These were three completely different approaches. Chen Pingan was no stranger to them, because on his travels, he had personally experienced all kinds of conflicts, big and small. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward, carefully watching the chessboard. Shake the strong and destroy the strong, plan slowly. This had always been a saying that Chen Pingan highly respected, and a principle that Chen Pingan had buried deep in his heart. However, the slow and steady layout was to reel in the net quickly, and when he threw out a punch or a sword, there would be no after effects. During this period, he needed to use all kinds of small things to create a general trend that gathered at the right time, place, and people. Back then, Alliance would not have killed Zhu Lu in the corridor of Red Candle Town. As for the left and right sword Tongyi sect, it was even more so. Then, Chen Pingan later visited the ancestral hall of Misty Mountain for the sake of Mr. Fisherman, Zhao Luan, and Zhao Xuxia. At that time, he also learned the essence. Lu Yundai and Lu Tingjiao, the father and son on the mountain, turned against each other and became enemies. In the end, after Chen Pingan returned to Luopa Mountain from the North Continent, he heard a piece of news. Lu Tingjiao, who was detained on Misty Mountain, secretly colluded with the military generals stationed in Dali. He roped in several guests on the mountain in an attempt to usurp power, and was killed by Lu Yundai in anger. After this battle, the vitality of Misty Mountain was greatly damaged, and it was announced to the outside world that the mountain would be sealed for 100 years. There were many tricks in the world, and even if it seemed like they had stopped, and the sword had clearly returned to its scabbard, the sharp edge of the blade would fall on the hearts of others for a long time. After 10 years or 100 years, the hearts of people would be hurt if they were slightly moved. Chen Pingan put away all the black pieces on the chessboard. He picked up an unengraved snow-white chess piece and casually placed it. Although it was a terrible chess player, he liked to hear the sound of a chess piece falling on the chessboard. Chen Pingan had nothing to do, so he played a game of chess with himself. They were evenly matched, and he was satisfied. He felt that this was how chess should be played. What was the point of letting someone else have a handicap? If the outcome was obvious, it would be meaningless. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to put away the chess pieces. He leaned back and fell. Thinking back to those years, when he first saw the group of foreigners at the town gate, more than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had their own story. Fu Nanhua was now the next lord of Old Dragon City. After marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin, the situation was set. It was said that Fu Nanhua and Song Jisin, who had been conferred the title of king, had a good relationship with each other. In the past few years, other than the fact that Cai Jinjian was able to break through the realms at a relatively fast pace, he had already built his own residence and rarely went out. Back then, when he was on his way to Qinghuan Kingdom, he had met the black-clothed youth in the famous alley of Beehive Ferry, Jiang Yun. He was the first to obtain the great opportunity in the small town's Iron Lock Well. This person was the only direct disciple that Liu Larocheng had accepted outside of Palace Willow Island. Chen Pingan had a good impression of Jiang Yun. After that, at Bookslip Lake, he dared to go to Palace Willow Island to visit Liu Larocheng. Other than having the Saint's Jade token as a life-saving talisman, part of the reason was that Liu Larocheng would accept Jiang Yun as his disciple. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, had intercepted the Dragon King basket and the golden carp from Li Er. However, Chen Pingan did not have any grudges against him. After the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan signed an extremely high-level mountain alliance, Gao Xian was a hostage and rushed to Dallas Cloud Pagoda Mountain to study at Linlu Academy. Gao Xian did not deliberately conceal his identity. Previously, Chen Pingan had brought Li Baoping and the rest to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and had met Gao Xian. After that, Gao Xian studied at the academy. Both parties had some tacit understanding and did not deliberately meet or communicate. Otherwise, if it was too much of a taboo, it would not be a good thing for both parties. The mother and son of the Shu family of Qingfeng City had obtained the ancestral Mengzi armor of the Liu Xianyang family. The master of the Shu family of Qingfeng City was like a tiger that had grown wings. With this, he became one of the top few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. Not only did he successfully eliminate his dissidents and firmly hold on to power, he also married the Shu family's legitimate daughter to the capital of Dali and formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the pillar state of Dali. Other than the Shu family's deep background, the master of the Shu family's cultivation was also a key reason. For so many years, apart from the secret investigations of both parties, the only connection between Chen Pinggan and the Shu family of Qingfeng City was probably the fox skin beauty talisman. In the beginning, the Shu family owned the Cinnabar Mountain, which occupied a large area and had excellent feng shui. Later, Cao Gui and Su Gaoshan's two teams of Dali cavalry were blocked by the border army of the Zhuang kingdom and the vassal states respectively. Coupled with the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes, the situation of the continent suddenly became complicated. The Qingfeng city made a move that they regretted deeply. They sold the Cinnabar Mountain at a cheap price and the cultivators migrated away from Dali. If they had not sacrificed their dignity and married their legitimate daughter to the son of the concubine of the Yuan family, the Qingfeng city would have probably had a new master by now. The mountain-moving ape was still the guardian of Zhengyang Mountain and his responsibility was equivalent to Ju Mili of Luopa Mountain. The little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade but was very scheming was named Dao Zi. Now, she had also grown into a cultivation genius of Zhengyang Mountain. When she had broken through to the cave-dwelling state, everyone congratulated her. The mountain-moving ape even moved an old mountain of a destroyed small country as a congratulatory gift. It was said that Dao Zi had hit it off with Song Jisin when they were in the small town. After they parted ways, they became closer instead of estranged. Her family's ancestor, one of the old sword immortals in charge of Zhengyang Mountain, must be happy to see this. Her grandfather was a young female cultivator who was the leader of the Tide Cavalry. She was in the worst situation because she had accidentally killed the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley. Ma Kuxuan had used all his merits, such as killing 2 golden core sword immortals of the Zhuang kingdom and borrowing some military merits accumulated by the cultivators of Zhenwu Mountain. According to a certain rule set by the imperial tutor, Kui Dong and Dali, the Tide Cavalry fell apart and was absorbed by Dali. The old man who retired was killed by Ma Kuxuan on the way back. The woman was given the humiliating name of Shujian. Perhaps in the eyes of many onlookers, the destruction of the family and the betrayal of the sect while the woman continued to live an ignoble life. What else could it be other than forgetting her ancestors? These people came to the small town of their hometown. Many people from their hometown also left the small town one after another. For example, Li Baoping and the others went to Cliff Academy. A young girl with pigtails, Jia Chuanjia, followed her family to Dallas capital. The 2 shops in Dragon Alley passed to Chen Pinggan. Dong Shuijing stayed in Longquan County and started his own business, which grew bigger and bigger. Li Shishing from Fulu Street went to the North Continent. Zhu He and Zhu Lu went to Dallas capital after they parted ways in Red Candle Town. There was no news of them after that. Liu Xianyang's ancestor was the tombkeeper of that branch of the Chen family. The Mellow Chen family was nostalgic and let the woman, Chen Wei, take Liu Xianyang to the South Whirlpool continent. They agreed that Liu Xianyang would return to Ruanting after 20 years. This was what Chen Pinggan admired the most about Liu Xianyang. Liu Xianyang learned everything quickly. When he was an apprentice in the Dragon Kill, Liu Xianyang was accepted as a disciple by Old Man Yarrow, who taught him all his skills. Later on, the 2 of them worked as odd-job helpers in the blacksmith shop that Ruanting built beside the Dragon Whisker River. Ruanting was unwilling to accept Chen Pinggan as a disciple, but he favored Liu Xianyang. Chen Pinggan did not have a knot in his heart about this. He was just happy for Liu Xianyang. In Chen Pinggan's mind, Liu Xianyang should live a better life. Song Jisin and Ji Yu Can from Mud Bottle Alley, Ma Kuchuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Zhao Yarrow from Fulu Street, and many people of the same age that Chen Pinggan had not interacted with among the 4 major clans and 10 major families should have also left Lizhu Grotto Heaven in the past and walked towards a wider world. Each of them had their own joys and sorrows, and fought for the Great Way. Regardless of friend or foe, each of them had walked out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Deep in Chen Pinggan's heart, there was also a private thought that he had never spoken of. Not only the Aquarius continent, but the entire vast world in the future should have to remember the words Lizhu Grotto Heaven because of these juniors on the path of cultivation. Chen Pinggan sat up, and 4 flying swords flew out from different acupuncture points. They were Yi Yi and 15, which were refined into Qi cultivators but were not real sword cultivators. The other 2 were imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain. One was given to him by Xianfeng Yuan Ling Hall, named Song Zhen. The other was entrusted to Qi Jinglong, named Zui Lei. Chen Pinggan controlled the 4 flying swords with his mind, and the room was filled with sword light. Chen Pinggan stretched out 2 fingers and pressed lightly on the chessboard. Many intertwined black and white chess pieces instantly jumped up. At the same time, he controlled the 4 flying swords and gently knocked on the chess pieces that were about to fall off the chessboard, lifting them up one by one. There were waves of clinking sounds in the room, crisp and clear like the sounds of nature. On the path of cultivation, the scenery was pleasant. However, the most moving scenery was still Lady Ning. It was a pity that he only dared to think so, and did not dare to say so. The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family had 2 stewards, one in the light and one in the dark. The one in the dark was a consecrated cultivator who secretly came out from the ancestral home of the Sun family. He was no stranger to Chen Pinggan. However, Chen Pinggan did not leave the small house, and this consecrated cultivator did not want to disturb his cultivation, so he did not show up. Otherwise, he would be really curious. How could a young man who was only a martial artist of the 3 realms be able to break through so quickly on the path of martial arts? It could not be like the Jianghu imagined by those destitute scholars in the marketplace. Did he eat some elixir that could increase one's inner strength by 100 years, or was he instilled with a lifetime of skills by a hidden expert? It was not until the mountain turtle approached the inverted mountain that this consecrated cultivator saw Chen Pinggan walk out of the house. He stood on the observation platform at the highest point of the mountain turtle's back and looked up at the world's largest mountain seal. However, the 2 consecrated cultivators in the light and in the dark on the ferry were busy at this moment, so they dismissed the idea of showing up to talk to him. As the fighting at the Great Wall of Sword Qi became more and more intense, the ferry business of the 9 continents that came to the inverted mountain to do cross-continent business grew bigger and bigger, but the profits did not increase by much. As long as one paid attention, one would realize that the cross-continent ferries between the South Suro continent and the Fuyao continent no longer carried passengers. They deliberately suppressed the number of passengers on the ferry. Even if the profits were less and they had to increase the consumption of the ferry, they still had to go back and forth frequently to transport more goods to the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the inverted mountain. It was obvious that the Confucian academies in charge of the 2 continents had begun to secretly interfere with this matter. Only the Tongya continent was still the same as before. This was related to the fact that there were not many cross-continent ferries in the Tongya continent. Among the 9 continents, the Tongya continent was a vast territory that did not like to interact with the outside world the most. The ratio of the cultivators who traveled to the Tongya continent and the native cultivators of the Tongya continent who traveled to other continents was not proportionate. Therefore, the cultivators of the Tongya continent gave people the impression that they did not move. The reason was simple. Firstly, the Tongya continent in the southeast had a large territory and abundant resources. There was no problem for it to be self-sufficient. Secondly, the Tongya sect and the Yugue sect were in charge of the 2 continents in the north and south respectively. Moreover, the number of immortal mountains was relatively small and large. For thousands of years, the continent had been very stable. However, the huge disaster that happened a few years ago not only caught the cultivators of the Tongya continent by surprise, but it also made the world a laughingstock. Fortunately, peace had been restored and the various immortal sects were recuperating. Chen Pinggan stood by the railing of the observation deck. The cultivators around him were mostly from the Aquarius continent. There were also cultivators from other continents who were visiting the Aquarius continent. This was not a common sight in the past. Following the changes in the Aquarius continent, the Dali dynasty became one of the top 10 dynasties in the world. There were more and more cultivators from other continents who went to the Aquarius continent out of curiosity. Before this, the Aquarius continent was just a small place in a corner. People were not interested at all. If they wanted to go, they would go to the North continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Otherwise, they would go directly to the Tongya continent. From the north to the south, there was the capital of Dali, the Shangui sect, the Lakeview Academy, and the Old Dragon City. Usually, this was the tour route for cultivators from other continents. However, there were many places that they would not travel by boat. In the future, there might be another sect of the Yugui sect in the Tongya continent, and Jiang Shangzhen's Shujian Lake Real sect. After all, Jiang Shangzhen's reputation was not small. It was rare to see a cultivator who could stir up trouble in the North continent. To the world, the North continent was an extremely dangerous and unfriendly place. The murderous aura was too strong. There were too many people who would not have died in other continents. After Chen Pinggan walked through the North continent, he felt that this was a place with more Jianghu than immortal qi. He could go there often in the future. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, was now at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword immortal of the floating duckweed sword lake, Xiecai, should also be rushing to the inverted hanging mountain after asking the Taihui sword sect. It was a pity that Cao Ci was no longer on the city wall. He did not know if the little cottage that Cao Ci had left there and the cottage of the sword immortal Chen Qingju were still there after the two battles. There were many cultivators from other continents near the viewing platform. Most of them were conversing in the language of the central divine continent. In their words, there was no respect for the mountains of the Aquarius continent. When they mentioned the Dali Iron Cavalry, there were no words of praise. They only said that it was okay. It was considered good in the Aquarius continent. However, if it was in the central divine continent, it would not be so smooth. It was not that these outsiders were arrogant. Kui Dongshan himself had said that the Aquarius continent lacked ascendant realm cultivators. This was a huge worry. After a few decades, when the situation was at hand, there was only one old bastard who had secretly ascended to the ascendant realm. It was not enough. What to do? Borrow. Fortunately, he did not have to beg. Otherwise, he, Kui Dongshan, would vomit blood and die. Chen Pinggan pretended that he did not hear the heavenly secret that Kui Dongshan revealed. The imperial tutor Kui Dong had first created the Beko Keikyang building, and then let the Dali Iron Cavalry take over a continent. Since he dared to do this, he naturally would not wait for death. He was just sending the entire Aquarius continent to its death. Chen Pinggan collected his thoughts and looked around. Most of them were here to admire the magnificent scene of the inverted mountain peak. Outside the inverted mountain, there were rivers that looked like clouds and water, hanging in all directions between the mountain peak and the sea. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. On it, other than the main peak that was overseen by a great heavenly lord, there were 8 other scenic spots. Chen Pinggan had visited all of them. When climbing the inverted mountain for the first time, one had to pass by the arresting pavilion. It was a plaque written by the invincible Taoist second brother of the Qingming world. At that time, Chen Pinggan and Liu Yuju of the Baijin continent parted here. Liu Yuju went to the famous Yuan Ruo mansion. There was also the venerating sword pavilion, where Lu Chuan wanted to offer incense to the elder ancestor but was kicked out by the Daoist boy who was guarding the door. There was also the Thunder Lake Terrace where the female martial god Pei Bei refined her sword. There was also the Lingji Zhai where Chen Pinggan accidentally bought the ancestral dew armor. There was also the Dharma Glabella Hall, which was also known as the Hall of Missing One. There was also the Elk Cliff with the beautiful scenery. The Crown Princess Liu Boqi, who was married to Liu Qingshan of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom, was born in the Saber Master's room in the inverted hanging mountain. There was once a sky-high reward for Song Changjing and Shu Ruo on the wall. The ferry followed a river and docked at the inverted mountain. Chen Pinggan thanked the manager of the Sun family's ferry and then climbed the inverted mountain alone. Chen Pinggan did not choose the Lingji Zhai that sold things and opened an inn. Instead, he chose the Stork Inn at the end of the alley. The manager was stunned for a long time. Chen Pinggan? Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. The manager clicked his tongue and said, "Didn't Jin Su from the Osmanthus Island come with you this time? Now that the people of the Aquarius continent have become stronger, what do you think, child Chen? Please take care of our business and choose a superior room." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Let's go to the same room as last time." The man was helpless. He took out a key from the drawer and gently threw it to the young man in green with a sword on his back. "Chen Pinggan, you really have to change your stingy habit. If you are not generous when you are outside, how can you achieve great things?" Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to go to the room. He leaned against the counter and looked at the familiar alley outside. He smiled and said, "I am a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. How much money can I have?" The man counted with his fingers and joked, "It's been almost 10 years, right? You haven't earned any money, and your cultivation hasn't improved by much. Young Master Chen, what have you been doing since you left Inverted Hanging Mountain?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Wandering around." The man whose ancestors had been guarding this inn for generations shook his head and said, "No wonder you have to patronize my small place after returning to the Inverted Mountain. You made me happy for nothing." Chen Pinggan took out 2 pots of wine and handed one to the manager. "Hometown wine." The manager opened it and smelled it. He scolded jokingly, "Ordinary glutinous rice wine? Chen Pinggan, you are really shameless to take it out." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Drinking those immortal wines in the Inverted Mountain is not something to be proud of. Only by drinking this can I show my character." The manager felt that it made sense. The two of them drank slowly. Chen Pinggan asked about the recent situation in the Inverted Mountain. The manager said that it was the same. The only difference was that behind the lone peak of the Inverted Mountain, the Great Lord of Heaven had joined forces with 2 sword immortals to open up a new gate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those who did business would all go there. There was no choice. In less than 10 years, there had been 2 extremely tragic battles. Just relying on the original mirror gate to transport goods inside was not enough. However, now that the management was strict, the travel was cut off. Therefore, it was difficult for those who were not involved to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to see the scenery. Without any connections, they could forget about it. It was no longer a matter of money. Because previously, the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a huge mess because of the mixing of good and bad people. As for the details, the Inverted Hanging Mountain had banned the news. Anyway, it was not a small matter. Otherwise, Inverted Hanging Mountain would not be so strict back then. There was even a never-before-seen night curfew. With the cultivators from the Saber Division as the lead, they inspected the waste tokens of all the cultivators in Inverted Hanging Mountain within a day. The 4 private residences including the Yuan Ruo residence were no exception. In the end, there was another brainless conflict. Chen Pinggan asked when the 3rd battle would start. The manager smiled and said that this kind of thing, not to mention the heavens, even the heavens did not know. In the end, the manager drank his wine and lamented, "Inverted Hanging Mountain is not peaceful." The 2 previous battles had been very strange, and had been just as bitter as the previous ones. However, they had been rushed, and had resulted in massive casualties on both sides. That was especially true of the demon folk of the wildlands, who had paid an even greater price than they had in the past. In the past, the battles between the 2 sides had been sporadic, and had lasted for 20 or 30 years. These 2 battles happened in a short span of 10 years. The Sword Celestial, one of the leading figures of the sword cultivators in the North Continent, died in the 2nd battle. Chen Pinggan said, "It has not been peaceful for 10,000 years even though we are so close to each other." The manager smiled and said, "That's true." The 2 of them gently clinked their wine pots and drank the rest of the wine. Chen Pinggan went to the room. The furnishings were the same, the scenery was the same, It was clean and refreshing. There was nothing to put. Chen Pingan sat quietly for a while before leaving the inn and the alley. He went to the lonely peak that was like the center of inverted hanging mountain. There was only one gatekeeper left. It was the young Taoist priest who looked like a child but was very senior. He was still reading there. As there was almost no one coming in or out of this place, there were more and more children playing around in inverted hanging mountain. It was still the same scene as before. Once a child got close to the Taoist priest, he would suddenly fly away on a cloud. Some naughty children deliberately did this and did not get tired of it. After landing on the ground, they would continue to fly in that direction. The Taoist priest did not mind. Chen Pingan circled around the lone peak and headed to the back of the mountain. According to the innkeeper of the Stork Inn, the sword-hugging man who had imparted the incantation to Chen Pingan was still a criminal. However, he had moved to another location and was now in charge of the entrance. After Chen Pingan left, the little Taoist priest who was dipping his saliva and flipping through the book raised his head and looked at the back of the young man in green. There was a strange expression on his young face. Chen Pingan saw the man who was sleeping soundly on the stone pillar beside the door. It was different from the mirror at the front of the lonely peak. There was only one Taoist priest left to guard the entrance and exit of inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man who carried the sword and dozed off was still guarding the back. He was in charge of watching everyone who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The person in charge in front was an old Taoist priest of inverted hanging mountain. The streets were bustling with people and carriages. They were all groups that crossed the border and went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The gatekeeper was not the familiar old Taoist who used the dragon's whiskers to make the unique demon binding rope in the world. Chen Pingan did not make a sound. He stood quietly beside the stone pillar with his hands in his sleeves. It was much quieter here. There was almost no one there. After about half an hour, the man opened his eyes and smiled. "Kid, I think you don't like little Ning. You've been gone for so many years. Now that you're here, you don't seem anxious at all." Chen Pingan felt relieved. He clasped his fists. "Greetings, senior. You're still as elegant as ever." The man waved his hand. "I have two pieces of news. One is good news and the other is bad." "Which one do you want to hear?" Chen Pingan said, "The bad news first." The man curled his lips. "That's boring. I'll tell you the good news first." Chen Pingan smiled. "Senior, you have the final say." The man sat cross-legged on a stone pillar that was taller than a person. He looked at the young man and said, "The good news is that the little girl Ning was lucky enough to survive 2 great battles. Her cultivation isn't low now. Millimeter, I heard that she's become increasingly beautiful. It's not strange that you like little Ning. It's strange that little Ning likes you." Chen Pingan waited for the man to continue. The man gloated. "The bad news is that the rules are very strict now. Many people who don't follow the rules have died. If you don't have some connections, you can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Don't expect me to make an exception and send messages for you. It won't work. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat my last bowl of rice. That's why you can't get in, and the people inside can't help you with the operation. You can just stand here and stare. That's good. You can chat with me, and I'll let you carry the wine and make a few dishes to go with it. The two of us can spar and bask in the sun every day. This simple life will really be like the days of the gods." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said, "Now, who can speak on this matter in the inverted hanging mountain?" The man stretched out his finger and pointed behind him. "The great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain is really invincible. Of course, his words are useful." Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This great heavenly lord of Taoism once fought with his left and right on the sea. It was already very kind of him not to make things difficult for Meng Qi. The man continued, "That baby-faced old neighbor is also good. But this guy has a weird temper. He's not someone who can be reasoned with. Then there's that guy who has a golden demon binding rope. Then, you can only find the right path and the right money. For example, if someone from the Yuan Ruo residence is willing to pay for you, it's not something that can be solved with money. You'll also have to break the rules and bear the risk. Plus, you'll be remembered by the inverted hanging mountain. Chen Pinggan kept silent. The man smiled and said, I advise you not to think about it. Those who are qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi will definitely not do anything even if they accept your money. They'll only make your money go down the drain. The Osmanthus Island of Old Dragon City doesn't have enough influence. No one is qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Moreover, the Osmanthus Island can't bear the consequences. Not to mention that many people will die, even the entire Osmanthus Island will be sunk by the inverted hanging mountain. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, since I'm at the inverted hanging mountain, there's no reason why I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man smiled and said, wow, you're indeed a level 4 Chi refinement warrior. You talk big. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I'm also a level 7 martial artist. Senior, just take it that I'm a level 7 martial artist. The 4 levels can be counted as 11 levels. The man clicked his tongue and said, let's not talk about other things. Just talking about your skin, compared to that shabby young man back then, you've really become much thicker. Why? Have you cheated a lot of girls in your travels over the years? Chen Pinggan's face darkened. Senior, you really can't say things like that. The man smiled and said, you know very well whether there's such a thing or not. Chen Pinggan twisted his wrist and took out a pot of immortal wine. The sword-hugging man was about to make up for it or simply snatch it, but he did not expect that the cunning young man had already put away the wine pot at lightning speed with a smile on his face. The man rubbed his chin. Chen Pinggan, this is very hurtful. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Senior to give me a straightforward answer. The man looked around and said softly, you walk around first. I'll think about it and see if there's a way. Chen Pinggan nodded and understood tacitly. He turned and left. The man was anxious. He shouted, you brat, you want the horse to run but you don't want to give it grass to eat. At least throw me a pot of wine to satisfy my cravings. Chen Pinggan turned his back to the man and waved goodbye. Chen Pinggan went to Lingji's shop. Without saying a word, he directly bought a plain white jade token that he had taken a fancy to in the past. There were no inscriptions on it. It was only because the material of the jade token itself was too rare that it was marked with a sky-high price. Chen Pinggan saw that it was still not bought by anyone and his smile brightened. Lingji's shop did not bargain. Chen Pinggan took out 20 grains and carefully put it away. After leaving Lingji's shop, he looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and his mood of not being able to go to the Great Wall of Sword energy for the time being improved. Chen Pinggan then went to Jingjian Pavilion. Like a foreigner visiting this place for the first time, his footsteps were slow. He looked around one by one and finally stopped at the 2 hanging portraits for a long time. Then he looked as usual and silently walked away. When he returned to the Stork Tavern, Chen Pinggan took out the Lingji Temple jade token, and then took out an ordinary jade token that he had used to practice. Following the engraving on the latter, he took a deep breath and began to concentrate. Using the 15th flying sword as a carving knife, he gently engraved words on the plain white jade token that was worth 20 grains of rain money. In the dead of night, Chen Pinggan blew on the jade token that was engraved with the words. Then he gently wiped it with his palm and slowly put it in his sleeve. Chen Pinggan left the inn and went to find the man holding the sword. The sword immortal stood beside the stone pillar, holding his sword. He asked with a smile, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chen Pinggan did not say anything unnecessary. He threw out the 8 bottles of Osmanthus wine that he had already prepared. They landed on the stone pillar one by one and were arranged neatly. They were all given to him by Fan when he boarded the ship. The man looked a little embarrassed. The good news is that I plan to send you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The bad news is a little hard to say. I am a thin-skinned person. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, as long as it doesn't delay my journey to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Senior, just say the word. The man nodded and instantly came to Chen Pinggan's side. He grabbed the latter's shoulder and threw him towards the door. Then he laughed and said, the bad news is that you gave me so much good wine for free. Are you stupid? We are already at the inverted hanging mountain. Are you really going to be blocked by those messy rules? I was just teasing you. If you didn't come here, I would have gone to the inn and begged you to scram. Chen Ping'an's body floated and faced the man outside the door. His lips moved slightly, and then his body entered the mirror and disappeared in a flash. The man reached out and grabbed a bottle of wine. He took a big gulp and smiled. Your father is still your father. Beside a door of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old woman from the saber division opened her eyes and smiled. You are not a sword cultivator, but you carry such a good sword. Are you the son of one of the few powerful families in the Central Plains? Your realm is not high. As expected of a young man from a big family. Your foundation is not bad. Ordinary earth immortal cultivators in the vast world are not as stable as you. Have you been here before? Chen Ping'an did not answer any of the questions. Instead, he asked, Senior, are you Liu Boqi's teacher? The woman nodded. You know my crazy disciple who ran off to get married? Then the old woman suddenly realized, you are that guy called Chen Ping'an from the Aquarius continent? Chen Ping'an was confused. Senior knows me? She smiled playfully. That's unnecessary. The sword immortal on the other side of the door snorted. You are not even a sword cultivator. At such an old age, you are still a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. I think Liu Boqi's insanity is far inferior to Ning Glass's. Chen Ping'an turned a deaf ear to him and kept a smile on his face. For other matters, Chen Ping'an would definitely be sincere and respect these seniors with their stories. But for a certain matter, who the F***ck do you think you are? Inside the city, on a large street, Chen Ping'an came to the door of a large house and knocked lightly. He purposely did not look at the row of heads on the wall. They were all acquaintances, but they did not speak much in the past. The door slowly opened. She asked, Who are you? Chen Ping'an hugged her and said softly, Vast Worlds. Chen Ping'an has come to see Ning Yao. 572. Chen Ping'an gently let go. He took a step back and carefully looked at her. She was still dressed in dark green robes. She was a bit taller, but not by much. She was no longer as tall as him. Her face was slightly red. All the mountains and rivers in the world added together couldn't compare to her beautiful eyes. Chen Ping'an could even see himself in her eyes. She arched an eyebrow. Chen Ping'an, you've grown up. Chen Ping'an didn't answer her question. He softly said, I haven't dared to think about you in these past years. Ning Yao was about to speak. Behind her, someone whistled. It was a fat man squatting on the ground. Several heads were hidden behind the fat man, like a peacock spreading its tail. All of them stared at the entrance with wide eyes. Ning Yao was about to move, but Chen Ping'an grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Since I'm here, I won't leave even if you chase me away. A woman said in a low voice. Big Sister Ning's ears are red. Ning Yao suddenly pulled Chen Ping'an in front of her. Her elbow smashed into his chest and she broke free from Chen Ping'an's grasp. She turned and walked towards the screen wall, leaving behind a single sentence. I didn't agree. Chen Ping'an grimaced. This was really heavy. He rubbed his chest and quickly followed. There was no need for him to close the door. An old servant with turbid eyes smiled and nodded in greeting. Then, he quietly closed the door behind him. The people at the corner of the screen wall had already stood up. Chen Ping'an and Ning Yao walked side by side. They smiled and greeted those people. Yang Zue, Dong Zhuofu, Stack Zhong, Chen Sanqiu, how do you do? The fat man was called Yang Zue. He was a direct descendant of the Yang family. The Yang family's status in the Great Wall of Sword energy was equivalent to a mortal dynasty's Ministry of Revenue. Apart from the private channels of those large families, the Yang family was in charge of nearly half of the transportation of resources. Simply put, the Yang family was rich, very rich. Dong Zhuofu, this surname was enough to explain everything. He was a dark-skinned young man. His face was covered in scars and he had a wooden expression. He didn't like to speak and only liked to drink. Her sword, however, was a very rouged and powdery woman. He had an older sister. Her name was Dong Bude. But, She was a rare sword embryo in the Great Wall of Sword energy. She looked weak, but when she fought, she was a madman. It was said that there was a time when she was in a frenzy of bloodlust. It was a slender, one-armed woman with a huge sword on her back. She was born in a shabby alley in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She didn't have a surname and was just called Dai Zhong. When she was young, Liang met her and often asked her to help him buy wine. After a while, they became familiar with each other and gradually became friends with Ning Yarrow and the others. The sword in the scabbard was called Sutra. The fat man in the lead pinched his throat and imitated Ning Yarrow. "Who are you?" Ning Yarrow stopped and glanced at the fat man. She didn't say anything. Chen Pingan asked Ning Yarrow softly, "A golden core sword cultivator?" Ning Yarrow didn't say anything. Chen Sancho smiled and said, "Anyway, Fatty Yang is not a level 4 Qi refinement warrior, nor is he a pure martial artist." Chen Pingan smiled. "It's okay if you look down on me. But you can't look down on Ning Yarrow's taste." Fatty Yang's but bumped Dong Haitan behind him. "Did you hear that? You were already a level 4 martial arts grandmaster back then. You don't seem happy." Ning Yarrow frowned and said, "Are you done yet?" Fatty Yang raised his hands and glanced at the sleeves of the young man in green. He said, "Chen Sancho urged me to stand out. I don't have anything against Chen Pingan. How many pure martial artists can fight with Cao Ci 3 times in a row at such a young age? I can't even admire him enough. However, I really have to say something fair. Apart from pure martial artists, the cultivators of the Talisman School are the most despised heretical path in our world. Chen Pingan, next time when you go out, don't bring so many talisman cards with you. No one here buys these things. There's no choice. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is a poor and remote place. We haven't seen the world." Ning Yarrow looked a little angry. Fatty Yang immediately shrunk his neck, which was already almost invisible. They didn't have a good impression of Chen Pingan. They didn't think he would bully others. But Ning Yarrow was too special in their hearts. There was also a natural barrier between the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the vast world. Yang Zhe, Chen Sancho, and the others all knew that Chen Pingan didn't do anything wrong. But everyone of the same age at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as well as some elders close to the Ning and Yarrow surnames, didn't think Ning Yarrow would have a future with a foreigner. Besides, the biggest story left behind by the youth who practiced martial arts on the city wall was losing to Cao Ci 3 times in a row. Moreover, the cultivators of the righteous realm had a much more stable life compared to the cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ning Yarrow's growth was extremely fast. There had only ever been one type of marriage in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and that was between a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were similar, and their killing power was equivalent. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If there's a chance, let's learn from each other." Yang Zhe glanced at Ning Yarrow and shook his head like a rattledrum. "I wouldn't dare." Ning Yarrow said softly, "You're only at Realm 6. Don't mind them. These guys have nothing better to do." Chen Pingan held back his laughter. "It's a bit difficult to pretend to be a far-wandering cultivator. What's so difficult about pretending to be a Realm 6 martial artist?" In the end, Ning Yarrow elbowed him in the waist again. She said angrily, "Is it fun to lie to me?" This time, she was really angry. Yang Zhe and the others kept quiet out of fear. Chen Pingan grabbed her hand and said softly, "I'm used to suppressing my realms and traveling. If we were in the vast world of Sword Chi, I would be a Realm 5 martial artist. Normal far-wandering cultivators wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Our 10-year promise was that I would only come to see you when I reached the Golden Body Realm. Do you think I can't do it? I'm very angry." Ning Yarrow looked at him. "You're angry at Chen Pingan? Then what's with the smile on your face? You think you're in the right when you're the one in the wrong?" Ning Yarrow stared blankly at the strange yet familiar Chen Pingan in front of her. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 10 years. He wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe, and carried a sword on his back. She had to raise her head slightly to look at him. How could she not be aware of the local conditions and customs of the vast world of Sword Chi? Back then, she had traveled through most of the 9 provinces by herself. Didn't she know that a slightly better-looking man who walked a few more steps on the path of Jianghu would always meet such a soulmate? Especially such a young golden body realm martial artist. It was rare to see one in the vast world of sword chi. With Chen Ping'an's stubborn temper, he might just be the favorite of some shameless women. Although Chen Ping'an didn't know what Ning Yaro was thinking, his intuition told him that if he didn't do something or say something, he might not be able to keep his life. But when Chen Ping'an carefully looked into her eyes, he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and touched her forehead, softly calling, "Ning Yao, Ning Yao." There was nothing else in the world. There was only Lady Ning. Ning Yao turned her head and slapped Chen Ping'an's head away. She glared at him and said, "Chen Ping'an, are you possessed by a ghost?" Chen Ping'an was also somewhat embarrassed. Yang Zhuo turned his head and said with a sullen face, "This old man admits defeat. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Chen Sancho rolled his eyes and muttered, "I have an ominous feeling. It feels like that dog of a alliance is back." Dong Zhuafu opened his mouth and said, "If you like him, then you like him. Cultivation realm doesn't mean anything." Dai Zhong nodded. "I also think he's not bad. He's a good match for Big Sister Ning. But what will they do when they go out in the future? There's no war to fight now. Many people are bored and can easily cause trouble. Could it be that Big Sister Ning will take him to hide in the residence or secretly wait at the city walls? That won't do." Chen Ping'an suddenly said to them, "Thank you for always staying by Ning Yaro's side." Chen Ping'an clasped his fists. His eyes were clear and his smile was as bright as the sun. "I should have said this when we were at the city walls. I owe you nearly 10 years. Dai Zhong smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Sancho said, "It's a pity that Ning Yaro didn't like me since we were young. Otherwise, you would be crying outside the door this time." Yang Zhuo raised his hands and patted his cheeks gently. He said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience." Dong Zhuafu asked, "Can we drink?" Ning Yaro said, "Drink what?" Dong Zhuafu said, "If he doesn't drink, I'll drink." Ning Yaro took Chen Ping'an to a square and saw the stone cliff of the beheading dragon platform that was as big as a house. There was a flight of stairs carved by the sword immortal. Everyone climbed up one by one. There was a small, crude pavilion at the top. Ning Yaro glanced at the one-armed girl who carried the great sword Zhenyu on her back. Dai Zhong blinked. As soon as he sat down, he got up and said he had something to do. Chen Sancho and Yang were also found excuses. Only Dong Zhuafu was still sitting there stupidly, saying he was fine. In the end, Chen Sancho grabbed his neck and dragged him away. Only the two of them were left sitting opposite each other. Chen Ping'an clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. Without Yang Zhuo and the others, Ning Yaro felt a little more at ease. Ning Yaro asked, "Have there been any girls who liked you over the years?" Chen Ping'an nodded and said, "Yes. But they were never tempted. It was so in the past and in the future." Ning Yaro asked again, "How many?" Chen Ping'an was dumbfounded. Ning Yaro continued, "Which ones?" Chen Ping'an was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Ning Yaro said, "I don't care." Chen Ping'an was speechless. Ning Yaro turned to look at the bottom of the beheading dragon platform. "Grandma Bai, is this guy really a martial artist of the golden body state?" In Ning Yaro's sight, in addition to the old servant who closed the door, there was also a tall old woman. The two old people stood side by side. The old woman nodded with a smile. Child Chen is indeed a martial artist of the 7th realm, and his foundation is excellent beyond imagination. Chen Ping'an said softly, "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Ning Yaro ignored Chen Ping'an and said to the two elders, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalen, you can go about your business." The old woman hesitated for a moment with a smile in her eyes, as if she was asking something. Ning Yaro shook her head slightly. The old woman nodded with a smile and left with the old man who was staggering. Chen Ping'an asked, "Grandma Bai is a grandmaster of the Peak State?" Ning Yaro nodded. "She used to be in the Peak State, but later she fell because of me." Chen Ping'an suddenly asked, "Is there anyone here who is about the same age as you and has already become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator?" Ning Yaro sneered. I'm not a nascent soul realm sword cultivator for the time being. Who can? Chen Pingan nodded. This answer was very suitable for Miss Ning. Ning Yarrow frowned and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Nothing." Ning Yarrow reminded him, "The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not comparable to those of the vast world." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I know. You used to say that the North Continent was worth a visit. Before I came here, I had just been there and experienced the abilities of the sword cultivators there." Ning Yarrow nodded and her brows relaxed slightly. In the eyes of a certain someone, perhaps it was the view of the moon above the willow tree. Chen Pingan twisted his wrist and took out a thick book that he had bound himself. He was about to get up and sit beside Ning Yarrow. Ning Yarrow said, "Sit over there." Chen Pingan scratched his head and gently tossed the book to her. "Back then, when I carried Boss Sword Immortal's sword to the Tongya continent, the old senior reminded me that it was best to bear with it and not to send a letter to the Great Wall of Sword Qi casually. It would distract you and I was worried that I would accidentally implicate you because of me. That's why whenever I have time, I will write down what I have seen and heard over the years. You can flip through it. I have written down everything big and small. Some of the records are more detailed, while some of the records are only general." Ning Yarrow took the book and began to read it. It was a travel book written by Chen Pingan himself. Chen Pingan sat for a while. Seeing that Ning Yarrow was engrossed in the book, he simply lay down and closed his eyes. In the small pavilion, there was only the sound of flipping pages. At first, Chen Pingan was still thinking about things. Later on, unknowingly, he really fell asleep. Ning Yarrow occasionally raised her head and glanced at the familiar guy. After she finished reading, she placed the book on the bench and used it as a pillow. She gently lay down, but kept her eyes open. In the night, she quietly turned her body and stared at him. Ning Yarrow raised her head slightly. She clasped her hands together and gently placed them on the book. She pressed her cheek against the back of her hand and said softly, "Back then, after you left, I found Grandpa Chen and asked him to sever the marriage strings that were arranged between us. Grandpa Chen asked me if I really wanted to do so. What if I really didn't like him? What if I, Ning Yarrow, didn't like you and you, Chen Pingan, didn't like me? What should I do? I said that it wouldn't happen. If I, Ning Yarrow, didn't like someone, no one could control me. If I liked someone, no one could stop me." Grandpa Chen asked me again, "What about Chen Pingan? If there were no marriage strings holding him back and he was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, would he go further and further away and never come back?" I answered for you. It's impossible. Chen Pingan will definitely come and look for me. Even if he doesn't like me anymore, he will definitely tell me personally. But I'm actually very afraid. I like you more, but you don't like me anymore. Ning Yarrow didn't speak anymore and slowly fell asleep. Chen Pingan opened his eyes. He gently got up and sat beside Ning Yarrow. When he raised his head, he saw the 3 moons in the sky. When he lowered his head, he saw his beloved. 573. Chen Pingan quietly left the pavilion, walked down the dragon-slaying platform and came to the old woman. The old woman smiled and said, "Greetings, Child Chen. My surname is Bai and my name is Lian Shuang. Child Chen, you can call me Grandma Bai like Miss Chen Pingan called Grandma Bai and did not say anything else." The old woman took the lead and moved silently. Her chi was restrained like a dead ancient pond. Chen Pingan followed the old woman's footsteps. The old woman was silent for a moment. After taking more than 100 steps, she smiled and said, "It seems that Child Chen's travels in the vast world have not been easy." She was only at the peak of the mountain now, but she had the insight of a martial artist. No matter how hard a junior tried to hide it, in the old woman's eyes, it was nothing more than a child carrying a heavy load across the river. She knew exactly how much strength he had. However, the young man beside her was at the 6th level of martial artist. This meant that the young man did not just come up with the idea on the spur of the moment after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had been doing it for a long time and was used to it. That was why he could be so perfect. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It was not very smooth, but I made it here. The old woman stopped and asked with a smile, among the enemies, what is the highest level of Qi cultivator and what is the level of a pure martial artist? Chen Pinggan answered honestly, cultivator, ascendant. Martial artist, 10th level. However, the former was a mortal enemy. Of course, I did not take it on myself. I ended up in a sorry state. The latter was taught by a senior on purpose. He suppressed himself at the 9th level and made 3 punches. Even the old woman, who was born and raised in a place like the Great Wall of Sword Qi, could not help but be surprised. She said directly, "Child Chen, you did not die?" The old woman smiled and said, "I was a little rude. I hope Child Chen can forgive me." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "My luck is not bad." The old woman shook her head, "That is not right. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we are most afraid of the saying of good luck. Those who seem to be lucky usually die early. You cannot be too lucky. You have to save up a little every time to live a long life." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I will remember. I will be careful with my words in the future." The old woman waved her hand, "Child Chen, you don't have to be so reserved. It's not a good thing to be too easy to talk to here." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's easy to talk here. Once we're out, I might not even talk anymore." The old woman grinned from ear to ear. "These words are to my liking. But there is still a small problem. I am an old woman with poor eyesight. In my entire life, I have only wandered around the Yarrow family and Ning mansion. I haven't gone anywhere else. I haven't even been to Inverted Hanging Mountain once. I haven't even gone to the city walls or the southern regions. Now that young Master Chen has entered the house, there are many people watching us from outside. It's not that I'm looking down on young Master Chen, but it's the opposite. You're so young, yet you're already so accomplished in martial arts. That Naylan guy and I are both very pleased. I'm still alright, I'm a bit cold-hearted. That old guy who looks like he's half dead has already secretly gone to offer incense. I reckon he's shed a lot of tears. He's already so old, yet he's not ashamed." Chen Pinggan said, "Grandma Bai only needs to throw a punch. If I can't block it, then I'll just stay in the house." The old woman stepped forward in a straight line. There was no movement of qi. She threw a punch. Chen Pinggan used his left elbow to press down the punch. At the same time, his right fist was aimed at the old woman's face. However, he suddenly withdrew his fist intent and stopped the punch. The old woman had no intention of withdrawing her fist. Even if Chen Pinggan's elbow pressed down on her fist still smashed onto Chen Pinggan's body. Chen Pinggan slid back several feet in the corridor. Using the peak fist stance as the foundation of his fist intent, his seemingly collapsing ape body suddenly stretched out his fist intent. His back was like a dragon. In an instant, he stopped his body and stood firmly. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman only threw out a fist of the far-wandering boundary, Chen Pinggan could have gone against the flow. He could even take the punch and not retreat half a step. The old woman nodded with a smile. "I'll take it as a gift from Child Chen. Then, I won't disturb Child Chen's moon viewing." Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and said goodbye. The old woman's punch was at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. Previously, when Chen Pinggan withdrew his fist, she also withdrew some of her fist intent. She was no longer at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. She was just an ordinary golden body realm cultivator. If he took the punch of a far-wandering boundary cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the moon tonight. The old steward came to the old woman and said hoarsely, "Why are you nagging me?" The old woman smiled and said, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed in front of the future son-in-law? You, Naylan Yeshing, have no face." The old steward sighed. When Chen Pinggan returned to the pavilion, Ning Yarrow had already sat up. Chen Pinggan said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Ning Yarrow sneered and said, "I don't dare." Chen Pinggan said aggrievedly, "In all honesty, I'm not that kind of person." Who did Pei Qian learn the most from? Chen Pinggan was either blind under the light or pretending to be stupid. Ning Yarrow turned a deaf ear to him. She held the book with one hand and twisted open the pages with 2 fingers. She twisted open another page. The woman in the picture was on the right side of the Sui dynasty. After a few pages, it was soon Yarrow Jinji from the Great Spring dynasty. Chen Pingan sat across from her and craned his neck to look at Ning Yarrow flipping through page after page. He was the one who wrote the book, so he had a rough idea of what kind of scenery he had written on each page. He immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. "Miss Ning, you can't read the book like this. There are so many extremely long pages of strange landscapes. I've written down each and every stroke with great care. How can you skip over them and only grab hold of some minor details to do something that destroys the meaning of the book?" Ning Yarrow glanced at Chen Pingan and said, "I've heard that when scholars write, they pay attention to leaving space and aftertaste. The more concise and to the point a sentence is, the more one can see the skill and the deeper the meaning." Chen Pingan said in all seriousness, "I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm not the kind of scholar who goes around in circles. If there's 1 to say 1, 2 to write 2, and 3 to think 3, they're all written clearly in the book." Ning Yarrow continued to flip the book and asked, "Are there any women who didn't appear in the book?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "No." Raising her head, Ning Yarrow asked with a smile, "Then, do you think that I'm purposely making trouble and being overly suspicious?" Chen Pingan shook his head with a smile. Ning Yarrow nodded and was finally willing to close the book. She closed the coffin and said, "Over at the water deity temple in the northern Reed continent, you dealt with the fairy Jiyu Qing in the treasure cave Wonderland very cleanly. Keep up the good work in the future." Chen Pingan said, "There won't be such an opportunity again." Ning Yarrow raised her eyebrows and said, "Chen Pingan, who did you learn how to talk from?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "If I really learned something bad, it must be Zhu Lian or Zheng Dafeng from Luopa Mountain." Ning Yarrow nodded. "It's hard to say about Zhu Lian. After all, I've never seen him. But that Zheng Dafeng really doesn't seem like a decent person." However, Ning Yarrow continued, "But Zheng Dafeng's battle in Old Dragon City made me look at him in a new light. Although he doesn't seem like a decent person, he's actually the most decent person. Zheng Dafeng cut off his martial path. It's a pity that he helped you guard the door at Luopa Mountain. You can't neglect him. As for some men, they all look decent but are actually full of devious thoughts." Chen Pingan looked at Ning Yarrow and Ning Yarrow looked back at him. Chen Pingan whispered, "Are you talking about me?" Ning Yarrow asked, "What do you think?" Chen Pingan said, "Of course not." Ning Yarrow smiled. Chen Pingan felt that he was wronged. He walked the Jianghu righteously without the slightest bit of makeup. Ning Yarrow didn't intend to return the book. She put the book away and stood up. "I'll take you to the place where you live. The mansion is big. Over the years, it's just me, by Mama, and Grandpa Nalen. You can pick a house that's pleasing to the eye." Chen Pingan also stood up. "Where do you live?" Ning Yarrow stopped and turned to look at Chen Pingan. She smiled and clenched her fist. "Speak louder, I didn't hear you clearly." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I want to pick a house that's closer to you." Ning Yarrow was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and said, "You'd better behave yourself here. Granny Bai is my mother's personal maidservant. If you dare to be careless and disobey the rules, the fists of martial artists in the peak stage will make you eat until you burp." Just speaking of this, Ning Yarrow remembered the records in the book. She felt that Bai Mama's fist couldn't scare him, so she changed her words. Grandpa Nalen was one of the sword immortals who were best at hiding and assassination on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although he was seriously injured and his nascent soul was half destroyed, causing his soul to decay, his combat capability was still equivalent to a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw stage. If he targeted you in the dark, then Grandpa Nalen could be regarded as a sword cultivator in the immortal stage. Chen Pingan was relieved and asked, "Grandpa Nalen's realm fell in order to protect you?" If it were someone else, Chen Pingan would never ask so directly, but Ning Yarrow was different. In his early years in Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chen Pingan learned a lot from Ning Yarrow's way of doing things. Ning Yarrow nodded with a calm expression. "Just like Grandma Bai, they both did it for me. However, Grandma Bai stopped an unidentified assassin in the city. Grandpa Nalan stopped a great demon that was hiding in the dark on the battlefield in the south of the city. If it weren't for Grandpa Nalan, I and Di Jong would have died. Ning Yarrow paused for a moment. Don't feel too guilty. Don't think too much about it. The only useful thing is to break through the realm and kill the enemy. By Mama and Grandpa Nalan are already good. If they couldn't protect me, think about it, how regretful would the two of them be? You have to think on the bright side. But whether you think about it or not isn't the most important thing. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if you don't break through the realm, don't kill demons, and don't dare to die, then you are just a piece of trash with a cultivation realm and a life-flying sword. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone's life can be calculated. That is, in their life, at the time of their death, their cultivation realm, how many demons they killed, and how many great demons swordsmen ambushed and killed. Then, their cultivation realm is deducted, as well as the retainer's swordsmen who died along the way. Whether they profited or lost, it can be seen at a glance. Chen Pinggan said, every young genius in the Great Wall of Sword Chi is a bait thrown out in the open. Ning Yarrow nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, me, Di Zhong, Yang Zwe, Chen Sancho, Dong Huafu, the already dead little cricket, and of course, those of our age, all of us are well aware of this. But this doesn't stop us from doing our best to kill the enemy. Every one of us has a book of accounts in private. Under the premise that there isn't much disparity between our realms, whoever's back is harder will earn money first. The head of a demon is the only money in the eyes of the sword cultivators in the world. Ning Yarrow casually pointed in a direction. Fatty Yang's family has a lot of immortal money from the world. But when Fatty Yang was young, he was the one who was bullied the most because everyone looked down on him. The worst time was when he put on a brand new robe and wanted to go out to show it off. In the end, he was stopped by a group of people his age in an alley. When he returned home, the little fatty was wailing and had the smell of urine all over his body. Later, Yangs were followed us and things got a little better. Fatty Yang didn't disappoint us. Other than the first time he went to the battlefield and was despised by us, after that, he was the only one who despised others. Chen Pinggan looked around and sighed softly, this is a good place where you won't be lonely even if you die. Ning Yarrow asked, have you chosen a house yet? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, not yet. This will take some time. I can't be careless. Take me around again. Ning Yarrow complained, you're the most annoying. Although she said that, the girl who was full of heroic spirit didn't walk fast. Chen Pinggan thought about some things that were actually related to the two of them. She also asked about the recent situation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Suddenly, Chen Pinggan's foot was kicked by Ning Yarrow. Chen Pinggan came back to his senses and told her the address of a house. Ning Yarrow told him to walk there and she left alone. Chen Pinggan went to the house he chose. It wasn't far from Ning Yarrow's place, but it wasn't adjacent either. The Elusive Old Woman, by Lian Shuang, opened the door for Chen Pinggan and gave him a bunch of keys. She told him the names of the houses. Obviously, these were places where Chen Pinggan could open the door at will. After the old woman gave him the keys, she joked, young Master Chen, I really can't give young Master Chen the keys to your house. Chen Pinggan felt his scalp go numb. He quickly said, no need, no need. After entering the secluded house with 2 courtyards, Chen Pinggan chose a side room. He took off the sword immortal on his back and took out the golden wine robe, placing them on the table. Chen Pinggan sat by the table and caressed the robe. If one said that the sword celestial had somehow become a celestial artifact, then Chen Pinggan was the clearest about how the mage robe golden wine had returned to the celestial artifact grade. Every account was refreshing. The answer was simple. It was the result of feeding the golden wine robe. The golden wine robe was once the dragon robe worn by the evil flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley. In fact, it was a relic left behind by a heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who failed in seclusion in an overseas immortal mountain. When it fell into Chen Pinggan's hands, it was only a magic weapon. After that, it accompanied him for thousands of miles and ate a lot of golden wine robes and gradually became a half-immortal weapon. Before rushing to the inverted hanging mountain this time, it was still a half-immortal weapon. After that, Chen Pinggan used the remaining glazed golden body fragment to secretly make a deal with Wei Pai. Lord Bei Yu, who had just received 100 golden wine robes from the Dali imperial court, made a big bet with the Lord of Luopa Mountain based on their skills and eyesight. Chen Pinggan used the glazed golden body fragment as the price in exchange for the golden wine robe to upgrade to a half-immortal weapon. The glazed golden body fragment was only expected to appear after the death of an ascendant realm cultivator. Wei Pai's need for this item was far greater than the golden wine robes. Wei Pai bet that he could upgrade the golden wine robes with a strange origin without needing to empty out the 100 golden wine robes. Finally, it could become a legendary half-immortal weapon. In the end, Chen Pinggan did not ask how many golden wine robes Wei Pai spent, and Wei Pai did not say. As the first mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent to ascend to the upper 5 realms, it was natural for Wei Pai to receive this congratulatory gift from the Emperor Dali. There were rumors that the Lord of Zhongyu, Jin Qing, who left the territory and went to the capital to meet the emperor, also received 50 golden wine robes. Then, the other 3 new mountains of Dali should also receive 50 golden wine robes. It was hard to say whether Wei Pai would be able to gain anything else. After all, the mountains and rivers forbidden by the Dali Iron Cavalry, and the shattered golden body of the gods, were all destined to be destroyed. It was impossible to drain the pond to fish for the golden body of the 5 mountain gods, wantonly killing the various gods, as it would only attract unnecessary resentment and anger. Especially now that the situation had changed, in all parts of the Aquarius continent, large and small, the remnants of the fallen countries had joined forces with their sects to destroy the cultivators on the mountains who had become wild cultivators. Although it was not a big deal for the time being, it was not enough to exhaust the Dali Iron Cavalry. This was destined to involve the various mountains and rivers gods of the various countries. Some of the heroic spirits did not forget the kindness of the country, and were willing to use their golden body to fight against the hooves of the Dali Iron Cavalry, but some of them were just fish in the moat. But the Dali Iron Cavalry had already sorted out the remaining gods, and would definitely prioritize to appease them. Chen Pinggan's expression was dignified. There was something that he had to meet with the eldest sword celestial Chen Qingju, and it had to be a secret discussion. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword celestial personally took action and killed the traitor of the upper 5 realms in the city with a single sword strike, and the situation almost deteriorated. The heroes gathered together, and the patriarchs of several major surnames showed up. At that time, Chen Pinggan was watching from afar, with an expression that said, "I want to see the elegance of the sword celestials, and broaden my horizons." In fact, he had already noticed the undercurrent surging at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gap between sword celestials and sword celestials was not small. But Chen Pinggan had to endure and find a reasonable opportunity to meet the eldest sword celestial on the city wall. Previously, he heard a piece of news from Ning Yao, which might prove Chen Pinggan's idea. This group of geniuses who were about the same age as Ning Yao, in the 2 extremely tragic battles, there were very few who died on the battlefield. And the young people of Ning Yao's generation were recognized as geniuses, and there were as many as 30 children who were known as sword celestials. Without exception, Ning Yao was the leader. Now, all of them had joined the battlefield, and they had successively ascended to the middle 5 realms. This was a great year that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, the Great Wall of Sword Qi might have noticed some clues, so they began to make preparations. Chen Pinggan was both worried and relieved. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, and his mood was complicated. It was like even if Chen Pinggan traveled far and wide, and walked to the inverted mountain, and saw the sword celestial who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, he would still stand quietly by the side, waiting for the man to be willing to speak. When he was young, love and disgust were written on his face, and his mouth told the world what he was thinking. After he grew up, it was difficult for him to do as he pleased. Chen Pinggan stood up and went to the courtyard, practicing his boxing stance to calm his mind. Now, it had nothing to do with those worrying matters. Chen Pinggan was always calm, steady, and able to endure. It was just that he missed Miss Ning. And the girl that Chen Pinggan missed was sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hands. She opened a page of a book under the light, and she was unwilling to turn the page for a long time. On the densely packed pages of the book, there was a hidden sentence. She was like a shy child hiding in the corner of an alley, only daring to poke her head out to secretly look at Ning Yao, who had flipped through the book and met that child. She would never get tired of looking at it. The book said that it was Chen Pinggan who said it. At that time, he didn't drink, but when he saw Miss Ning's side profile, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the great wall of sword qi that had stood tall for 10,000 years seemed to sway. 574. Chen Pinggan had practiced his fist. After a moment of hesitation, he left the house and returned to the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He stood there and cupped his fists, deliberately exuding fist intent. The old woman staggered over and slowly climbed up the hill that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi coveted for a long time. She smiled and asked, "Sir Chen, do you have something to ask?" Chen Pinggan said guiltily, "Although this is my first time here, there are some things that I can't help but disturb Grandma Bai's rest." The old woman nodded and smiled. "We're family. Sir Chen, you're welcome. I'm happy in my heart. If you're too polite, I won't be happy." After the old woman sat down, Chen Pinggan sat upright and asked softly, "After the two seniors passed away, the Ning mansion is so quiet. What about the Yarrow family?" The old woman was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This involves an old matter. Back then, Madam insisted on marrying into the declining Ning family. Everyone in the Yarrow family didn't agree. Master's realm back then wasn't high and he didn't have the momentum to become a sword immortal in one go. If that was the case, the Yarrow family wouldn't be so snobbish as to stop Madam from marrying a man with no future. The problem was that the Yarrow family asked the Daoist saint to help them calculate Master and Madam's 8 characters. The result wasn't good. So when the Ning mansion wanted to give the dragon-slaying platform to the Yarrow family as a betrothal gift, Madam's family didn't agree. When Madam got married, she didn't have any glory to speak of. Master didn't say anything, but in fact, he always felt guilty towards Madam. He always felt that he owed her. Even when Master ascended to the upper 5 realms, the Yarrow family was still indifferent. There was no helping it. There was a thorn in Master's heart. What could Master do? He still felt guilty. No matter how Master persuaded, Madam didn't return to her parents' home. The number of times she went could be counted on one hand. Even when she did, it was to discuss serious matters. It was just 2 streets away. They didn't interact with each other as much as enemies. It wasn't until our Miss was born in the Ning mansion that the relationship between the 2 families improved. Unfortunately, after Master and Madam left, the Yarrow family, especially Mrs. Grandpa and Grandma, had complicated feelings for Miss. They felt sorry for her. If they didn't see her, they would be worried. If they saw her, they would be worried. Although Miss didn't look like Madam, her eyebrows and eyes were carved from the same mold. In the matter of Master and Madam's marriage, to be honest, even I, a servant from the Yarrow family, have some resentment. But on Miss's side, we really can't blame the Yarrow family too much. The Yarrow family has done everything that can be done. It's just that the words of the elders lack the usual care and concern of the elders. Young Master Chen, these were the past events of the Ning residents and Yarrow family. There was too much worth talking about, but there wasn't. Actually, the members of the Yarrow family are all honest people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such an extraordinary woman like Madam. Chen Pinggan silently remembered it in his heart. The 2 of them, who had never quarreled, even got into an argument over this. Later on, when Miss drew lots, Master thought of an idea. There were only 2 things. One was a very beautiful knife, and the other was a small piece of dragon beheading platform. The former was one of Madam's dowries. Master said that as long as his daughter grabbed the knife first, her surname would be Yao. In the end, Miss looked left and right and grabbed the very heavy piece of dragon beheading platform first, which was the one that was given to young Master Chen later on. Madam smiled very happily at that time. The old woman was a bit sad. Madam didn't like to smile since she was young. She didn't smile much in her life. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. On the other hand, Master, whose family background wasn't as good as Yarrow family's, was sensible since he was young. He supported the fallen Ning residents alone, and he still had to guard the Dragon Cliff. His family business wasn't small, but his cultivation couldn't keep up. When Master was young, he suffered a lot in front of people. But he smiled warmly and treated everyone with respect. That's why Miss is like both Master and Madam. Both. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I met Senior Ning and Madam Yarrow once at Inverted Hanging Mountain. The old woman smiled and said, just once. Chen Pingan was confused. The old woman didn't reveal the secret and changed the topic. After listening to this old woman talk about the past, I almost forgot that young Master Chen wanted to ask something. Young Master Chen, please continue. Chen Pingan said slowly, Miss Ning can take care of herself. She was like this in her hometown, and she was like this when she traveled the world. That's why I'm worried that if I come here, not only will I not be able to help, but I will also distract Miss Ning. That's why I can only ask Grandma Bai and Grandpa Naylan to be more careful. Chen Pingan stood up and cupped his fists in apology. He sincerely said, if there are any more assassins that can hurt Grandma Bai, then I, Chen Pingan, am not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that even if I die, I still won't be able to protect Ning Yao. The old woman seemed a little surprised. She froze for a moment and then smiled. Very good. You're a family that doesn't speak like two different families. Even if you lose face, you still have to think about Miss Ning. This is the magnanimity that a future son-in-law should have. In this aspect, you're just like our master, you're just too similar. The old woman with a head full of white hair lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. Chen Pingan clenched his fists and pressed them against his knees. His voice trembled as he said, for so many years, besides thinking about all sorts of things every day, what have I really done for Ning Yao? Suddenly, an old man outside the pavilion said in a hoarse voice, nonsense. It was the old steward who had guarded the gates of Ning Mansion for his entire life. Chen Pingan looked up at the old man walking up the steps. He didn't say anything. The old man sat in the pavilion. Did you keep your promise of 10 years? For the next 100 years or even 1,000 years, as long as you live, are you willing to help my Miss Ning Yarrow if she encounters any injustice? If you ask yourself honestly, Chen Pingan, if you dare to say yes, then what are you feeling guilty about? Is being together every day, whispering sweet nothings to each other, true love? In the past, I told the master that you should stay in the Great Wall of Sword Energy and polish yourself. You should at least have a life-flying sword. If you aren't a sword cultivator, how can you be a sword immortal? Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, the old woman punched him in the shoulder. She lowered her voice and angrily said, what are you shouting about? Do you want to disturb Miss Ning before you stop? What, in our Great Wall of Sword Energy, who has the loudest voice? Who has the most authority? Then why don't you run up to the city walls in the middle of the night and howl? Heh! When you were in your 20s, don't you know what you were capable of? Just now, I lightly punched you and you were sent flying 7 to 8 feet away. Then, you rolled on the ground and cried. Old bastard, shut your mouth and scram to the side. The old man's aura and arrogance suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the old man with turbid eyes and staggered steps. Then, he quietly raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder. It wasn't that he didn't think he was unreasonable, but he really knew that trying to reason with an angry woman was purely asking for a scolding. Even if the sword immortal had 100 life-flying swords, it would still be useless. Chen Pingan took a deep breath and said with a smile, Grandma Bai, I have another question. The old woman immediately stopped scolding and said softly, just ask, young Master Chen. For us old things, time is the most worthless. Especially for a crippled sword cultivator like Naylan Yeshing. Whoever talks about cultivation with him, he will get angry. Apparently, the old man was used to Bai Lianshuang's sarcasm. He was used to such harsh words. He wasn't annoyed at all and didn't even bother to act angry. Chen Pingan said, I'm just saying the worst-case scenario, if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, what will happen to the Ning Mansion? The old woman and the old man looked at each other. That's just an if. Chen Pingan said slowly, so, I'll stay here with Miss Ning first. In the next battle, I'll go down the city and fight. I'll personally experience the strength of the demons. Grandma Bai, Grandpa Naylan, please don't worry. I may be ordinary in killing enemies, but I can still protect myself. I won't do anything unnecessary. With me by Miss Ning's side, I'll take care of her. The old woman was worried. I'm not looking down on you, young Master Chen. It's just that there are too many accidents on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's completely different from the battles in the vast world. Let's just talk about one thing. Outside of the small battles in the Jianghu and the battlefield, have you ever experienced the situation of being alone and surrounded by enemies? In our hometown, as long as you go out of the city and go to the south, you'll end up being swarmed by thousands of enemies if you're not careful. Chen Pinggan stood up and smiled. Grandma Bai held back too much and was too polite. Why don't you teach me a thing or two from the beginning? You're only at the peak of the far-wandering state. The old man sneered. What a too polite. The old woman didn't turn her head. She threw a punch. The old man tilted his head and dodged it. The old woman stood up. Young Master Chen, I'm going to offend that old woman. Even if Miss Ning blames me later, I'll have to treat you with more strength. Chen Pinggan nodded. He leaned back slightly and his blue robes fluttered outside the pavilion. As he landed, he rolled up his sleeves and opened his fist. Grandma Bai, this time I will also use my full strength. The old woman was still a martial arts grandmaster. She wasn't in a hurry to leave the pavilion. She subconsciously rubbed her toes against the ground and chuckled. That will depend on whether or not young Master Chen has the chance to use his fist. The old man stood up. He looked at the young man on the practice field and nodded. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a native martial artist was a rare existence. This young man didn't look like a show-off. This was especially rare. Young people with good aptitudes and good luck could frighten others just based on their realm. The key was whether or not this realm was reliable. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were countless sword cultivator geniuses who came here to mess around. Most of them were so-called innate sword embryos in the North Continent. Each of them was ambitious and arrogant. When they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they were beaten up before they even reached the city wall. They wouldn't bully outsiders on purpose. There was an unwritten rule that only those of the same realm could fight against those of the same realm. If a young outsider could win against one, it might be due to luck or accident, but it was actually not bad. If he could win against two, he naturally had some ability. If he could win against a third person, only then would the Great Wall of Sword Chi recognize him as a true genius. The young martial artist Cao Ci in the early years was no exception. In the end, he was defeated by the young man in white with one hand. However, there were some young sword cultivators who were naturally unfavorable to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was because at most, sword cultivators of the cave-dwelling realm would be selected to fight. These rash young men had never been to a battlefield outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They could only rely on their natal flying swords to fight. At that time, only the third person who faced off against Cao Ci was a true genius in the way of the sword. He had also participated in the tragic battle at the south of the city wall. However, he still lost to Cao Ci, who was fighting with one hand. However, the fight between the younger generation didn't cause much of a stir at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After all, Cao Ci's realm was still low at that time. What really surprised the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that Cao Ci stayed at the city wall and practiced martial arts every day on the city wall. The continuous flow of his fist will was endless. Now, Chen Pinggan had come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi as a martial artist in the Golden Body realm. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked into the Ning mansion. This was of course a great thing, but in fact, it was also a matter that was neither big nor small. Chen Pinggan lived in the Ning mansion and had a close relationship with Miss Naylan. It was difficult for Naylan Yeshing to be at ease. Once he went out, he would definitely have a conflict with those rash young men outside who were eyeing him covetously. If Chen Pinggan chose to avoid it, he would be looked down upon by others and become the laughingstock of the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. If he fought head-on, even if he passed the first two tests, The person who attacked him in the third test would not be easy. He would definitely be at least at the same level as Yang Zhuo and Chen Sanqiu, or even a young sword cultivator of the Gold Core realm who was better than them. Moreover, he would be under 30 years old and no more than 35 years old. That person was destined to be a certain innate sword embryo who was extremely experienced in fighting, such as the arrogant brat of the Qi family who had been arrogant since he was young. Nailin Yexing glanced at the old woman beside him. Bai Lianshuang was a person with great luck in martial arts. However, she was stubborn and had been loyal to Madame Nailin and the Yarrow family all her life. Otherwise, with her martial arts cultivation, she would have been the Madame Bai in any family in her early years. As a result, step by step, she changed from a pretty young lady to an old girl who liked to keep a straight face all day, and then to a white-haired old woman. Nailin Yexing, who was older and more senior, actually saw it all. But he still felt sorry for her. Therefore, he gave in to her in many small disputes. Otherwise, the dragon beheading platform of the Ning mansion under their feet would not be able to be defended before the master grew up. The old woman tiptoed and floated out of the pavilion on the top of the hill. At first, she floated slowly, but in an instant, she landed quickly. Then the ground shook, and the old woman turned into a wisp of smoke. The old man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle. He was used to seeing sword cultivators fight with each other. Especially by Lianshuang's punch, it was really a rare opportunity. They exchanged a punch and a kick. A green robe slid backwards, his elbows lightly pressed against the wall behind him, and he walked forward slowly. Old Madame Bai was kicked by that kid. Although it was not heavy, and Bai Lianshuang's abundant gang qi easily dispersed the remaining force, there was a world of difference between a kick and a kick that did not land. What was especially interesting was not that Chen Pingan's attack was as fast as a peak martial artist of the far travel state, but that he completely guessed Bai Lianshuang's landing and punching path. The old man laughed. "Good kid, you really don't hold back against Madame Bai." Chen Pingan's steps were slow, but he did not walk straight. He slightly deviated from a straight line and smiled. Madame Bai was careless. For the first time, Bai Lianshuang had a bit of fighting spirit. Before this, she tested him in the corridor and punched just now. In the end, she only saw Chen Pingan as her future son-in-law. How could she really punch with all her heart? As expected of a martial arts junior who had taken 3 punches from a martial artist of the 10 realms. The old woman took a step forward. Her steps were extremely small, and her fists formed a fist. She smiled and asked, "Chen Pingan, do you dare to take the initiative to punch at close range?" Chen Pingan's feet stepped on the last step of the 6-step stance walking. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. The old woman twisted her body and slapped Chen Pingan's fist away with one hand. Then, she pushed Chen Pingan's forehead with the other. She seemed to be doing it casually, but in fact, her momentum was as heavy as a sledgehammer wrapped in cotton striking a bell. Even Nailin Yexing felt that this slap was really not merciful. Chen Pingan was slapped away by the palm, but the fist intent did not stop. Instead, it became more condensed and heavy, flowing through his body silently like deep water. He turned his body in the air and landed on the ground first. He slid out a few feet without any stagnation. When his feet touched the ground, he took a few small steps. His shoulders moved slightly, and his green robe rippled. Unknowingly, he removed the remaining fist aura from the old woman's palm. At the same time, Chen Pingan used the deity-beating drum-style fist stance in his hands to imitate Bai Momo's fist intent. He moved his hands slightly closer to each other, trying to reach a state where he could retract and release more fist intent. The old woman couldn't help but laugh. "Child Chen, you want to secretly learn the fist stance now. Do you really not take me, a martial artist of the 9 realms, seriously?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. "I'm used to it." Chen Pingan was about to stretch out his fist stance again and restore the deity drumming fist stance to its original state. The old woman took advantage of this fleeting gap and suddenly came. Her fist was close to her abdomen, and her fist was in a straight line. Her momentum was like a rainbow. She didn't expect that Chen Pingan, who was waiting for her, would exchange a fist for a fist. His face was hit hard, But his fist also hit the old woman's forehead. The old woman's feet sank, and her body froze, but there were some bruises on her forehead. Chen Pinggan was still leaning against the wall, squatting slightly. He opened and closed his fist stance, like a dragon shaking its back, and the old woman's fist intent was shattered again. As for the blood that slowly oozed out of his face, it was not that Chen Pinggan pretended not to care, but he really didn't care at all. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. So Chen Pinggan said, "Madam Bai, you're still a 9 realms cultivator, and you're still at the peak of the far-wandering realm, right?" Nailin Yeshing held back his laughter in the pavilion. The old woman also smiled a little. She didn't get angry at all. She asked curiously, "Chen Pinggan, tell me the truth, in addition to the 3 punches of the 9 realms of the 10 realms, how many grandmasters have you been beaten by?" Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "I've also been punched by 2 10 realms of the 9 realms. The shortest time was at least a moonlight shadow. During the period, the other party punched me, and I took punches. It has never stopped. Almost every time, I ended up dying and was dragged to the medicine vat." Nailin Yeshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old woman shook her head and stopped her fist stance. "Then I don't need to punch, so as not to make a fool of myself. We can't possibly prepare a medicine jar in the middle of the night just for the sake of sparring." Although she was once a martial artist of the 10th level, she had stopped at the level of vigor. This had nothing to do with her talent or the amount of training she had gone through. It was a mistake that she had been born in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She would be suppressed by the innate masters. It was already a great surprise that she was able to break through to the 10th level. If it was said that the sword cultivators of the vast world were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, then she had also heard a saint joke that the pure martial artists of the vast world were worth gold and silver. Every martial artist of the 10th level had a foundation as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Bai Lian Shuang did not have many regrets in his life. The only thing he lacked was that he could not spar with a level 10 martial artist. In fact, after Chen Pinggan said those words, he regretted it very much. He immediately nodded and said, "That's enough. Grandma Bai's fist intent and fist stance have already benefited me a lot. It's a brand new picture of martial arts that I have never seen before." Nailin Yeshing nodded gently. He was a discerning person, and he was also good with words. The old woman smiled from ear to ear. Chen Pinggan suddenly turned sideways. The old woman turned her head and scolded angrily, "Old bastard, how can you sneak attack like this?" Nailin Yeshing just looked at Chen Pinggan and said with a smile, "This is the flying sword speed that all the sword cultivators in the raw jade realm have. It's normal that you can't dodge it. But as long as you have the idea of dodging, it's quite good." Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and saluted. From the beginning to the end, Chen Pinggan did not see the flying sword at all. The old man waved his hand, "Young Master Chen, rest early." The old man disappeared from the pavilion. The old woman was also about to leave. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked her to stay. "Can I have a chat with Grandma Bai?" The old woman's face was full of smiles as she rushed into the pavilion with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan had already wiped the blood with the back of his hand. He asked softly, "Bai Mama, can I drink some wine?" The old woman smiled and said, "It's okay. Just drink. If Miss is nagging, I will help you." Chen Pinggan took out a pot of glutinous rice wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he put down the wine pot and told the old woman about the pure martial arts in the world. Of course, he also told her about the Jianghu in the lotus flower-blessed land. Occasionally, he would stand up, put down the wine pot, and show the old woman a few moves that he secretly learned. The old woman was mostly listening to the energetic young man. She smiled and nodded gently, not saying much. The young man's temperament was calm, but he was also in high spirits. Nailin Yeshing stood in the distant night and looked at the scene in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Vision is as good as Madam's in the past." Ning Yarrow, who was standing on the side, said with a taut face, "Maybe it's even better." The parting of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not too far away unless it was life and death. During the day yesterday, the owners of the row of heads on the wall left the Ning family and went back home. Yang Zhuo swaggered back to his splendid residence and chatted with the aged butler for a long time before he finally went to a secret chamber of the School of Moism, where he abandoned his natal flying sword and fought with 3 puppets whose combat ability was equivalent to that of a sword cultivator in the core formation stage. More accurately speaking, he was severely beaten up. Only then did he go to eat. It was all rare medicinal cuisine carefully prepared by farmers and doctors. He ate big bowls of immortal money. Fortunately, the Yang family was never short of money. After eating and drinking, Yang Zhuo pinched his chin and was a little worried. Alliance once said that he was good at everything. He was so rich at a young age. The key was that he had a good temper and a pleasant appearance. So if he could be a little thinner, he would be more handsome. The word handsome was simply tailor-made for Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo was almost moved to tears at that time. He felt that Alliance was the most conscientious and knowledgeable person in the world. At that time, Alliance was weighing the heavy wallet that he had just received with a bright smile on his face. The first time Yang Zhuo left the city wall with Ning Yaro and the others, he went to the pile of corpses to fight. He discovered that the beasts of the wilderness, even though their realms were inferior to the mechanical puppets in his family's secret chamber, their methods were even more unimaginable. It scared him to the core. So that time, the 2 sword masters that his family had placed by his side died because of him. When he returned to his home on the north side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the restless little fatty was saddened when he heard that he didn't have to go to the city wall to kill demons in the future. He didn't even have to go to the city wall. However, when Alliance came home and talked to his elders, Yang Zhuo was given another chance. In the end, when Yang Zhuo reached the city wall, his legs went soft again and his sword heart trembled. He couldn't even control his life-bound flying sword steadily, let alone killing enemies. Before Alliance left the city wall, he specially came to the fatty's side and said to him, "When you get off the city wall, just focus on killing. You won't die. I, Alliance, won't help you kill demons, but I can guarantee that you won't die. But if you don't even dare to use your full strength, then you can just stay at home and be a rich young master." But Alliance would never borrow money from him to buy wine again. Borrowing money from a coward to buy wine, no matter how expensive it would be tasteless no matter how expensive it was. In the end, when they left the city to kill demons, Yang Zhuo's performance made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Even those old antiques in the family who didn't like him no matter how they looked at him, no longer said those strange and disgusting words. At the very least, they wouldn't say that he was a pig that the Yang family carefully raised and fattened. They didn't know which demon in the desolate wasteland was so lucky that it didn't take much effort to kill it. Just the pig's blood alone could be sold for a lot of money. That time, it was also when his mother looked at her son on the sickbed. That was the time she cried the most righteously. In the past, whenever he caused trouble outside and was bullied by others, even if he was beaten black and blue, his father would not say much when he returned home. He did not even bother to look at his son. This man who had lost both his arms early in the battle outside the city would at most glance at the woman from the corner of his eyes and smile coldly. But that time, when Yang Zhuo left the city, he didn't have his arms. This man of few words who hadn't been to the city for many years bent down as much as possible and personally carried his son back to the city. At that time, when Yang Zhuo returned home and lay on his sickbed, Alliance leaned against the door and looked at Yang Zhuo with a smile. He gave a thumbs up to the boy who was crying from the pain. Today, the eldest young master of the Yang family didn't have the highest cultivation level. His flying sword wasn't the fastest, and he didn't kill the most enemies. But he was definitely the most difficult to deal with because this guy had the most life-saving methods. After parting with her friends, the one-armed Stack Jong returned to a messy and shabby alley. With the divine money she had saved up in the past few years, she bought a small house. This was Stack Jong's biggest dream in life, to have a place to stay and shelter from the rain. So now, Stack Jong didn't have any extravagant wishes. Stack Jong originally thought that this dream would never come true until she met that sloppy man called Alliance. When she was young, she liked to run errands for him to buy wine. She ran through the streets and alleys to buy all kinds of wine. Alliance said that when a person was in a different mood, they had to drink different kinds of wine. Some wine could forget worries and make unhappy people happy. Some could liven things up and make happy people happier. The best wine was the kind that made people forget about everything. Drinking wine was just drinking wine. Stack Jong was too young at that time. She didn't understand these things and didn't care at all. She only cared about whether she could save some money every time she ran errands. Of course, she might also owe a debt of wine. After she became familiar with Alliance said that since a girl had grown up and was so beautiful, she had to be responsible. So he put some of the wine money on Stack Jong's head. Who was Alliance? Would he go back on his word? In the future, when she had the chance, she would go to How Ran World and casually ask if they recognized that man called Alliance. Ask if Alliance owed money. The girl, Stack Jong, who didn't have an arm cut off by the demon at that time, believed him when she saw Alliance patting his chest loudly. Actually, the name Stack Jong was given by Alliance. He said that the scenery in How Ran World was much better than this place where birds didn't shit. Especially the mountains, which were verdant and beautiful. The Green Mountains were like graceful women. They were so tall that it was hard for men not to look at them. Stack Jong opened the door and sat in the courtyard. Perhaps she saw Sister Ning reunite with the person she liked after a long separation. She remembered the Confucian scholar who took away the Great Spirit. He was a sage back then and came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to gain experience. When he returned, he was a scholar. She didn't know if she could see him again before this house lost its owner. There were some things in her heart that she should let him know, whether it was useful or not. Dong and Chen were well-deserved surnames in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fatty Yang's family might have relied on mountains of gold and silver, but Dong Huafu's and Chen Sancho's families relied on generations of family sword immortals. Dong Huafu's house was very close to Chen Sancho's. The two residences were on the same street. Many girls would naturally have a round face after they grew up. They would naturally turn into a pointy chin and small face with the spring wind and autumn moon year after year. However, Dong Huafu's sister was different. After so many years, her face was still round. However, there were still many people who liked Dong Budi on the surface and secretly admired him. This was because Dong Budi's swordsmanship was very high and his killing power was outstanding. Dong Budi liked to fight with his life on the line, so he could determine life and death faster. He was someone that even the proud great sword immortal respected. Dong Huafu didn't care about relationships and didn't understand them at all. However, he knew that his good friend Chen Sancho had always liked his sister Dong Budi. The two of them were about the same age, and he heard that they were childhood sweethearts. It was a pity that his sister didn't like Chen Sancho. They would talk about it in private. His sister said that she despised Chen Sancho for being too good-looking. Even a blockhead like Dong Huafu felt that this reason was too untenable. Dong Huafu was afraid that if his sister really got married one day, Chen Sancho would be so sad that he would become an alcoholic. Chen Sancho liked to follow behind Alliance since he was young to drink wine. He didn't learn much swordsmanship, but he learned a lot of bad habits. However, it was strange that Chen Sancho liked his sister so much that he couldn't get her. Chen Sancho was very popular with other girls who were obviously prettier than his sister, especially in recent years. It seemed that the eyes of those drinking women would light up as soon as they saw Chen Sancho, and they would let Chen Sancho borrow money as he pleased. At the entrance of the Dong family stood his sister Dong Budi, as well as a cheerful woman. She was the mother of the two siblings. Dong Huafu felt a headache coming on. He knew that the mother and daughter had heard the news and wanted to learn more about that Chen Pinggan from him. Did all the women in the world like to talk about family matters so much? Dong Huafu turned his head and looked at Chen Sancho, who was standing motionless on the street. Then, he looked at his sister who was waving at him. Dong Huafu felt a bit sad. Chen Sancho really wasn't a bad person. Why didn't his sister like him? Dong Huafu slowly walked over to avoid causing more trouble for himself. He directly said, "I won't say anything about Big Sister Ning and that Chen Pinggan. If you want to know, you can go to the Ning mansion and ask." This was Dong Huafu learning from his mistakes. In the past, after Chen Pinggan left the city walls, during a break between two battles, Big Sister Ning drank a bit too much and accidentally said that she could beat 100 Chen Pingan with one hand. Dong Huafu thought that this was quite interesting. When he returned, he accidentally told his sister Dong Budi. The result was that his sister knew, his mother knew, and the two of them knew. The girls and women of the Great Wall of Sword Qi all knew. In the end, Big Sister Ning was so angry that her face turned ashen. When he came to visit, she didn't even let him in. Fatty Yang and the others all took pleasure in his misfortune and walked into the mansion. If it weren't for Dong Huafu's quick wits, he would have stood still and said that he was willing to let Big Sister Ning cut him a few times as an apology. Even now, he probably wouldn't be able to go to the Ning Mansion's beheading dragon cliff to see the scenery. Big Sister Ning normally didn't get angry, but if she did, then it was over. Back then, even Alliance couldn't do anything. When Big Sister Ning secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Alliance went to the inverted mountain, but he also couldn't stop her. When he returned to the city, he drank for several days without a smile. It wasn't until Yangs were said that he really didn't have any money that Alliance suddenly smiled. He said that drinking wine was really useful. After drinking wine, he would have no more worries. Then, Alliance grabbed Chen Sancho's arm and said that after drinking wine to quell worries, they could drink wine to quell worries. Thinking of this, Dong Huafu sincerely admired that Chen fellow. It seemed that even if Big Sister Ning was angry, that fellow could quickly calm her down. Dong Budi blinked and anxiously asked, "I heard that person came. How is it? How is it?" For the sake of his friend, Dong Huafu could only use his trump card. "Don't you like Alliance? Why are you asking about Chen Pingan? Have you changed your mind? You can't snatch him away from Big Sister Ning." The woman stretched out 2 fingers and poked her daughter's forehead. She smiled and said, "Damn girl, work harder. You must make Alliance your mother's son-in-law." Thinking about how that blind heartless man would one day formally propose a toast to his mother-in-law, the woman was overjoyed. She stretched out her hand and clicked her tongue. "It's a bit embarrassing." Dong Budi smiled and said, "Mother, just wait. There will be such a day." Dong Huafu really admired this pair of mother and daughter. In the early years, his mother liked Alliance. This was something that the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knew. Now, some of the aunties who liked to visit each other also liked to deliberately talk about this in front of his father. Fortunately, his father did not know how to deal with it. In any case, among those aunties, or in their families, there were plenty of people who also liked Alliance. Moreover, Dong Huafu's father was the only sword cultivator who had been able to ask Alliance 3 times in a row. Of course, the result was that he had to go home 3 times in a row. It was said that it was through this stupid method that a man could win the heart of a beauty. After that, a large number of bachelors took the initiative to ask Alliance to ask Alliance. Alliance was also righteous. He said that Q-sword was fine, but he had to pay a sum of immortal money first. Otherwise, if anyone injured Alliance, he would have to buy medicine to treat the injury. In the end, Alliance earned countless immortal money in one day. Then, in one night, Alliance almost paid off all his wine debts. After that, Alliance ran to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, cupped his fists, and loudly said, "I admit defeat. You guys are so arrogant. I wish you all the best in getting the beauty back. Every moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. There's no need to thank me, Alliance. If you really want to thank me, then I won't stop you. When the time comes, treat me to a drink. If you all remain silent, then I'll take it that you didn't agree." After Alliance finished speaking, the city fell into a deathly silence. Then, someone took the lead, and the entire city was in an uproar. The sword cultivators in the city cursed and took to the skies on their swords, intending to find that shameless guy to pick a fight with. Then Alliance disappeared without a trace, heading for the heart of the wildlands alone with his sword. In the end, the group of men on the city walls looked at each other. Not only did they lose money, but when they returned to the city, it was even worse. The women blamed them for causing Alliance to risk his life. If anything happened to him, they would not let this matter rest. The most hateful thing was not this. It was when they found out afterward that the first person who took the lead to cause trouble in the city that night said, "Alliance, please don't go. The men on the Great Wall of Sword Chi are not as responsible as you. It turned out to be a little girl who was ignorant of the ways of the world. It was said that Alliance deliberately encouraged her to say those infuriating words. A group of men could not compete with an innocent little girl. They could only suffer in silence, sharpening their swords and waiting for Alliance to return from the wildlands to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was definitely not a one-on-one battle, but a group of men working together to kill this bastard who had already lost his mind in order to cheat money for drinks. In the end, Alliance came back. However, there were still a few Ascendant Realm demons hanging behind him. At that time, the Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were all dispatched to defend against the enemy. It seemed that with Alliance around, the lifeless Great Wall of Sword Chi would be livelier. It was a pity that that man not only left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but also directly left the vast world. It was said that he even exchanged punches with the second Daoist of the vast world. As for which girl liked Alliance, it was actually not a big deal. It was more of a fun thing to do. Because in fact, everyone knew that Alliance would not like anyone. Moreover, Alliance had only been at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a few years. Almost everyone knew that the man named Alliance, who liked to sit on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and drink alone, would secretly leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi one day. Therefore, liking Alliance was simply a matter of fun for many girls to relieve boredom. Some of the bolder ones deliberately teased Alliance when they saw Alliance drinking by the roadside stalls. They said something more spicy than the meat and wine on the table. That man would also pretend to be shy, pretend to be serious, and say nonsense like how he, Alliance, was indebted to her and how his conscience was uneasy. He would trouble the girl and make his conscience even more uneasy in the future. Chen Sancho waited until the door of the Dong residence closed before he slowly left. Actually, Chen Sancho was not too sad that the girl he liked did not like him. This was because Chen Sancho felt that when Alliance was about to leave, he specially came to drink with him. Some of the things he said at the table were very true. If a good girl does not like you, it must be because you are not good enough. When you feel that you are good enough and the girl is married, even her children can go out to buy wine. When they see you, Chen Sancho, on the road, they will call you Uncle Chen. At that time, don't be sad. It's fate that is wrong, it's not that you like the wrong person. Remember, after the girl marries, don't tangle with her. Hide your feelings well and put them in your wine. Every time you drink, think about her and let her lead a good life in the future. Don't always think about her not having a good life and coming back to find you. That's how a man truly likes a girl. Therefore, Chen Sancho thought of these words again and did not go home. Instead, he went to a wine shop and got drunk. He scolded Alliance, "It's easy for you to say. I would rather not have heard these *T principles. Then you can shamelessly and heartlessly like her. Alliance, return me the money for the wine." Take back these words. At the wine shop, no one found it strange. The young master of the Chen family went crazy again. It was okay. Anyway, he could stagger back home every time. On the way back, a young master would knock his head against a wall from time to time and shout for the door to be opened. On the street, no one found it strange. Every now and then, young Master Chen would do something like this. For example, after his good friend Little Cricket died. For example, the first retainer swordmaster died for Chen Sancho. For example, later on, an elder of the Chen family died in the battle south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. For example, tonight, he missed Miss Dong, who was so close to him but seemed so far away. Every time Chen Sancho sobered up, he would say that he was just like Alliance. He was just born to like drinking. Because some people were born to deal with wine for the rest of their lives. This was fate. Without the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as the young people felt that they had nothing to do, they liked to look for a fight. Setting up a fight was nothing out of the ordinary. There were one-on-one fights, and there were also group fights. However, the bottom line was that the other party's cultivation was not allowed to be harmed. Apart from that, even Madame Dong, who was famous for spoiling her son in the past, would not say much about it. At most, she would stay at home and tell her son that there was nothing fun outside. She was rich enough to buy anything and bring it home. Her son, you can play with it by yourself. Early in the morning, Yang Zhe and the others came to the gate of the Ning mansion. Dong Huafu's face was gloomy because there were groups of 2 or 3 onlookers on the street. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come out of the Ning mansion. Chen Sancho kept shaking his head. He drank too much yesterday. Fortunately, he drank some wine this morning to sober up. Otherwise, he would feel even worse now. Only Daizhong did not come. This girl opened a small shop not far from her house. She sold groceries that could only make a small profit. There was one thing that was Diezhang's bottom line. After getting to know Ning Yaro and the others, they were friends. They could die for each other on the battlefield, but it was their business to have money. Daizhong did not need to take advantage of others on such a trivial matter as living a life. Once, Yang Zhe felt very hurt and said something in anger. Didn't Alliance help you so much? That's why you have such a small family and a pitiful livelihood. Why aren't we friends? I, Yang Zhe, helped you. I didn't mean to look down on you. Is it wrong for me to want my friends to live a better life? Daizhong bit her lip and did not say anything. Then, Yang Zhe was beaten up by Ning Yaro. He covered his head and ran away like a rat. For a long time, Yang Zhe didn't talk to Daizhong. Of course, Ning Yaro didn't talk to Yang Zhe either. At that time, because of this, everyone was together and had nothing to talk about. Finally, Yang Zhe secretly squatted at the corner of the street one day and watched the one-armed girl busy in the shop. After watching for a long time, he understood the reason. Yang Zhe was shy, so he didn't apologize. But one day, it was Stack Zhong who apologized to him. Yang Zhe was confused, and then he was beaten up by Chen Sancho and Dong Haitan. But after that, he and Stack Zhong reconciled as before. The 3 entered the Ning mansion and happened to meet Ning Yaro and Chen Pinggan, who were taking a walk together. Yang Zhe said softly, "What do you think? Am I a prophet? When they see us, they definitely won't hold hands." Chen Sancho said helplessly, Okay. Next time, I'll treat." Dong Huafu said, "Same old rules. If other people treat, I'll only drink Konghu wine and Song wine." Ning Yaro asked, "Do you want to drink?" Dong Huafu, who was walking in the middle, pointed to the sides. "Sister Ning, I actually don't want to drink." But they insisted on treating. I couldn't stop them. Yang Zhe sighed, "Good brother." Chen Sancho nodded, "Loyal." Dong Huafu was about to divulge another secret when Yang Zhe covered his mouth. Chen Sancho grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Chen Sancho smiled, "We won't disturb you too. We'll go back first. If there's anything, just call us." Ning Yaro looked at the 3 people who came and went in a hurry. She frowned, "What's the matter?" Chen Pinggan laughed, "It must be Chen Sancho and Yang Zhe who made a bet on where I slept last night." Ning Yaro asked, "Do they want to die?" As she asked this, Ning Yaro stared at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan raised his hand and wiped his forehead, "Must be, right." Ning Yaro continued to walk and asked casually, "Since you can take by Momo's punches, don't you want to go out shopping now? Anyway, even if you lose the fight, you won't lose too badly." At this moment, Chen Pinggan had already returned to normal. He said, "Being liked by you is not something that can be taken out to show off." Ning Yaro snorted and turned to leave. Chen Pinggan also turned. The Ning residence was big, which was a good thing. After walking around, they didn't leave any traces. In one part of the residence, the old woman was holding a broom and sweeping the courtyard. She glanced at the old thing who was listening not far away and laughed angrily, "Shameless old thing, can't you have some face?" The old man said, "It's broad daylight. That kid definitely won't say or do anything excessive." Then the old man praised, "Good kid, you're amazing." Now it was the old woman's turn to be curious. She couldn't help but ask, "What did Miss and Child Chen talk about?" The old man wanted to keep them in suspense, but when he saw that the old woman was about to hit him, he had to tell her about the conversation. The old woman smiled and said with relief, "Our son-in-law is a good person. It's not about being amazing." The old man was helpless and wanted to continue listening to the conversation. In the end, He was hit by the old woman's swift and fierce broom. Only then did he give up resentfully. On the other side, after hearing that Stack Jong opened a grocery store, Chen Pinggan immediately said, "This is a good thing. If there's a chance, I'll talk to Stack Jong and do business together." Ning Yarrow shook her head and said, "Forget it. Stack Jong is a delicate girl and can't stand these things. In the past, Fatty Yang almost couldn't be friends with Stack Jong because of this. You don't have to say it in detail. I know where Yang's problem lies." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Who am I? I'm a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley. I've been a bag shop for so many years. There's definitely no problem. I guarantee that Stack Jong will be able to earn money for her comfort, and I'll also be able to earn some conscience money from that store." Ning Yarrow glanced at him and clicked her tongue. "You know a woman's mind so well. You really didn't walk the Jianghu for nothing." "I don't mean anything else. I'm just saying it as it is." Chen Pinggan felt a headache coming on. Ning Yarrow laughed. "All right, I'm just joking with you. If you can help Stack Jong's store without making her think too much, I'll be very happy. Stack Jong is a little money grubber. Her biggest wish now is to rely on her own ability to buy a bigger house." Chen Pinggan just let out a sigh of relief. Ning Yarrow put her hands behind her back and looked forward. She smiled and said, "If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What's there to be guilty about?" Chen Pinggan looked at her side profile and suddenly stopped. Then, he pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Ning Yarrow quickly dodged. Her cheeks were slightly red. She turned her head and said angrily, "Chen Pinggan, you better behave yourself." Chen Pinggan hurriedly whispered, "Lower your voice." However, Ning Yarrow seemed to be even more guilty than Chen Pinggan. She quickly pursed her lips. When Ning Yarrow came back to her senses, Chen Pinggan had already retreated and ran away. Ning Yarrow initially wanted to chase after Chen Pinggan. However, she was distracted for a moment and was lost in thought. She looked at Chen Pinggan, who had a warm smile on his face. Why did she suddenly feel that he was very good-looking? 575. Ning Yarrow was concentrating on chi refinement on the dragon-slaying cliff. Chen Pinggan did not go to the pavilion. Instead, he stayed in the small house to cultivate. Ning Yarrow was still a little puzzled because the spirit energy at the dragon-slaying platform was obviously more abundant. It was the best place to cultivate in the entire Ning residence. Although Chen Pinggan was not a sword cultivator and would benefit less, it was still the best place to cultivate compared to other places. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless and could only look at Ning Yarrow. Ning Yarrow then said, "No wonder your cultivation is so slow." Chen Pinggan was even more helpless. In the mountains of the North Continent's Spring Dew Garden, city above clouds, and the Aquarius Continent's Misty Mountain, it was not considered slow to become a chi refinement warrior of the Fourth Realm within 10 years. Unfortunately, in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Pinggan's cultivation speed was like what Pei Qian meant by a tortoise moving its nest and an ant moving its house. However, even for this first disciple of his, even if he wanted to impart some experience to her back then, he did not have the chance to do so, not to mention her fist techniques. This was especially so for Ning Yarrow. Back then, when she mentioned that Alliance had imparted the 18 stops of Sword Chi, Chen Pinggan asked his peers at the Great Wall of Sword Chi how long it would take for them to master it. Ning Yarrow told him how long it would take for Yang Zhuo and Stack Jong to master the 18 stops of Sword Chi refinement. Chen Pinggan was already shocked enough. In the end, he could not help but ask Ning Yarrow about her cultivation speed. Ning Yarrow chuckled. So that was the answer. Therefore, at that time, Chen Pinggan even felt that Sword Immortal Boss was just trying to comfort him when he said that he had the potential to become an Earth Immortal. About 4 hours later, Chen Pinggan used the cultivation method of Inner Vision Cave and the seed of mind that was immersed in the wooden house. He slowly exited the small world of the human body and exhaled a long breath of foul air. His cultivation came to an end. Chen Pinggan did not practice boxing like before. Instead, he left the courtyard and stood in a corridor some distance away from the dragon beheading platform. He looked at the pavilion from afar and found a strange scene. Over there, the sword chi of heaven and earth condensed into a colorful glaze, like a little bird relying on a man. It slowly flowed. Looking up, he could even see some existence similar to water veins. This was probably the connection between the heaven and earth and the human body. Relying on an immortal's bridge, the human body and the heaven and earth were in harmony. Chen Pingan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the pillar, his face full of smiles. Look, the girl that I fell in love with at first sight. Isn't she powerful when she cultivates diligently? Just as Chen Pingan was secretly laughing, the old man appeared silently beside him. He seemed to be a little surprised and asked, "Young Master Chen, did you see that the pure sword immortals will left in the heaven and earth is very fond of our miss?" Chen Pingan quickly stood straight and answered, "Grandpa Nalan, I only saw some clues. I couldn't see it clearly." Nalan Yeshing nodded and said with a smile, "I only said that young Master Chen's eyesight is not inferior to our earth immortal sword immortals." Chen Pingan asked softly, "When can Ning Yarrow break through the bottleneck of gold core?" Nalan Yeshing said, "At least until the end of the next battle." Chen Pingan asked, "Every time Ning Yarrow and his friends leave the city wall, how many retainer swordsmen do they have with them? What are their realms?" Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "When young Master Chen left, more than 30 people, including Miss, left the city wall for the south. Every time they left the city wall, they would have a sword master retainer. Naturally, Stack Jong would have one as well. This is because this group of children are the most precious seeds of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In this matter, the sword cultivators of the North Continent have indeed helped a lot. Otherwise, the local sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi wouldn't have been enough. The retainer swordsmen tend to have greater killing power and are extremely decisive in their attacks. What they want is to be able to exchange their lives with the demon assassins at the very least. In addition, there is also an old servant of Ning Mansion who secretly guards Miss, Yang Zue, and Chen Sancho. Each of them also has a sword master from their family who serves as a sacrificial warrior. In the second battle, these juniors have all broken through their realms. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, regardless of age or identity, once a sword cultivator enters the Gold Core realm, there is no need for the swordsmen arranged by the Great Wall of Sword Chi to help protect the formation. Miss and the others are a team, and each of them has a bright future ahead of them. Therefore, even if there are no ordinary swordsmen, there will still be a sword immortal who will personally teach them the sword. He is both a guardian and a teacher. However, this sword immortal doesn't need to take too much care of the juniors. He is more responsible for his own life and death. To put it bluntly, even if Miss and the others all die in the battle, the sword immortal who survives alone won't be held responsible by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Speaking until here, Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "There is nothing strange about it. When Miss and the others truly grow up, they will also serve as retainers and swordsmen for the juniors in the future." The Great Wall of Sword Chi had always been passed down in such a manner. Family surnames and what not were naturally useful here in the city. During the period of peace between the two major wars, the wealth and material resources available for cultivation gave the descendants of the major clans an absolute advantage. But when it came to the southern battlefield, it didn't matter what your surname was. As long as your cultivation base was high, you would be in greater danger. In history, our Great Wall of Sword Chi is not without cowards who only have talent and family background. In the end, their sword heart is not good enough, so they deliberately waste their time and haven't come to the city more than a few times in their lives. Nalan Yeshing looked in the direction of the beheading dragon platform and sighed. However, there is one good thing about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The appearance of every family name is inevitably accompanied by a wonderful story. Moreover, it is only related to killing great demons. Therefore, every sword cultivator who comes from a poor family but cultivates at lightning speed understands from a young age that whether it is for themselves or for their descendants, the only thing they do is to kill more demons and survive. Only by living long enough will they have the opportunity to open their own mansion and become a new story for the later generations. His master came from the Ning residence. One of his greatest wishes in life was to continue the family line, to revitalize the family, and to help the Ning family return to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His other wish was, of course, that his daughter Ning Yarrow could marry into a good family that was worthy of his trust. Chen Pinggan said, "Many people in the Great Wall of Sword Chi don't think so." Then, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When I was young, I was such a person. When I looked at my peers in my hometown who didn't have to worry about food and clothing, I would tell myself that their parents were still alive and their families were rich. What's so good about the pastries in the dragon riding alley? If they ate too much, they wouldn't taste good at all. As I secretly swallowed my saliva and thought about it, I wouldn't be so greedy anymore. If I was really greedy, I would run back to my courtyard and look at the dried fish I caught from the stream and hung on the wall to dry. Looking at it a few more times could also satisfy my hunger and satisfy my cravings." Therefore, Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian, who hadn't become master and disciple in the early years, when they just left the lotus flower-blessed land, they were like the same kind of people and two different things. Speaking of this, Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. "Grandpa Nalen, listening to me talk about this will definitely spoil the fun." Nalen Yeshing smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Here, I've been listening to people talk about big things all my life. I rarely hear these trivial things. The last time I heard it, it was when Miss returned from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Unfortunately, Miss doesn't like to talk, so we didn't talk much. Miss said that the customs of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and her travels in the mountains and rivers are also very tempting for people like us who have never been to the inverted hanging mountain in our lives." Nalen Yeshing said to Chen Pinggan, "Although young Master Chen is not a sword cultivator for the time being, the sword on your back and those flying swords, regardless of whether they are life source items or not, can be sharpened more. Don't waste the beheading dragon platform. The Ning family protects it and doesn't sell it to anyone. They don't want to use it as a decoration. If young Master Chen can't understand this point, you will be disappointed. Master often said in the past that if a descendant of the Ning family can rely on his own ability to eat the entire beheading dragon platform, then it will be a great thing." Chen Pinggan said, "Then this junior won't be polite." Nalen Yeshing waved his hand and said, "Young Master Chen, it's not good to be so polite." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If Grandpa Nalen didn't take the initiative to say it, this junior would have run to sharpen the sword. Grandpa Nalen would have a small knot in your heart. I feel that this young man, as a person, is barely passable. It's just that he doesn't have any manners." Nalen Yeshing was slightly stunned, but then he laughed heartily and said, "That's true." Chen Pinggan also laughed and said, "I've been waiting for Grandpa Nalen to say this for a long time." Nalen Yeshing slapped the young man's shoulder and pretended to be angry. "Little guy, you're so clever. Fortunately, you're sincere in front of Miss otherwise, see if I don't teach you a lesson. I guarantee that you won't be able to stay even after you enter the door." Chen Pinggan didn't dodge and his shoulder was slapped to the side. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was a natural paradise, a place of cultivation that cultivators dreamed of. Of course, the premise was that it could withstand the destruction and erosion of the invisible sword intent in this world. If one's aptitude was slightly poor, it would greatly affect the progress of all the chi cultivators except the sword cultivators. Once the cave residence was opened, the sword aura, spiritual aura, and turbid air would pour into all the key acupoints like a tide. Just the removal of the sword aura's interference would give chi cultivators a headache and make them suffer a lot. Unfortunately, even if they could get through this hurdle, they still couldn't stay for too long. It was no longer related to the aptitude of cultivation, but the Great Wall of Sword Chi had always disliked the chi cultivators in the world, unless they had connections and money. Because it was definitely an immortal's money that would make any chi cultivator of any realm feel the pinch. The price was fair, and each realm had its own price. It was the regulation given by Fatty Yang's ancestor. In history, there had been 11 price changes. Without exception, the price had always risen, and there was no possibility of a price reduction. Previously, Chen Pinggan and Nanny Bai talked a lot about the Yarrow family's past and Ning Yarrow's childhood. Today, he asked the senior sword cultivator Nalen Yeshing a lot of details about the 2 recent battles on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Pinggan chatted with the old man for a while and then left. Before leaving, he asked a question. Who was the sword immortal who protected Ning Yarrow, Yang Zue, And the others last time? The old man said it was a coincidence. It happened to be a sword cultivator from the Aquarius continent named Wei Jin. Chen Pinggan had a deep impression of Wei Jin. When he took Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom to study, it was Wei Jin who broke the sky with a sword in the wedding dress. The spectacular scene of the sword aura like a rainbow made the young man in straw sandals excited for many years. A sword cultivator in the pure jade realm who was less than 60 years old. He was an extremely young sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old man had a good impression of Wei Jin. In fact, the whole Great Wall of Sword Qi had a good impression of Wei Jin. In addition to Wei Jin's excellent sword skills, he dared to give up the bright future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi at a young age and came here to fight desperately. The key point was that Wei Jin also mentioned that he could break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm so quickly thanks to Alliance's guidance. Otherwise, according to the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, he would need to stay in the nascent soul realm for 60 years. In fact, this sentence was both right and wrong. There were hundreds of thousands of Qi trainers in the world, but sword cultivation was the most expensive and the most important. If Wei Jin's cultivation was not enough and his foundation was not good enough, even Alliance could not force Wei Jin to reach the pure jade realm. After Chen Pinggan returned to the small house, Bai Lianshuang appeared beside the old man. The old woman sneered, "Great sword fairy Nalan, you are so talkative today. Do you think no one can help our future son-in-law to check the almanac so that we don't have a chance to know your embarrassing things in the past?" Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, "We only talked about some trivial things with you, mostly about the martial arts of Jianghu. But with me, we talked about the important matters of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the trivial matters of life. In that case, it is obvious who is closer to the future son-in-law." The old woman sneered, "You are the most shameless." Nalan Yeshing said helplessly, "Can we talk about the facts?" The old woman asked back, "You also know shamelessness?" Nalan Yeshing sighed, put his hands behind his back, and walked away. Ning Yarrow had always been focused on cultivation. Therefore, in the next 2 days, she only opened her eyes to see if Chen Pinggan was near the pavilion on the dragon-slaying cliff. If he was not, she did not walk down the hill. At most, she stood up and took a walk for a while. After 1 time, 2 times, when Chen Pinggan finally appeared not far away, Ning Yarrow turned a blind eye and pretended to cultivate. Chen Pinggan had to watch for a while and then left. It was not that Chen Pinggan was not sensible. It was just that when he cultivated in the Ning mansion, he found that the speed of refining the 36 green bricks of the Taoist temple was 30% faster after he reached the 4th realm of Qi cultivator. When he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a surprise. Chen Pinggan finally got rid of the distracting thoughts and could think more about her. He could really cultivate in peace. In the small house, he was a little absent-minded because he could refine things and cultivate Qi at the same time. However, after leaving this time, Chen Pinggan did not go directly to the small house. Instead, he found Mammy Bai and said that he had something to discuss with the 2 seniors and needed them to go to his house. Bai Lianshuang nodded and set off with Chen Pinggan. She did not mean to call Nalan Yeshing at all. When they arrived at the door of the small house, she stamped her feet and shouted, "Get out of here." Then Nalan Yeshing quietly appeared near them. Chen Pinggan took the 2 seniors into the wing room and poured 2 cups of tea for them. On the table, there was the sword that he got from the Fu family in the old Dragon City, the golden wine robe that had a lot of history, and a jade plate that he bought from the Lingji shop in the Inverted Mountain. Chen Pinggan blushed for the first time. He hesitated for a long time and did not know what to say. Nalan Yeshing broke the silence, "Child Chen, is this the betrothal gift?" The old woman laughed from ear to ear. She covered her nose with her withered hand and laughed for a long time. Then she stopped laughing and said softly, "Child Chen, how can you give the betrothal gift in person?" Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, I will definitely find a matchmaker. I already have someone in mind. I definitely understand this little rule. However, I am not familiar with the marriage etiquette of the Sword Qi Great Wall. I have no one here to ask about it. So, I have to ask the two seniors to help me plan it. I am afraid that the gift is too light or if it will violate the taboo. I want to tell the two seniors first and try my best not to make any mistakes. I don't want the Ning mansion to be humiliated because of me. Bai Lianshuang and Nailin Yeshing looked at each other and smiled. They were not in a hurry to speak. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "But when it comes to etiquette, I can only do my best to not make any mistakes. I will do my best to be thorough. But when it comes to Miss Ning's marriage proposal, I, Chen Pinggan, will definitely speak up. Ning mansion, whether or not the two seniors agree, you can directly say so. If the Yarrow family has any objections, I'll listen to them. But I, Chen Pinggan, want to marry Ning Yao. There's no room for discussion. No matter who comes to persuade me, no matter how good your reason is, it will not work." The old woman and Nailin Yeshing looked at each other and still did not speak. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked to the side. He cupped his fists and bowed. The young man said guiltily, "I'm Chen Pinggan of Mudbottle Alley. My family's elders are no longer around. On the path of cultivation, I respect my elders. Two of them have passed away one after another. There's also an old mister who is no longer in the world. Otherwise, I will definitely ask one of them to accompany me to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to visit the Ning mansion and the Yarrow family." Nailin Yeshing was just about to speak when the old woman glared at him. He had to shut up. The old woman smiled gently and said, "Child Chen, sit down and talk." Chen Pinggan sat down again. He straightened his back and sat across the old woman. Even if he pretended to be calm, he was still a little nervous. The old woman pointed at the sword and robe on the table and said with a smile, "Child Chen, can you tell me the origin of these two items?" Chen Pinggan nodded quickly and explained the origin of the two items. Nailin Yeshing, who had been silent all this time, sat between the two and took a sip of tea. As an old man who was used to storms, he was actually a little shocked. Chen Pinggan claimed that the sword fairy sword had been upgraded by half a level. After the inspection of the immortal fire dragon of the North Continent, he believed that it was an immortal weapon. The golden wine robe, which was originally just a robe, had become an immortal weapon by eating the extremely unfamiliar gold essence copper coins in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Nailin Yeshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even when the children of big clans like Chen, Dong, and Chi got married, it was already quite lively if they could take out a half-immortal weapon or immortal weapon as a betrothal gift or betrothal gift. Moreover, there was an awkward part. These half-immortal weapons and immortal weapons would appear every 100 years or even several hundred years. In any case, the half-immortal weapons and immortal weapons would be transferred from one clan to another. More often than not, the half-immortal weapons and immortal weapons would be transferred between more than 10 clans in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, the tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi were not surprised by this. In the past, when a Liang was here, he liked to open a casino and lead a group of bachelors who had nothing better to do to bet on the betrothal gifts of both parties. Chen Pinggan, you are young and purely a martial artist. The golden wine robe is of little value to you. It is actually very appropriate to use it as a betrothal gift. Nailin Yeshing finally couldn't help but ask, "But since you promised Miss that you would be a sword immortal, why did you give her a sword immortal weapon? Why? Do you think that since you have given it to Miss, it will still be in your hands? Then I have to remind you that the Ning mansion is easy to persuade, but the Yarrow family may not let you do as you wish. Be careful that when you see this sword immortal again in your life, it will only be the sword of the Yarrow family on the city wall." The old woman said angrily, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Old dog Nailin, no one will take you as a mute if you don't speak." Nailin Yeshing didn't give in at all this time. He sneered and said, "Tonight's matter is serious. I am an old servant of the Ning mansion. When Master was young, I guarded Master and the beheading dragon platform. Now that Master is gone, I will protect Miss and the beheading dragon platform. Shamelessly, I am half an elder to Miss, so why don't I have the right to talk in this room? Even if you, Bai Lianshuang, try to stop me with your fist, I will just hide and talk at the same time. After I leave this room today, if I say one more word, I will be considered as disrespectful. The old woman was so angry that she was about to punch him. Chen Pinggan hurriedly mediated, "Grandma Bai, let Grandpa Nalan say it. This is a good thing for me." She turned to the old man and said, "Nalan Yeshing, you have to take a punch for every word you say. Think about it yourself." Nalan Yeshing began to drink tea. Chen Pinggan said slowly, "I think it is a natural thing to give your best to the one you love. For example, this golden wine robe cost a lot to improve its quality, but I didn't hesitate or regret it. If Ning Yarrow wears it, even if there is a fight in the future, I can rest assured. That is what I think. As for the sword immortal, he has accompanied me for many years. If I say I have no feelings for him, I will be lying. I don't know the value of an immortal weapon and I don't care about it. Even I don't believe it. But compared to Ning Yarrow's weight in my heart, he is still incomparable. As for the sword immortal, I don't weigh the pros and cons. If I can protect Ning Yarrow in the next battle, I won't give it to her. I won't do it for face. I just want to prove that a bumpkin from Mud Bottle Alley can also take out a betrothal gift that doesn't lose to any rich family. When I was young, I lived alone. After that, I traveled alone for many years. I, Chen Pinggan, know very well when I can be a child of wealth, when I have to be careful, when I can be emotional, and when I have to be careful." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "I have thought about everything. On the premise that I can ensure a relatively stable future for me and Ning Yao, and at the same time make myself and Ning Yao proud, I can do it with peace of mind. During this period, other people's words and opinions are not so important. It's not that I am young and ignorant and think that I am heaven and earth and I am heaven and earth. It's that I have thought about the customs and rules of this world and still made the same choice. I have a clear conscience. I can bear all the price that I have to pay in the future. It's just labor, not the heart." Chen Pinggan's eyes were clear. His words and state of mind became more and more steady. If I said the same thing 10 years ago, I would be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. I would be a teenager who has never experienced the hardships of human life. I would only think that if I like someone and don't care about anything, it means that I truly like someone and that I have the ability. But 10 years later, my cultivation and heart have not been delayed. I have walked thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the 3 continents. Chen Pinggan, who has no elders in the family to teach me, has grown up and knows the truth. I have already proved that I can take care of myself. Then, I can try to take care of the woman I love." Chen Pinggan finally smiled and said, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, I have been worrying too much since I was young. I like to hide alone, weigh the pros and cons, and observe other people's hearts. But when it comes to Ning Yarrow, from the first time I met her, I didn't think too much about it. I also feel that this matter is unreasonable. Otherwise, how could a half-dead teenager in Mud Bottle Alley be so bold and dare to like Miss Ning, who seems to be high in the sky? Later, he even dared to come to Inverted Hanging Mountain to find Ning Yarrow under the guise of sending her a sword. This time, he dared to knock on the door of Ning Mansion. When he saw Ning Yarrow, he didn't feel guilty. When he saw the 2 seniors, he didn't feel guilty." The old woman nodded. "That's enough. This old woman, don't need to nag anymore." She looked at Nalan Yeshing. Nalan Yeshing wanted to shut up, but he didn't expect that the old woman seemed to have something to say in her eyes. Nalan Yeshing thought for a while and said, "What you said is right. But what you do in the future, by Lianshuang and I will keep an eye on you. We can't let Miss suffer any grievances." Chen Pinggan said with a wry smile, "Seniors, you just need to keep an eye on the big things. It's just some trivial things like taking a walk in Ning Mansion. Please let me go." Bai Lianshuang pointed at the old man beside her. "It's mainly because someone has been practicing the sword and has nothing to do all day." Nalan Yeshing coughed and picked up the empty cup to drink tea. After taking a sip, he got up and said, "I won't disturb Child Chen's cultivation." The old woman suddenly asked, "If I may ask, who is the matchmaker in Child Chen's mind?" Chen Pinggan said softly, "It's the great sword immortal who is cultivating on the city wall. But I don't know if the great sword immortal is willing to do it." Nalan Yeshing sucked in a cold breath. Good boy, you are so bold. That old immortal who Alliance called the Great Sword Immortal seemed to have stayed on the city wall since the first day the Great Wall of Sword Chi was built. Chen Qing had never walked down from the city wall, not even during the wedding of the Chen family's proud descendants or the funeral of the fallen sword immortal of the Chen family. In the past 10,000 years, no exception had been made. Even the descendants of the Chen family could do nothing about it. Bai Lianshuang laughed heartily. If it can be done, it will be a great honor. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, I can only say that I will try my best to shamelessly beg eldest brother Sword Immortal, but I have no confidence at all. So, I beg Nanny Bai and Grandpa Nalan not to have too many expectations because of this. Otherwise, I will be in a dilemma and really have no face to stay in Ning Mansion. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, You are much better than your peers if you dare to think like that. Bai Lianshuang sneered. Old dog Nalan finally said something reasonable. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, You flatter me. Bai Lianshuang said to Chen Pinggan with a smile, Listen, is this something reasonable? So, child Chen, you don't have to feel any burden when you come to Nalan Yeshing. An old man who has been crippled in sword practice still has some skills in stealth. Child Chen, you can do him a favor and ask Nalan Yeshing to teach you some of his skills. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, Bai Lianshuang, you can insult a sword immortal of the Jade Realm. If I dare to refute, I will take it that Nalan Yeshing is narrow-minded. Chen Pinggan felt that this was very knowledgeable and he could learn it in the future. After the two seniors left, Chen Pinggan walked them to the gate of the small house. Chen Pinggan didn't return to the yard. He stood at the gate and turned his head to look somewhere. After waiting for a long time, someone walked out slowly. Chen Pinggan walked forward and said with a smile, What a coincidence. As soon as I went out, you finished your cultivation and walked here. Ning Yarrow nodded and said, Yes, it is. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, Then let's help and see if the window paper of the wing room was broken by the little thief. Ning Yarrow blinked and said innocently, What are you talking about? How can there be a thief in the Ning mansion? Are you blind? But if he really stole something, you have to pay for it. Chen Pinggan gently clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. What a powerful thief. He doesn't steal anything. Ning Yarrow glared at him and said, Chen Pinggan, don't be so glib. Chen Pinggan hugged her gently and whispered, Ning Yarrow is the whole world in Chen Pinggan's heart. Ning Yarrow was about to struggle slightly, but she found that he had let go of her and stepped back. Ning Yarrow was even angrier. Chen Pinggan explained softly, Your friends are here again. This time, they are more serious. They deliberately sneaked in. Ning Yarrow calmed down a little and instantly noticed the clues. Ning Yarrow turned her head. Come out. A fat man squatting by the feng shui stone didn't move at all. His hands were twirling talismans, but a flower bloomed behind him. It was Dong Huatu, Stacked Zhong, and Chen Sancho. When they met, Ning Yarrow's face was stiff while Chen Pinggan's expression was calm. The group went to the beheading dragon platform and didn't climb the mountain to sit down at the pavilion. Dong Huatu and Stacked Zhong had agreed to spar here. Fatty Yang smiled and told Chen Pinggan, When people like us spar, blood will be spilled if we're not careful. Don't be afraid. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He said that even if he was afraid, he would pretend not to be. Fatty Yang chuckled. Ning Yarrow looked at Chen Pinggan who lied but looked serious. When Chen Pinggan turned to look at her, Ning Yarrow looked away. When Chen Sancho arrived, he couldn't be bothered to watch the spar between Dong Haitan and Stacked Zhong. He had already tiptoed to the foot of the beheading dragon platform. With a sutra and cloud pattern in each hand, he began to quietly sharpen his sword. He couldn't come here for nothing. Why else would they carry their swords on their backs every time they visited Ning residence? Could it be that they were flaunting their prowess in front of Sword Immortal Senior Nalan? Taking a step back, even if Chen Sancho and Fatty Yang joined forces, one could be said to be attacking and one could be defending. Back then, Liang personally praised them as a perfect couple. But, wouldn't they still lose to Ning Yarrow? As Chen Sancho sharpened his sword, he complained, Can't the two of you eat more? Why are you being so polite? On the training ground, both parties faced each other. Ning Yarrow waved her hand to activate a mountain and river array. This was the place where the two-sword immortal Dao companions practiced their swordsmanship. Therefore, even if Dong Haiten and stacked Zhong broke through the sky, not a single bit of sword chi would leak out of the training ground. Chen Pinggan took a few glances at the spar between Dong Huatu and stacked Zhong. Their swords were Red Zhuang and Zhenyue respectively. In terms of style and size, they were worlds apart. They each had their own intrinsic flying sword and their styles were completely different. Dong Huatu's flying sword was fast while stacked Zhong's flying sword was stable. Dong Huatu wielded Red Zhuang while the single-armed woman wielded the gigantic Zhenyue. Every time the tip of their swords rubbed or hacked at the ground of the training ground, dazzling sparks would fly. On the other hand, Dong Huatu's attacks were soundless, trying to minimize the ripples. Chen Pinggan asked Fatty Yang a question. Both parties had put in some effort. Fatty Yang said about 70 to 80%. Otherwise, stacked Zhong would have been bleeding by now. However, stacked Zhong was not afraid of this. She was fond of it. Often, it was Dong Haiten who took advantage of her. Then, stacked Zhong's Zhenyue would be lightly pushed against him. Just once, Dong Haiten would be sprawled on the ground vomiting blood. After Chen Pinggan had a rough idea of the situation, especially when he saw stacked Zhong's sword-wielding arm being pierced by Dong Huatu's intrinsic flying sword, Chen Pinggan stopped watching them practice their swordsmanship. He came to Chen Sanchio's side and squatted down. If he were to confront the two of them, whether it was life or death, victory or defeat, he would have a way to deal with them. Then, there was no point in watching any longer. He could not pretend that his face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his expression was flustered in front of Fatty Yang. He also had to pretend that he did not know that Fatty Yang had seen through him. If it were anyone else, Chen Pinggan would not mind at all. But now, he was in the Ning mansion. These people were Ning Yarrow's best friends. They had fought side by side many times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had gone through life and death together. Then, he had to talk about the atmosphere of the Luo Po Mountains ancestral hall and treat people with sincerity. Chen Sanchio still sharpened the sutra sword and then wiped the dragon beheading platform with the cloud pattern sword. His movements were very skilled. Chen Sanchio turned his head and smiled. "Young Master Chen, don't mind." Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves and squatted to the side. He carefully observed the two swords' edges and the dragon beheading platform's sharpening. He smiled. "I don't mind. If young Master Chen doesn't mind, I can even help sharpen the swords." Chen Sanchio shook his head. "That won't do. Alliance said that if the intrinsic flying sword is a sword cultivator's lifeblood, then the sword is a sword cultivator's little wife. It cannot be given to anyone else." Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He just watched the two swords slowly gnaw away at the dragon beheading platform. It was almost negligible. Fatty Yang muttered, "Two young masters Chen. Why do I feel nervous listening to them talk?" Ning Yarrow did not bat an eyelid. Fatty Yang asked, "Ning Yarrow, what realm is this guy at? He can't really be a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, right? Then what realm is his martial path? Is he really at the golden body realm? Although I don't think much of pure martial artists, the Yang family has some connections with the inverted hanging mountain. We have also interacted with martial artists of the far travel realm and the peak realm. I know that martial artists who can reach the spirit refinement realm are not simple. Moreover, Chen Pinggan is still so young. I really want to fight him. Ning Yao, why don't you agree to spar with him?" This was Fatty Yang's plan. He was a sword cultivator, and also a true genius. Unfortunately, he didn't need to say much about Ning Yao's side, but with Dong Huafu and the other two, he had never gained the slightest bit of advantage. Now, he had finally managed to catch a pure martial artist who had yet to reach the distant roaming realm. The Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field was divided into 2 sections. The section in front of him, which was a bit further away, was famous for its vastness. It was a mustard seed world of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It didn't look big, but once you entered it, you would understand its mysteries. If Yang were really wanted to exchange blows with Chen Pinggan, he would naturally have to go to that small world. At that time, he, Yang would exchange blows with his sword technique, and you would exchange blows with your fist technique. I would fly in the sky and you would run on the ground. Ning Yaro said, if you want to spar, you can ask him yourself. If he agrees, I won't stop you. If he doesn't, it's useless to beg me. Fatty Yang rolled his eyes. Grandma Bai is the only martial arts grandmaster on our side. If Grandma Bai didn't bully Chen Pinggan and intentionally suppressed her cultivation to the golden body realm, how many punches would this Chen Pinggan be able to take? 3, 5, or 10? Ning Yaro's lips curled up, but she quickly suppressed it. It disappeared in a flash and was hard to detect. She said, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique and it ended very quickly. I wasn't there at the time, but I heard Grandpa Naylan mention it afterwards. I didn't ask too much. In any case, Grandma Bai taught him a fist technique on the martial arts practice field. After 2 or 3 punches and kicks, they stopped. Fatty Yang began to rub his hands. Good fellow, he can actually exchange 2 or 3 punches with Grandma Bai. Even if it's a golden body realm spar, Chen Pinggan is still amazing. Truly amazing. I must ask him for advice. Ning Yaro nodded. I still say the same thing. As long as Chen Pinggan agrees, you can spar however you want. Fatty Yang asked cautiously, if I'm not careful, what if my flying sword grazes young Master Chen's hands or feet? What will I do? You won't help Chen Pinggan teach me a lesson, right? But I can guarantee 100, 1,000 times that I won't attack Chen Pinggan's face. Otherwise, it'll be my loss. Ning Yaro didn't say anything else. She let Yang seek his own death. When Dongzhuo made a mistake in his talisman drawing and folding seal, Ning Yaro would point it out for them one by one. Both sides would remember it. In fact, when this group of peers first met, Ning Yaro also taught them swordsmanship like this. But Fatty Yang and the others always felt that what Ning Yaro said was unreasonable and even felt that it was a mistake on top of a mistake. Later, Alliance broke the mystery and said that as far as Ning Yaro's eyes could see, they couldn't understand it at all with their current cultivation realms and mental states of swordsmanship. They would only understand it after a few years when their realms increased. Reality proved that Alliance's words were correct. In private, when Ning Yaro wasn't around, Chen Sancho had said that his greatest wish in life was to be a tavern keeper. The reason why he was so diligent in his swordsmanship was so that Ning Yaro wouldn't be able to widen the gap between them by 2 realms. A confrontation between sword cultivators usually didn't take too much time, especially when it was only a matter of victory and defeat. It would take even less time. If Dongzhuo and Folding Seal weren't deliberately sparring, it wouldn't even take half an hour. After the charcoal youth and the one-armed girl put away their natal flying swords, Ning Yaro walked into the training field. She came to their side and began to talk about smaller flaws. The two pricked up their ears and listened. They didn't feel that it was embarrassing to be taught swordsmanship by a friend. Otherwise, all their peers in the Great Wall of Sword Chi would feel ashamed of their inferiority in front of Ning Yao. This was because Sword Immortal Eldest once joked that the children in the Great Wall of Sword Chi were divided into 2 types of sword cultivators, Ning Yao and all sword cultivators other than Ning Yao. If they were unconvinced, they could hold it in. After all, they couldn't beat Ning Yao in a fight. However, Sword Immortal Eldest once said something similar to Ning Yao. It wasn't about sword cultivators, but about the vast martial artists of the world. The martial artists of the younger generation in the world were more or less the same. There were only 2 types. Back then, Ning Yao didn't think much of it and directly said that Grandpa Chen's words were wrong. Although she couldn't prove it now, there would be a day when someone could prove it for her. The old man seemed to be waiting for the young lady to say that. He didn't refute or admit to it. He only said that he, Chen Qing, would wait and see. Seeing was believing. However, Ning Yao had a rare moment of regret. She was just casually saying it. Why did Sword Immortal Eldest take it seriously? Hence, Ning Yao didn't plan to tell Chen Pinggan about it. She really couldn't say it. Otherwise, he would take it seriously again. With his temper, when she was in Pearl Grotto Heaven, She casually said that she would practice 1,000,000 punches before talking about other things. What was the result? When they met again at inverted hanging mountain, he actually said that he was only tens of thousands of punches away from 1,000,000 punches. At that time, Ning Yao almost couldn't hold back from punching that wooden head of his. Was Chen Pinggan an idiot? Couldn't he tell that it was a perfunctory joke? Sometimes, Ning Yao, can't even find something to talk about. Fatty Yang squatted beside Chen Pinggan and whispered, "Young Master Chen, I also created a set of fist techniques. Why don't you take a look and see if you want to give some pointers?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "No problem." Yangs were immediately jumped up, huff and puff, huff and huff. He performed a set of fist techniques that Chen Sancho felt were unsightly. Chen Sancho was like that. Dong Huafu and Stack Zhong also felt disgusted after a glance. They definitely didn't want to take another look for fear that they would go blind. They didn't expect that the young man in green to see Yang Zuo's mad demon fist technique from beginning to end. He smiled and felt that it was similar to his first disciple's mad demon sword technique. Yang Zuo made a gesture of gathering qi in his dantian and laughed loudly. "Young Master Chen, what do you think of this fist technique?" Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. "It's very imposing. In terms of momentum, it's already in an invincible position. It's one of the principles of martial arts to not be defeated when facing an enemy." Chen Sancho's hand that was sharpening his sword trembled. He felt that familiar strange feeling from his early years. Chen Sancho found it strange. Could it be that this Chen Pinggan's martial arts were taught by that Alliance? But that guy Alliance's swordsmanship was high and he knew a lot of immortal techniques. The only thing he didn't say was that he was a pure martial artist who understood fist techniques. At most, he said that he was a Jianghu swordsman. Yang Zuo smiled and said, "If that's the case, then young Master Chen won't hesitate to teach me." Chen Pinggan's line of sight shifted and looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao deliberately turned a blind eye. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and said, "Forget it." Yang Zuo stopped smiling and no longer had the joking attitude. He said slowly, "Chen Pinggan, as long as you still want to go out and step out of the Ning mansion, you won't be able to escape 1 or 2 fights. 3 days have passed. Not to mention that Qi Shou, even Pang Yuanji and Jiao Yeho, 2 guys who are more difficult to deal with than Qi Shou, have their eyes on you. They may not have bad intentions, but at least they are very curious about you." Chen Pinggan said, "Oh." Among the younger generation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, excluding Ning Yao, according to Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nalen, there were 3 types of innate sword embryos and sword geniuses. Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Jiao Yeho were the most outstanding and were known as the Great Sword Immortals. Although having such talent did not mean that they would definitely reach such heights in the future, not to mention their great Dao in the future, just talking about their current realms and cultivations, there was no doubt that they were stunning. Among them, Jiao Yeho had the same background as Dai Zhong, both of them grew up in shabby alleys. After that, they had their own fortuitous encounters and quickly stood out, shocking the world. Qi Shou was a disciple of the Qi family. As for Pang Yuanji, he was a flawless young perfect person. He was born in a mediocre family, but when he was born, he was already a first-class innate sword embryo. At a young age, he cultivated with the eccentric hidden official. He could be considered half a disciple of hidden official. Pang Yuanji was also familiar with the sages of the 3 sects who guarded the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He often asked the 3 sages for advice. Therefore, if Qi Shou was the young man who was the most compatible with Ning Yao, then Pang Yuanji was the junior who could make many elders feel that he was the most compatible with Ning Yao. After the 3 of them, it was Dong Huafu's group. After Dong Huafu and Stack Zhong, it was the 3rd group. It wasn't that they were temporarily at the bottom, which wouldn't be taken seriously. In fact, even in the North Continent, these people were innate sword embryos that were fought over by the sages. However, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the term genius wasn't worth much. Only those who had lived for a long time could be considered a genius. Yang Zuo continued, "If you can't even beat me, then after you leave this place, you'll only be able to pass 1 test before stopping." Yang Zuo stubbornly resisted the young man in green. I have nothing to do with you. Besides, I don't have a bad impression of you, Chen Pinggan. However, I, Yang Zwe, am friends with Ning Yao. I don't want the man Ning Yao picked to be beaten down in a few moves the moment he leaves the house. Once he's reduced to such a state, perhaps Ning Yao won't mind and you won't be in the wrong. However, I, Dong Haiten, Stack Zhong, and San Chiu will be too ashamed to go out and drink in the future. Finally, Yang Zwe said, you said earlier that you owed us 10 years of thanks for fighting alongside Ning Yao for so many years. I don't know what Stack Zhong and the others are thinking, but I, Yang Zwe, haven't agreed to accept it. As long as you can beat me to a pulp, I'll accept it. Even if I'm beaten to a pulp and lose a few pounds of fat, it doesn't matter. I'll be happier. If I say this, won't you, Chen Pinggan, feel uncomfortable? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, I don't feel uncomfortable, not at all. Yang Zwe angrily said, then what are you standing there for? Come. The people outside are all waiting for you to come out. Chen Pinggan still shook his head. There's no need to worry about our fight. I'll go out first. After I come back, as long as you, Yang Zwe, are willing, let alone one fight, even 3 fights are fine. Yang Zwe nearly cursed out loud. But as he thought about how Ning Yao was still not too far away, his neck flushed red. Why don't you listen to my advice? I've already said, fight with me first, and then we'll both be injured, in an instant. Yang Zwe's pupils fiercely shrank. A blue-robed figure suddenly appeared beside him. His hands were still in his sleeves, and his expression was indifferent. Why would I pretend to be injured? To avoid a fight. I've walked all the way to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and I've fought many times. I don't mind going out 3 times. Yang Zwe said in a low voice, Chen Pinggan, how did you suddenly come to my side? How can a pure martial artist move so quickly? How about we open up the distance again and compare notes again? I was angry just now, so I didn't pay attention. It doesn't count. Let's start again. Chen Pinggan smiled and took out a talisman from his sleeve. This is the Mind Talisman. It can help a pure martial artist shrink the ground. Yang Zwe suddenly realized. Chen Pinggan put away the talisman. Yang Zwe realized this and laughed angrily. Your talisman is useless. Chen Pinggan, are you trying to fool a fool? Chen Pinggan hid his hands in his sleeves. He raised his arms and smiled. 2 hands. Speaking of this, Chen Pinggan stopped smiling and looked at the one-armed woman in the distance. He said apologetically, I didn't mean to offend Miss Dianzhong. Dianzhong smiled and shook her head. I'm not that big-bellied but narrow-minded fatty Yang. Sir Chen, in the future, you don't need to care about my broken arm. It's just a small matter. Even if you joke about it, it's fine. Big sister Ning once laughed at me. She said that in the future when I met the man I liked, if I couldn't control myself and hugged him, wouldn't that be awkward? I even thought about this problem. How should I stretch out my arm and in what position? Ning Yao pinched Dianzhong's cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? Dong Zhuafu stood to the side. Ah, so big sister Ning also knew how to talk about these things. Ning Yao looked at Chen Pinggan. The latter smiled and nodded. Ning Yao said, come, let's go to Dianzhong's shop and find a place to drink. When everyone left, Ning Yao was still teaching Dianzhong a lesson. She only needed to glare at him. Dianzhong smiled and apologized along the way, but there wasn't much sincerity in him. Dong Zhuafu was used to hanging on his tail. Chen Pinggan was protected by Yang Zwe and Chen Sanchiu. Yang Zwe whispered, Chen Pinggan, with your elusive movement technique and your status as one of the few martial arts grandmasters in the world, you might be able to survive the first 2 fights if you're lucky. If you lose the 3rd fight, I'm the most righteous person and will personally carry you back here. Chen Sanchiu smiled and said, don't believe Fatty Yang's nonsense. Once you're out of the sect, a fight between youths like this, especially one between a foreigner like you who came from afar, and a fight between swordsmen like us, will not harm the foundation of your cultivation according to the rules. Furthermore, it will only determine the winner and loser. Swordsmen know their limits when they draw their swords, so they won't necessarily leave you covered in blood. In the end, Chen Pinggan said something that confused the 2 of them. If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome. After walking out of Ning Manor's entrance, although there were many young sword cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, no one spoke up. They waited until the group was about to reach Jian Zhong's shop. There were almost no pedestrians on the long street. There were many taverns on both sides of the street. There were even more people who had come early to drink and watch the commotion. They were all silent and had a playful smile on their faces. A young man was already standing on the street. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked forward with a sword by his waist. Ning Yarrow glanced at him and did not look anymore. She continued chatting with Jian Zhong. Yangs were whispered, "It's a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator named Ren Yi. His intrinsic flying sword is called," Chen Pinggan smiled. "It's enough to know his realm and name. Otherwise, it'll be an unfair victory." Chen Sancho sneered. "This Ren Yi is indeed Qi Shou's #1 lackey. He likes to rush forward in everything he does." Ren Yi stopped 50 steps away. "Chen Pinggan, are you willing to spar with me?" Chen Pinggan took a few steps forward alone and said, "If I say I'm not willing, how are you going to respond?" Ren Yi pressed down on his sword hilt and said with a smile, "If you're not willing, it means you don't dare. There's no need for me to respond or draw my sword." In an instant, many of the spectators saw an azure-robed figure flash forward like a rainbow. It was only at this moment that a dull tremor came from the street. The young sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms began to curse loudly. This was because the wine cups and bowls on the table had bounced, spilling a lot of wine. Most of the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms used their sword chi to disperse the commotion. They remained focused and stared at the battlefield. As for the sword immortals of the upper 5 realms who were secretly mixed in, they did not mind the collision of the cups and bowls on the table. Ren Yi was shocked to find that the azure-robed young man standing beside him had one hand behind his back and the other hand holding his sword. He was unable to unsheath his sword. Not only that, the person laughed and said, "Not having to draw your sword and not being able to draw your sword are 2 different things." Chen Ping'an's figure flashed like a wisp of smoke, dodging a flying sword that was as fast as lightning. However, when Ren Yi tried to draw his sword again, his arm holding the sword was grabbed by the person behind him, and he was still unable to unsheath his sword. After a few times, Ren Yi decided to change his strategy. He rose into the air so that he could widen the distance between him and the pure martial artist on the ground and draw his sword as he wished. However, the natal flying sword that was known for its speed could not even touch the corner of that person's clothes, no matter how unpredictable its trajectory was or how tricky its angle was. When Ren Yi's feet left the ground, that person gently pressed down on his shoulder and slapped his feet back to the ground. Aren't sword cultivators more invincible in close combat when killing enemies? Ren Yi's state of mind was still as usual. He was about to divert his attention to control the chopsticks on both sides of the tavern and temporarily use them as his flying sword. He wanted to win with quantity and see how this guy would dodge when the time came. Ren Yi began to give up his original intention of using his flying sword to injure the enemy. He only used his flying sword to circle the surroundings and began to retreat. However, Ren Yi was well aware that he was only delaying the battle for a moment so that he would not lose face. Otherwise, he would give the impression that he had no power to fight back. If the opponent really wanted to injure him, it would be easy. However, if he really thought about it, it would be even more humiliating. That azure-robed outsider probably felt the same, so he appeared beside Ren Yi and pinched the flying sword with 2 fingers. He reached out and pushed Ren Yi's head, instantly pushing him into a tavern on the street. The force was ingenious. Ren Yi did not knock over the tables near the street. After staggering, he quickly stopped. Chen Pinggan gently tossed the flying sword back. Ren Yi was ashamed and resentful. He immediately left the street with his wind. At this time, a handsome white-robed young master stood up from a tavern. He did not have a sword with him. He walked onto the street. "A mere martial artist dares to insult us sword cultivators? What, after winning a match, you look down on the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" As he spoke, a dense number of flying swords hovered around the white-robed young master. Not only that, the entire street behind him was like soldiers on a battlefield. There was definitely only one life-bound flying sword, but it was extremely difficult to find the real one. The most troublesome part was that this person's flying sword could be changed at any time. It could even be said that this person's flying sword was a life-bound sword. Yangs were wanted to deliberately chat with Chen Sanqiu and point out the troublesome part of this person's flying sword. However, Ning Yaro had already turned his head, indicating that Yang Zwe should not speak. Yang Zwe could only give up. Chen Pinggan stared ahead. The flying swords poured over like a flood. Chen Pinggan moved horizontally into the tavern. He smiled and said that he would like to borrow the path. The other party then divided into sword formations that looked like scouts on a battlefield. Dozens of swords whistled through the air and rushed into the taverns of various sizes to block the person's path. The person lowered his head and turned his body sideways. He walked into the street and then into the tavern. Just like that, he got closer and closer to the person. There was a lot of laughter and curses. There were also some cheers that were not very timely. The cheers were sparse and particularly ear-piercing. If this was the battlefield to the south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it should have been like this. How many sword immortals had deliberately trapped themselves in the encirclement of the demon army before their deaths? How many sword cultivators had deliberately chosen the sturdy demons who had thick skin but could not move quickly as shields in the midst of battle? They could resist the overwhelming slashes and buy themselves some time to catch their breath. Chen Pinggan suddenly walked onto the street. He was no longer strolling in the courtyard. He began to run wildly. The white-robed sword cultivator who was a golden core sword cultivator frowned. He did not choose to let the other party get close to him. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and smiled. After the green-robed man punched out, he only shattered the afterimage on the spot. The sword cultivator's true body condensed in a sword formation behind the street. His figure swayed and he looked very dashing. This attracted the attention of many young girls and women who were watching the battle. Of course, they all hoped that this person could achieve a complete victory. However, the green-robed man seemed to have started to become more energetic. His figure was erratic and all the sword cultivators below the golden core realm could not see his face clearly. A young man dressed in linen clothes said softly, "The flying swords are still not fast enough. I lost." The guest at the same table was a bearded man who was blind in one eye. He nodded and raised his bowl to drink. A moment later, the white-robed man had already dissipated and condensed several times. However, the distance between the two parties was unknowingly closing. In the end, the green-robed man pressed his face with a palm. However, he was not pushed far away. Instead, he was pressed down directly. His entire back was against the street and a huge pit was created. Chen Pinggan did not look at the young sword cultivator whose chi was stagnant. He said softly, "The amazing thing is this great wall of sword chi. It's not you or anyone else. Please remember this." Chen Pinggan looked around. "You can't remember? Let's find someone else." Chen Pinggan shook his sleeves and then gently rolled them up. He laughed as he walked. "You must find someone whose flying swords are fast enough. There are too many of them. It's really useless." The street was silent. Chen Pinggan stopped and narrowed his eyes. "I heard that someone called Qi Shou has been longing for my Ning Yao's dragon-slaying platform for a long time. I really hope that your flying swords are fast enough." Ning Yao was about to speak. Chen Pinggan seemed to have a telepathic connection. He did not turn his head. He raised a hand and waved gently. Ning Yao did not speak. After this scene, the young man dressed in linen clothes could not help but laugh. "Not just Qi Shou, even I can't help but fight." Unexpectedly, the green-robed man on the street was already looking at him with a smile. He said, "Pang Yuanji, I think you can fight." The young man in the tavern said seriously, "I'm afraid I'll kill you." Chen Pinggan replied, "I beg you not to die." "576. Pang Yuanji was taken aback. He gave the young green-robed visitor a thumbs up. Those who dared to speak to Pang Yuanji in such a manner were at least nascent soul sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi that had the most sword cultivators. It was not that Pang Yuanji looked down on the outsider who won 2 rounds in a row. It was just that Pang Yuanji looked down on the entire vast world. Compared to this, there was more disgust. There was also a hint of natural hostility. If not for the existence of the sword cultivators of the northern continent, a Liang, and his left and right, Pang Yuanji would have hated that extremely unfamiliar, prosperous, and stable world. Therefore, this young sword cultivator who was seen as the most compatible with Ning Yarrow in the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not speak. Pang Yuanji finished the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Then, he stood up and left the table, walking slowly to the street. The one-eyed bearded man's expression was the same as before. He just drank. Pang Yuanji wasn't interested in love, so he didn't care who Ning Yarrow liked. What Pang Yuanji cared about was his identity as a sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and his identity as the hidden official's disciple. The biggest similarity between the two was that the vast world was a felon and vagrant. This was a mark that had existed for tens of thousands of years. The eldest sword immortal on the city wall lived alone and did not speak. However, the young people after tens of thousands of years were all resentful. After Pang Yuanji walked to the street, his expression was solemn. It was hard to imagine that this was a young man who was only 25 years old. Chen Pinggan, I have nothing against you. However, I do have something against the vast world. Perhaps on the mountain of the vast world, at this age, even if he was only a cave abode or sea-viewing cultivator, he would already be a direct disciple of the ancestral hall on an ordinary immortal mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there might be a young talent who had passed the imperial examination. He would be enjoying the glory of his family. He would be in high spirits for the first time in his career. But here, in Pang Yuanji's hometown, someone once said that this was a place where even birds didn't want to shit. Because the sword qi was too heavy, it was hard for birds to find it. How pitiful. At that time, the drunken man who was surrounded by many children and youths said that in the future, if you have the opportunity, you must go to the inverted hanging mountain and go to places even further away. In any of those continents, Shui Ling girls can be found everywhere, and I can guarantee that no one will be a bachelor. In this place, as long as any child wasn't blind, the number of sword immortals they saw in their lifetime was more than the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms. This was because one could easily bump into sword immortals buying alcohol or drinking on the streets. From time to time, one would see sword immortals riding their swords towards the city walls. Chen Pinggan smiled. I don't have anything against you, Pang Yuanji. But I do have something against a certain theory. The taverns and restaurants on both sides of the street were discussing more and more enthusiastically. Even the arrogant young sword cultivators in their hometowns in the North Continent didn't dare to speak like this when they first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Perhaps after a long time, they would become sworn friends. Or perhaps they would continue to dislike each other. But in the past 100 years, there hadn't been such a straightforward young man. The North Continent was the continent that had the most interactions with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the young people who came here to train would be admonished by their respective sect elders before they arrived at the inverted hanging mountain. Different people spoke in different tones, but the meaning was similar. It was just that when they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they should control their temper and be patient. They shouldn't speak rashly and shouldn't use their swords as they pleased. There were very few rules at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The more it was so, the more troublesome it would be if they got into trouble. The only thing that could make the sword cultivators of the North Continent so cautious was the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was sandwiched between the two continents. The round-faced Dong Bude stood on the 2nd floor. Beside him was a large group of girls of similar age. There were also some young girls who were not yet mature and still had a childish air about them. Most of them looked at Pang Yuanji with sparkling eyes. Since Sister Ning did not like him, all of them still had a chance. Dong Bude was actually a little worried. He was afraid that his one-track-minded younger brother would be involved in a random chaotic battle. Qi Shou had his own faction. Whether it was the power of the family behind the young man or the accumulated combat power of the young sword cultivators, they weren't inferior to Ning Yao's faction. In fact, they were even more powerful. It was just Ren Yi who had left in embarrassment. If there was a conflict, there would be a fight. Therefore, while Dong Bude was worried, he was also eager to fight and fight. She was Dong Huafu's sister. A young girl with baby fat tiptoed and leaned on the windowsill. She nodded vigorously and said, "This guy is quite handsome. You guys can go ahead and like Pang Yuanji. Anyway, from today onwards, I'll like this guy called Chen Pingan. Sister Dong, if Sister Ning doesn't want him anymore, remember to remind me immediately. I'll take advantage of the situation and get married early. The wedding clothes from Corner Mountain House are really beautiful. They're so smooth to the touch." Dong Bude lifted her leg and kicked the young girl's butt. She laughed and said, "Usually, girls who are muddle-headed go crazy thinking about men. You, on the other hand, have gone crazy thinking about wearing wedding clothes." The young girl rubbed her buttocks and shook her slender shoulders. She pushed away a girl of the same age who was snickering beside her and shouted, "Sister Dong, my mother said that you're the one who's the most clueless old girl." Dong Bude smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then, she reached out and pressed the young girl's head, knocking it against the windowsill. "Old girl, right?" After Dong Bude stopped, the young girl rubbed her forehead and turned her head. She grinned and said, little girl, Sister Dong who's 18 every year." The young girl cursed in her heart, an 8-year-old old girl. In the end, Dong Bude pressed the young girl's head and knocked it again. 80, right? Your little thoughts are almost written all over your face." Dong Bude suddenly let go of her hand. "I knew it." Qi Shou spent so much effort, so he wouldn't give this opportunity to Pang Yuanji for nothing. The young girl couldn't be bothered to argue with Dong Bude. She pressed the head of the eyesore beside her and stretched her neck to look. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If I were Qi Shou, I would have flipped the table and fought." Someone appeared from the tavern at the end of the street. It was Qi Shou. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore a long robe and carried a sword on his back. Qi Shou smiled. "Yuanji, this is my family affair. Let me do it. Otherwise, people will mistake me for a coward." Pang Yuanji turned his head. He seemed to be in a difficult position. Qi Shou looked past Pang Yuanji and looked at the unarmed foreign martial artist. He was young, and was said to be from a small place like the Aquarius continent. About 10 years ago, he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi once. But he hid at the city wall and practiced his fist techniques. In the end, he lost to Cao Ci 3 times. This was one of the 2 things that were worth mentioning. The other was a joke that was spread among the ladies. It came from the Dong family. Ning Yarrow said that she could beat 100 Chen Pingan with one hand. Whether it was losing to Cao Ci or being teased by Ning Yarrow, it wasn't considered embarrassing. But when Qi Shou heard it, he felt uncomfortable. Pang Yuanji laughed. "Between you and me, only one of us can fight. Why don't we use this opportunity to decide who will be the host?" Qi Shou was in a difficult position. Whistles rose and fell one after another, urging the 2 to fight first. Some people had already begun to plan to be the banker and let people bet on who would win or lose, as well as how many moves could be used to determine the winner. These methods were all learned from Liang. A gambling house could easily have more than a dozen bets. In Liang's words, if you bet, the toilet paper would turn into silk. If you bet, the bald man would grow hair. Previously, when the young man with the surname Chen was the banker, some of the bachelor gamblers were betting on whether or not he would go out. Most of the time, they did not have much hope. Who would have thought that not only did this guy go out, he even fought 2 rounds and won 2 rounds. Only then did the crowd realize that without Alliance as the banker, it was indeed boring for them to gamble. In the early days, when Alliance was the banker, those who went to the gambling table felt satisfied regardless of whether they won or lost. It was just that their gambling behavior was a little bad. Back then, Alliance teamed up with an old gambler who was popular among the crowd. The old gambler won big time after time. In the end, there was one time when most of the people bet with the old gambler, swearing that they would make Alliance lose so much that even his pants would be left on the gambling table. Not only did Alliance earn back his money in one go, but he also earned money for half a year's worth of drinks. The crowd only heard about it after the incident. The poor old gambler who fainted under the gambling table on the spot, who seemed to have lost all his money, received a large amount of dividends. He took a few dozen grains of grain rain money and went into hiding. Then, in the dead of night, Alliance secretly escorted him all the way to the gate. The two of them said goodbye reluctantly. If it were not for the fact that the old woman in the saber room could not stand it anymore and leaked the secret, the old and young gamblers who went through the ordeal together and lost everything together would probably still be in the dark. Even so, the men at the Great Wall of Sword Chi still felt that without that bastard, drinking on a daily basis was not as fun. Chen Pinggan watched Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou's short journey one after another. The size of their steps, the weight of their landing, the stretch of their muscles, the ripples of their qi, and the speed of their breathing. It was just a small matter of looking at them. Pang Yuanji was more of an expert, so it was harder for him to see through them. Of course, it was also possible that Qi Shou did not bother to disguise himself, or that he was better at disguising himself. Chen Pinggan was purely out of habit. He had nothing to do, so he found something to do. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry at all. He gently twisted his wrist. He would let Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou come to a decision first. It did not matter who came first. It was just a matter of picking out the one that was most suitable for the current situation. It was that simple. On both sides of the street, they noticed that the young outsider had actually closed his eyes to rest. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was clenched into a fist and pressed against his abdomen. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure. That was why he had the air of a handsome man. Curses and curses rose from all around, but there were also more cheers. Ning Yaro did not have anyone else in her eyes. Stack Zhong gently tugged at Ning Yaro's sleeve. It was the dark green robe. When Sister Ning left Vast Heavens, she was dressed like this. When she returned, she was still dressed like this. Although there were benefits to a robe, she almost did not look like a woman at all. Ning Yaro turned her head. "What's wrong?" Stack Zhong pointed at the figure in the distance with his chin and then gave him a thumbs up. Ning Yaro's face was stiff as she raised her eyebrows. It was as if that fellow's words and actions on the street were what Chen Pinggan was doing. "I, Ning Yaro, am not surprised at all. You would feel strange because you are not me, Ning Yaro." Chen Sancho reached out and gently patted Fatty Yang's cheek. Someone demonstrated a good set of fist techniques at the training field. Yang Zwe slapped Chen Sancho's hand away and said proudly, "What did I say before? A famous martial arts grandmaster. My eyes, TSK TSK TSK. Ren Yi and Puu were obviously deliberately arranged by Qi Shou so that no one could find fault with them. Ren Yi is the youngest sword cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm and his flying sword is fast. If Chen Pinggan loses, he will lose all face. If he wins against Ren Yi, Puu is the most showy among the Gold Core realm cultivators. If he wins against Puu, it will be easy for him to be careless. Chen Pinggan can also be considered to be quite famous. Then, Qi Shou, who is full of evil tricks, will get rid of Chen Pinggan. Yang Zwe rolled his eyes. "Even you, Dong Haiten, know. How can we not know?" Dong Huafu said, "I'm afraid that Qi Shou will go crazy and be ruthless." Chen Sancho nodded. "That's the biggest problem. Because of the three people on the street, excluding Pang Yuanji, who went from being a spectator to being a spectator, Chen Pinggan and Qi Shou were no longer young people of the same age. Why would they fight based on personal feelings? Chen Pinggan indeed should not have mentioned Ning Yaro and the dragon beheading platform. This gave Qi Shou an excuse to not follow the rules. It involved the matters between men and women and also involved the family. Qi Shou's fight this time was ruthless. The old men of the big families might not be happy, but if Qi Shou's sword was soft, it would be even more unbearable. Anyone would know how to choose. Yang Zwe rubbed his chin. "That's right. It's my brother Ping'an's fault." Among them, Dong Haiten was the dumbest, but he was not really stupid. He was just too lazy to use his brain. Of course, compared to Yang Zwe, Dong Haiten was still inferior to Chen Sancho. Chen Sancho gave it some thought before he smiled and said, Let's not bother about all this nonsense. Anyway, since Chen Pinggan dares to say such things, call out names in one breath, and call out Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji as if he's ordering food, I'll acknowledge Chen Pinggan as my friend. Because I don't dare. What's the point of making friends? Isn't it just to freeload food and drink? Friends can also do things that they can't do themselves. Roping in a bunch of idle lackeys by my side is something I can't do. If Qi Shou dares to break the rules, we're not incompetent. We'll kill our way over. Dong Haitan, you can fight halfway, then pretend to be dead and intentionally get injured. Your sister will definitely help us. Once she helps, her friends will definitely help out for the sake of brotherhood. Even if it's just for show, it'll be enough for Qi Shou and his pack of scoundrels to eat a big pot of rouge wine. Ning Yarrow said, Qi Shou is much stronger than all of you. I can't stop him even if he's far away, let alone the few of you. That's why I'll keep an eye on Qi Shou's choice of battlefield. Once Qi Shou deliberately lures Chen Pinggan to the Folded Peaks shop, it means that Qi Shou is going to be ruthless. Anyway, you don't have to care. Just watch the show. Besides, Chen Pinggan might not give Qi Shou a chance to hold his sword. He should have sensed something strange. Ning Yarrow glanced at the sword on Qi Shou's back. Chen Sancho was speechless. Folded Peaks was worried sick. She knew that she was the worst at these things. Sometimes, Folded Peaks, who was meticulous and sensitive, had to admit that Chen Sancho and the other disciples of big families were fine if they were good people. However, if they used their intelligence in the wrong place, they were really bad. That was because they had a higher vision. At such a young age, they were able to look down on those complicated affairs that would only make them feel like a mess. Furthermore, they were able to peel back the layers of silk and find the most crucial connections. Many difficult problems could be easily solved. Alliance had said that this was one of the sword arts in the world. Alliance had also said to Folded Peaks that if you were friends with Chen Sancho and the others, you should watch and learn more. You would probably have to cross 2 hurdles in your heart. Only after crossing them could you become long-term friends. If you couldn't cross them, there would be a day when there would be no need to go through life and death. The 2 sides would naturally have less to talk about. From best friends, they would become nodding acquaintances. This kind of ending was not a happy one. It had nothing to do with whether the 2 sides were right or wrong. If such a day really came, they would just drink. A good-looking girl who drank often with a beautiful face and a slender figure would be able to stay together for a long time. Ning Yarrow suddenly turned and asked, Do you think Chen Pinggan will definitely lose? Chen Sancho said helplessly, That's a lie. I think Chen Pinggan can defeat Qi Shou with one hand. To be honest, if Qi Shou didn't have that sword on his back, I think Chen Pinggan still has some chance of winning. Ning Yarrow did not comment. She turned and looked in a direction with a frown. On the edge of the roof of a restaurant sat a little girl in a loose black robe. Her hair was combed into 2 cute ponytails, and she yawned for a long time. She seemed a little impatient and finally couldn't help but say, Pang Yuanji, why are you so slow? You'll break a few pieces of tea when you're taking a dump. Don't you feel ashamed? Kill Qi Shou first, and then fight that person. Isn't it over? Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow looked at the roof almost at the same time. It was a powerful existence who looked unruly and could split open the skin of an ascendant realm demon with one punch. The Dong family's sword cultivator's bad temper could only be ranked second in the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It was because she was here. Chen Pinggan once saw her falling straight down from the top of the city wall. Then, she ran to play with a demon near the Great Wall of Sword Energy. That was a real immortal realm demon. However, the Sword Immortal boss said that she felt that she had lost if she couldn't kill the demon. On the street, except for Ning Yarrow and a few Sword Immortals who deliberately ignored the little girl, Chen Pinggan, and a few others, almost everyone's hair stood on end. No one asked for a rebuff and tried to please her. The hidden official was not her real name. It was an ancient official position that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the Great Wall of Sword Energy, the hidden official was responsible for military supervision and punishment. In history, there were many hidden officials who were useless and ended up as puppets. However, after she took over this position, The great wall of sword energies' contempt for the hidden official disappeared. Not only was she the person who had killed the most Middle Five Realms monsters in the past 1,000 years on the southern battlefield, there were also many sword cultivators who had been beaten to a bloody pulp by her fist and died on the spot from her own side. Back then, in the Battle of the 13, the first person sent out by the Great Wall of Sword Chi was none other than the famous hidden official. But in the end, her opponent was a greater demon who was famous for his close combat prowess. When he saw her, he immediately admitted defeat and fled. After that, the two sides stood in a stalemate and watched as a young lady smashed the ground for a full quarter of an hour. Pang Yuanji nodded. "I'll listen to master." Qi Shou cupped his fists and lowered his head. "Please, hidden official, let me make the first move. No matter who wins or loses, I will fight with Yuanji. I'm willing to fight to the death." Hidden official's eyes lit up. She waved her hand vigorously. "That's a good idea. Then let's hurry up and fight. Just fight to the death. I'll help you follow the rules. I'm the fairest when it comes to fighting." Then, she looked at the table where Pang Yuanji was drinking. She frowned. "That blind wretch threw a pot of wine over. If you don't do me the honor, I'll hammer you." Suddenly, the entire tavern exploded. The roof tiles flew everywhere and the room was in a mess. All the sword cultivators in the tavern had fainted. When she looked again, she saw that the bearded man who was a sword immortal in the raw jade realm had been kicked in the head by her. He crashed into the wall and flew out. He was covered in dust and did not return to the tavern after he got up. She stood on the only undamaged table. She lightly stomped her foot and the wine pot bounced up. She held it in her hand and sniffed it. Then, she said with a bitter face, "It smells like urine. But it's still wine. It's still wine." At the end of her sentence, this high and mighty hidden official was actually gritting her teeth with a sorrowful expression. The moment hidden official left the roof ridge, Chen Pinggan took a step forward but immediately retracted it. Then, he looked at Qi Shou and twitched the corner of his mouth. Pang Yuanji leaned back and rushed back to the ruined tavern. He raised his hand to catch a falling tile and said with a smile, "Master, boss, the sword immortal said that you're not allowed to drink." Hidden official said angrily, "I just smelled it. What's wrong with that? Is it against the law? Who's in charge of the punishment in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Is it that old bastard Chen Qingju?" In an instant, she sat on the table and tossed the pot of wine to Pang Yuanji. "Keep it for me." Chen Pinggan turned his head. A streak of rainbow light flashed past his ear. It was just sword chi, but it cut a small wound on Chen Pinggan's face. He bent over slightly and with a tap of his foot, his figure disappeared. A huge spider web instantly appeared on the ground. Not only that, there seemed to be muffled thunder echoing in the depths of the ground. A green-robed man was standing on a street far away from where he had been standing. His body suddenly tilted to the side, and an even faster sword light flashed past. If he hadn't dodged, the sword light would have pierced through his back. The hidden official sat on the table and nodded her head lightly. It was a small reward for the two juniors for not deciding the winner so quickly. She was bored to death. She raised her hands and grabbed her two ponytails and shook them gently. Pang Yuanji stood respectfully at the side and laughed softly. "Can all the golden body warriors in the world run so fast?" Hidden official thought for a while and gave an answer that she thought was very insightful. "Probably, maybe it's rare." Pang Yuanji was not surprised. However, Pang Yuanji did have a question that he could not figure out. He said telepathically, "Master, you don't seem to have a good impression of Chen Pinggan." Hidden official curled her lips. "Even Chen Qing doesn't like him." "I don't like him." She flicked her finger. A nascent soul sword cultivator from another continent who accidentally overheard her on the street had a thunderous sound on his forehead. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. He would not be able to get up from the hospital bed for at least half a month. He could lie down and enjoy life. He even had someone to serve him. How good was that? She felt that she was very considerate and had a good temper. Hidden official suddenly said, according to that person's martial arts level, he would not be able to dodge the flying sword twice. He is mainly relying on guesses. Pang Yuanji laughed. Qi Shou is also far from using his full strength. Hidden Official was slightly disappointed. Boring. She stood up and regretted her words. She shouted, "Continue. I don't care about you anymore. Remember, a fight that doesn't determine life and death is never a good fight." Hidden Official disappeared in an instant. Only a disciple with a bitter smile was left. Pang Yuanji collected his thoughts and looked at the street. Qi Shou did not move at all. However, that green-robed man was closing the distance. Among all the fights in the world, Qi refinement warriors were most afraid of sword cultivators. At the same time, sword cultivators were also the least afraid of pure martial artists getting close to them. This was especially so for Qi Shou. This was because Qi Shou had more than one intrinsic flying sword. The one that had already appeared was called Flying Kite. As for the faster heartstrings, it was waiting for a golden body realm martial artist to charge in recklessly. Yangs were watched with trepidation. Even Stack Zhong and the others had unnatural expressions on their faces. Ning Yao's heart was as calm as still water. She was the most involved person in the situation, but she was the most like an outsider. This was probably the difference between her and Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was always thoughtful while Ning Yao was always straightforward. When Qi Shou summoned his second intrinsic flying sword, he felt a little regretful. The Qi family's sword cultivators had always been good at fighting in a small area. They were especially good at ending a confrontation quickly. The flying sword heartstrings was always fast and accurate. Both parties were only 10 steps apart. Even though that green-robed man had already dodged the fatal attack, he still could not escape the fate of having his shoulder pierced through. His figure could not help but stagnate slightly. In just a split second, the intrinsic flying kite brushed past Chen Pinggan's neck. That green-robed man seemed to have been completely enveloped by the sword lights of the two flying swords. He was trapped in a cage. Just as many spectators thought that the outcome was certain, Chen Pinggan disappeared into thin air. Qi Shou remained motionless. The third and most bizarre intrinsic flying sword was the jumping pearl. It split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so on. It seemed to weave a spider web around Qi Shou. Every intersecting point of the spider web had a jumping pearl flying sword hovering over an inch long. It was very different from the golden core sword cultivator from before, who only had to rely on illusory and corporeal flying swords. The Qi family's patriarch was rather satisfied with this. He felt that this flying sword was a flying sword that Qi Shou could truly polish carefully for thousands of years. It was the most suitable flying sword for him to rely on. After all, it was an intrinsic flying sword that could achieve true offensive and defensive capabilities. The higher the realm of the flying sword's master, the more jumping pearls it would have, and the closer it would be to an immortal weapon. Once Qi Shou could support the formation of thousands of jumping pearls, he would be able to verify the prophecy of the Daoist saint of the early years: sitting on the Milky Way, rain falls on the mortal world. Chen Pinggan, who appeared 5 steps away from Qi Shou's side, seemed to have retreated in the face of difficulties. He once again used the immortal technique of distance shrinking. Qi Shou knew that this fellow would appear behind him. A few of his key aperture acupoints hummed faintly. The jumping pearls, which were originally few in number behind him, in the blink of an eye, seemed to have been scattered and turned into soldiers. At the same time, the flying sword heartstrings, which could naturally chase after the enemy's soul, followed closely behind the green-robed man like a shadow. As for the flying kite, it moved even more freely. Qi Shou just had to stand there and not move, and he would be able to play around with this fellow. A golden body martial artist. If you make an enemy out of me, Qi Shou, then you can only let me walk your dog. One side was unharmed. The other side punched non-stop, twisting and turning for half a day. In the end, he tired himself half to death. Was it fun? Qi Shou thought it was very fun. Yangs were muttered, if this continues, the situation won't be good. Although the flying kite is more or less like this and can't change any more tricks, if I remember correctly, Qi Shou can support at least 500 jumping pearls now. Right now, he has less than 300. Moreover, the longer this drags on, the more familiar the heartstrings will become with Chen Ping'an's soul. It will only become faster and faster. That's really fast. This fellow's heart is really black. He's clearly doing this on purpose. Chen Sancho smiled bitterly, many flying swords and proper coordination. This is how unsolvable it is. At this point, Chen Sancho couldn't help but glance at Ning Yao's back. The battle in the distance was one-sided, but she was still indifferent. The extremely wretched green-robed figure in everyone's eyes suddenly stopped. The fist intent all over his body flowed violently and violently. It was practically a condensed phenomenon that was almost visible to the naked eye. Even some cultivators of the lower 5 realms could see it clearly. Qi Shou, whose back was facing Chen Ping'an, didn't hesitate. He didn't deliberately pursue some unmoving result of victory. Taking a step forward, Qi Shou, who was facing Ning Yao's group, directly rushed several dozen feet away. The number of jumping pearls in the small world of Fangzhong increased once again, making the sword formation even denser and heavier. A fist chased after him. Qi Shou had just turned around when his mood became more solemn. He chose to retreat again. However, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if Qi Shou was still taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, extremely satisfied. The flying kite and the heartstrings. They were also hit by 2 sword lights. The 2 flying swords that appeared out of nowhere were simply embroidered pillows. They only slightly obstructed the flying kite and the heartstrings attacks before they were sent flying. However, this was enough. Qi Shou watched as the green-robed figure broke the jumping pearl's sword formation with a punch. The other party's fist was badly mangled and his bones could be seen. Similarly, it was slightly obstructed. It was enough for Qi Shou to control the flying kite and the heartstrings. The faster heartstrings drew a mysterious arc and the tip of the sword was pointed at Chen Ping'an's chest an inch below. After all, it wasn't killing. Otherwise, whether Chen Ping'an was dead or half-dead, Qi Shou would have lost. A lowly life that relied on luck to get to where he was today was not worth being laughed at by others. The flying kite stabbed towards the green-robed figure's spine. Qi Shou wanted to see how much weight was left in the punch after the 2 swords pierced through the body of the Golden Body Realm martial artist one after another. One had to know that the physique of a sword cultivator was tempered day and night by the flying sword. Among the thousands of Qi refinement warriors, it was almost comparable to the toughness of a military cultivator. With 3 intrinsic flying swords, it was only natural that Qi Shou's physique was extraordinarily tough. In an instant, Qi Shou instinctively circulated the abundant spirit qi in all the key qi abodes. In the small world of his body, there was a water abode with clouds and rosy clouds. There was a mountain with grass and trees. The other major acupoints with intrinsic items all had phenomenons. As a result, many auras flowed out of the small world of his body, causing Qi Shou to be enveloped in a layer of resplendent brilliance. Qi Shou's eyes were even suffused with ripples of golden light. It turned out that not only did Chen Ping'an have 2 dogs-hit flying swords, but he also had an intrinsic flying sword. He also had an actual intrinsic item flying sword. It was an eerie green sword beam that was extremely fast. With the tip of the sword meeting the tip of the sword, it pressed against the heartstrings. Both sides staggered apart, as though they were taking the initiative to make way for Chen Ping'an. He continued punching. As for the flying kite on the green-robed figure's back, it failed to catch up to Chen Ping'an and successfully pierced his spine. After the bone-bearing punch, although blood seeped out of the corner of Qi Shou's mouth, he still felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, the punch was not heavy. He used the cavalry to open up a path. Then, he used the Godman drum-beating stance. Qi Shou's vision blurred. Even though he had already made use of the strength of the other party's punch to retreat and move horizontally, there was still another punch that did not make sense. Not only was the flying kite unable to do anything, even the heartstrings that was connected to him seemed to be a little dazed. Then, the dark green sword beam caught up to him again. In the air on the street, the 2 sword beams were entangled endlessly. Every time they collided, it would stir up ripples of aura of different heights. It was filled with killing intent, but it was pleasing to the eye. Isn't my brother a realm 4 Qi refinement warrior? Why does this guy have 3 flying swords? Yang Zhuo and Chen Sanqiu looked at each other with doubts. Every dog had its day. Qi Shou, who was originally limitless, was finally exhausted from running for his life. A peak golden core sword cultivator with rich combat experience was actually reduced to fighting fist to fist. It was not that he could not fight back at all. After the other party's 2 punches landed on him, Qi Shou's aura became more and more intense. Coupled with the solid foundation of his body, he fought fist to fist with Chen Pinggan several times. After that, Qi Shou also began to be ruthless. He simply exchanged punches with that guy. One of his punches caused the other party's head to sway greatly. However, the other party still looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the pain at all. Every time he punched, he did not bother to choose a place to punch, as if he would be satisfied as long as he hit Qi Shou. The flying sword heartstrings was fast enough, but it was matched by the dark green flying sword. The flying kite was always a little slower. In a battle between sword cultivators, a little difference was forever the difference between heaven and earth. The jumping pearl sword formation was already on the verge of collapse. The threat of the mysterious green-robed man was becoming more and more ignored. The onlookers on both sides of the street finally came back to their senses. There was an uproar. After 15 punches, Qi Shou had no choice but to be punched until his back was pressed against the ground. He slid back dozens of feet away. However, during this process, Qi Shou, who was wearing a daoist robe, took out a military armor pill from his sleeve. A golden armor instantly covered his body. Even so, just as Qi Shou was about to get up after slamming his palm against the ground, he was punched in the face by the green-robed man who was running close to the ground. Qi Shou, who was wearing a military armor and a daoist robe, was once again pressed against the ground. The 17th punch was so powerful that Qi Shou fell to the ground and bounced back up. Then, that person raised his arm and punched him again. This punch caused Qi Shou to bleed from his 7 orifices. Pang Yuanji sighed. Qi Shou should have taken a step back and truly unsheathed his sword. Other than the natal flying sword, as long as a sword cultivator carried a sword and was not some boring decoration, it was the same person. There were 2 types of sword cultivators. Everyone was puzzled as to why the green-robed man had suddenly stopped attacking. A moment later, another Qi Shou appeared 30 steps away from the other Qi Shou on the ground. His yin spirit left his body and traveled the world. Qi Shou had clearly used a secret technique. Otherwise, when an ordinary cultivator's yin spirit left their body, sword cultivators who were best at detecting auras would be able to detect even the slightest movement. That Qi Shou yin spirit expressionlessly reached out his hand. He unsheathed his sword and held it in his hand. The sword Qi was one of the Qi family's half-immortal weapons. Its name was Jiao Zhu. It was said that this half-immortal weapon's true body was once the spine of a fire sect god from the ancient heavenly court. Its corpse was lost in the mortal world and was accidentally obtained by the Qi family's ancestor. He carefully refined it for more than 100 years. When Qi Shou was born, he became the new owner of this half-immortal weapon. After Qi Shou Yin's spirit grabbed the Jiao Zhu, he asked, "Do you still want to fight?" What happened next made even Stack Zhong's eyelids tremble, let alone the onlookers who had long forgotten to drink. Chen Ping'an's bony right hand grabbed Qi Shou's true body like hooks and slowly lifted it up. Then, he casually threw it at Qi Shou Yin's spirit. Chen Ping'an stood up straight with his left hand behind his back and his right hand clenched in front of him. Blood slowly dripped from his mangled arm to the ground along his bony fingers. Without hesitation, Qi Shou Yin's spirit returned to his body and floated to the ground. Chen Ping'an raised his arm that was too horrible to look at and said indifferently, "Come." A golden light beam shot up into the sky from the Ning mansion in the distance. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, it broke through the air and was gently grabbed by Chen Ping'an. The golden line that started from the Ning mansion and ended on this street was extremely eye-catching. Due to the shockingly dense sword Qi, the golden line didn't disperse even though the sword was already in the hands of the green-robed swordsman. Qi Shou, who didn't wipe off the blood on his face, instantly turned ashen. "Who lent you the immortal weapon?" The immortal weapon in his hand, called Sword Immortal, seemed to be excited for a long-awaited battle. It vibrated and emitted strands of golden light. This made the green-robed swordsman feel as if he was holding a sun. High candle. How high is the candle flame? The sun hangs in the sky. What dares to compete with me? The green-robed young man smiled leisurely. If your surname wasn't Chi, you would still be lying on the ground sleeping. That's why you have a half-immortal weapon, because you reincarnated well. I'm different from you. I fought for this sword immortal with my life. At this point, Chen Pinggan stopped smiling. The Chi Shou of the southern battlefield is worthy of this surname. However, we still have to fight. As long as you dare to use your sword. At this moment, the bearded man who had returned to the tavern and sat down put down a big white bowl that he had picked up from the ground. He said to Chi Shou, if you lose, you have to admit it. Your Chi family's direct descendant has never died in the north of the city wall. Chi Shou raised his hand and sheathed his sword. He walked forward and brushed past the green-robed man. Do you dare to set a time for another battle? He had the chance to become the first sword cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm among his peers on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was even faster than Ning Yao. This was because there were too many things she needed to do. It wasn't Chi refinement, which was nothing to Ning Yao. She needed to refine items, which slowed down her breakthrough. However, as long as Chi Shou reached the nascent soul realm and fought with Chen Pinggan again, there was no need to talk about his chances of winning. Chen Pinggan asked back, you decide on the location and I decide on the time. How about it? Chi Shou's Adam's apple moved slightly. He almost couldn't hold back that mouthful of blood. Chi Shou didn't say anything else and didn't leave on the wind. He walked to the end of the street and slowly left at the corner. Behind him, a group of friends who looked worse than Chi Shou silently followed. Chen Pinggan glanced at Ning Yao and smiled. Ning Yao glared at him. Chen Pinggan looked around. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was very strange. In Chen Pinggan's life, other than his ancestral home in his hometown and the bamboo house in Desolate Mountain, it was the place where he felt the most unscrupulous. Therefore, it was also the place where Chen Pinggan, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, dared to fight to his heart's content the most. This was because the Great Wall of Sword Chi was very pure. There were good and evil, joy and anger, but it was far less complicated than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there was also the Sword Celestial who had personally told him how to be unreasonable. The old man also personally demonstrated. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword aura descended from the sky and instantly killed a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms from a big family. Here, the Sword Celestial, Chen Qingju, was the biggest reason. Chen Pinggan sincerely acknowledged the old Celestial. Therefore, when he fought with his fists and sword here, he could reach the realm that he dreamed of. He didn't have to worry about the consequences, and he could fight without any restrictions. Moreover, this was a place where Alliance stayed for many years. It was a place where Alliance stayed and drank so much wine over the years. If Chen Pinggan's fists and sword were not strong enough, he would be letting this place down. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and felt a little satisfied. However, it was still not enough. Pang Yuanji was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the green-robed swordsman turned around and smiled at Pang Yuanji. Pang Yuanji smiled and asked, don't you think you're at a disadvantage? After a tough battle, the other party didn't win easily. Chen Pinggan's subsequent actions. The Sword Celestials who weren't sitting together all laughed and drank. Everyone saw the person on the street nail the immortal weapon named Sword Celestial into the ground. Then, he let go and extended his right hand, indicating that the other party could attack. Then, the person said, I'm afraid you'll feel that you're at a disadvantage. Pang Yuanji was in high spirits. He smiled and strode out of the tavern. Standing in the middle of the street, he cupped his fists and said loudly, Great Wall of Sword Chi, Pang Yuanji. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and cupped his fists in return. He answered seriously, the person Ning Yao likes, Chen Pinggan 8. "577. Pang Yuanji clasped 2 fingers in front of him and smiled. I don't have many flying swords. I only have one. Fortunately, it's fast enough. I hope it won't disappoint you. Sword chi filled the streets. Then, streams of swords flowed over. They twisted and turned without any order. In the end, they spread out and gathered into a river of sword chi. Sword chi was everywhere. The customers in the taverns on both sides could clearly feel an icy coldness slowly pouring in from the streets. Pang Yuanji clearly wasn't chosen as a disciple by the hidden official out of sheer luck. Everyone knew that Pang Yuanji was indeed the person most likely to inherit the hidden official's legacy in the 100 years of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Where there are the most diamonds is where I strike. Which sword cultivator wouldn't be fascinated by this realm? For a sword cultivator, especially a prodigy with the reputation of an innate sword embryo, the quality of their life-bound flying sword would indeed determine their final achievements. After Pang Yuanji said those words, taverns of all sizes and taverns were filled with jeers and jeers. Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was called Time. Time was like water, which was why it flowed unpredictably. The sword was formless. If Qi Shou's most fundamental life-bound flying sword was a display of quantity, then Pang Yuanji's life-bound flying sword was truly unreasonable. What was most unreasonable was not just the power of his life-bound flying sword. After obtaining the Time flying sword, Pang Yuanji was known as the Master of Swords. Not only could the flying sword temper the body, it could also nourish the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Cultivating spells would yield twice the results with half the effort. In addition, Pang Yuanji had shown astounding talent in cultivation since he was young. He could comprehend many things by analogy. Therefore, Pang Yuanji was also known as the Master of Swords. Pang Yuanji didn't have a single robe. He didn't have a half-immortal weapon like Qi Shou that followed his surname. He also didn't have any extra armor pills. Chen Pinggan walked forward lightly. His fist energy flowed like a waterfall. Walking on the street, it was as if he was rowing a boat against the current. As he walked, the pure martial artist's fist intent clashed with the pure sword chi, making it so that the spectators who did not have high enough realms could not see the face and figure of the green-robed swordsman. The scene on the street was like the wine in the bowl, and the person was like a copper coin thrown into the wine. The person who drank the wine shook the white bowl, making it impossible for others to see the copper coin at the bottom of the bowl. Ning Yaro, who had been standing in place all this time, said softly, "How did Chen Pinggan win that fight? Why did Qi Shou lose? I'll tell you the details later." Yang's eyes lit up as he stared blankly at that figure's back. He sighed and said, "As long as my brother is willing to fight, I guarantee that he can beat anyone." Then, Yang's turned his head and said with a grin, "Right, Sancho? Who was the one who said, if you lie, you can knock down Qi Shou with one hand?" Chen Sancho said blankly, "Dong Haitan must have told him." Dong Huafu said angrily, "Screw your mother's balls." Stack Zhong felt a little helpless. Dong Haitan was actually the one who had interacted with Alliance the longest among all of them. He was probably the only supreme expert on the Great Wall of Sword Chi who had pissed on Alliance before. Therefore, Dong Haitan either kept quiet or scolded people with profanities that he had learned from Alliance. If the listener really took offense, they would die of laughter and anger. A middle-aged sword immortal who had quietly arrived at the dilapidated tavern sat beside the one-eyed, bearded man. He wiped the dust off the table and nodded with a smile. His fist aura is pure, and his fist intent is profound. I can't imagine that the Cao Ci of the past could actually beat this person 3 times in a row. The bearded man who had been kicked by the hidden official did not feel uncomfortable at all. He continued drinking and said hoarsely, "You're late. If you had seen Cao Ci practicing his fist technique on the city wall with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so surprised. Cao Ci was so strong and broke through so quickly. I thought it was natural." At this point, the bearded man looked at Chen Pinggan who was walking leisurely in the torrent of sword chi. "Of course, this young man is really good. I've seen him practicing his fist technique on the city wall before. At that time, I didn't expect him to have the martial arts realm he has today. Even if the sword immortal boss told me, I might not have believed it." The middle-aged sword immortal who had just arrived from the South Swirl continent smiled. I heard that he came from the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. I wonder if he has anything to do with the Dali vassal, Song Jankyung. The bearded man shook his head. I'm not sure. He's obviously young, but he looks like a veteran who is used to fighting. Do you have so many fights for a pure martial artist in your vast world? Even if there were experts who taught him fist techniques, he wouldn't be able to achieve this without being in a life-or-death situation many times. He doesn't look like a foreigner. Instead, he looks like the most authentic young man from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The male sword immortal from the South Swirl continent raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the man's. He took a sip of wine and sighed. The world is so big. Even someone like me who doesn't like to drink has developed an alcoholic bug in my stomach when I came here. The man twitched the corner of his mouth. This taciturn, unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal revealed a rare look of resentment. He sneered. It's all because of that bastard. If a bachelor doesn't drink, he'll be a bachelor for thousands of years. Sword immortals don't drink, nascent soul cultivators go for a walk. The 3 fights were over. The 4th fight was about to begin. It was really satisfying. The little girl with some baby fat patted the windowsill with her hand. Her face was flushed and she was very excited. Did you see that? Did you see that? I have good taste, right? Don't be shy, say it out loud. No one paid attention to her. This made the little girl a little annoyed. She suddenly realized that Sister Dong beside her was a little abnormal. She asked curiously, Sister Dong, did you suddenly realize that Sister Ning picked such a good man? Then you look at yourself and realize that you're not young anymore. You can't find a suitable one. Is that why you're so upset? Then learn from me. If you're happy, say it out loud. If you're upset, say it out loud. I'll drink with you. I'll lend you some of my happiness. Dong Bude leaned on the windowsill and rubbed her face with both hands. She sighed and nodded. I'm really upset. After so many years, I can't compare to Ning girl in anything. The little girl comforted her. Sister Dong, you're old. In this matter, Sister Ning can't compare to you. You'll definitely win. Dong Bude turned her head and reached out to grab the little girl's neck. She gently lifted her up and smiled. Say it out loud. I didn't hear you clearly just now. The little girl's feet left the ground. She was extremely annoyed and said angrily, Sister Dong, from today onwards, you have to be more respectful to me. If you're not careful, I'll become Chen Pingan's little wife. At that time, you won't be able to bear the consequences. When he sees that I'm used to being bullied by you, he'll be angry and want to hit you, just like how he hit Chi Shou. At that time, I won't be able to stop him. I want to, but I'll be powerless. I can only watch Sister Dong bounce around on the ground. Dong Bude pushed the little girl to the ground and said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? Say this in front of Ning girl. The little girl stood still and shook her shoulders. I'm not stupid. Can't I see that he and Sister Ning are flirting with each other? It's just casual talk. My mother often says that the man you can't get is the best man in the world. I know that my mother deliberately said that for my father to hear. Every time, my father looks as pitiful as if he's eaten shit. I don't dare to scold him, but I can't beat him. I don't think there's a need to be angry. Dong Bude pressed down on the little girl's head and made her kowtow. He scolded jokingly, You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You don't even have a lock on your mouth. Aren't you afraid that your parents will spank you? After Dong Bude stopped, the little girl rubbed her swollen forehead. Without looking at Dong Bude, she clenched her fists and knocked heavily on the windowsill. Annoying. I've decided. When he defeats Pang Yuanji, I'll learn from him. If he doesn't teach me, I'll kneel in front of Sister Ning's door for a few minutes. I'm very sincere. When I learn the fist, hey, Sister Dong, you have to be careful when you walk at night. Even Dong Bude was helpless against the little girl. There was a hole in her brain that could not be filled with logic. Dong Bude suddenly sighed. There are too many sword immortals watching the battle. Just as the little girl was about to speak, Dong Bude wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her to his side. The little girl tilted her head and rolled her eyes. She stuck out her tongue and pretended to be dead. On the street, the young martial artist in green robes with a white jade hairpin did something strange. He did not rely on his sturdy physique and agile body. He did not try to wade through the water at the fastest speed possible to approach Pang Yuanji. Instead, he shook his arm slightly and grabbed a stack of yellow paper talisman of ordinary quality. He threw it out. In an instant, there were 40 to 50 talisman of various colors. Almost all of the talisman were instantly shredded by the sword chi. However, Chen Pinggan continued. He did not walk quickly, but the speed at which he threw out the talisman was dazzling. Pang Yuanji smiled. He formed hand seals with 2 fingers and stepped on astral energy. Behind Chen Pinggan, ripples appeared. A Pang Yuanji appeared. On the rooftops on both sides of the street, 12 more Pang Yuanji appeared. Every Pang Yuanji on the high ground was either performing Daoist spells or performing Buddhist seals. A rune array appeared below their feet. Between the Pang Yuanji and between the rune arrays, thin threads in different colors were slithering like dragons and snakes. They connected with each other and eventually formed a rune array that covered the entire street. Not only that, the 2 Pang Yuanji standing in front of and behind Chen Pinggan also began to move forward slowly. As they walked, they casually tapped and drew talismans. The talismans hovered in the air. They were all strange ancient seal scripts and cloud patterns. Many of the talismans were written in the air. The talismans glowed brightly. Some of the talismans were rippling with spiritual chi and water light. Some of the talismans were intertwined with lightning and fire dragons. Chen Pinggan threw out more than 100 yellow paper talisman one last time. He stood still and raised his fist again. The thick fist intent that had been flowing around his body was like a sword returning to its scabbard. He withdrew his fist and threw out a quick punch. His fist was like a rainbow. It was as if thunder was born from the ground. The river of sword chi on the entire street trembled. Most of the sword chi and sword intent in the river gathered around a green-robed figure. It was as if a massive army had surrounded a city. The 2 Pang Yuanji on the street did not slow down. They continued to strengthen the talisman array. Pang Yuanji did not watch the 3 fights for nothing. Chen Pinggan had too many tricks up his sleeves. Most importantly, he was still hiding his true strength. For example, his left hand that had yet to punch with all its might. Also, Pang Yuanji could not figure out how fast Chen Pinggan's true speed was. In the battle with Qi Shou, Chen Pinggan had actually set up many illusions. Those below sword immortal level, apart from Ning Yarrow and Pang Yuanji, and those nascent soulsword cultivators could only watch the show. Pang Yuanji actually felt helpless deep in his heart. You, Chen Pinggan, are a pure martial artist and a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 states. It is one thing for you to have a natal item after the great refinement, but what about the other 2 fakes of the sword immortal flying swords that are very frightening? Who knew if this guy was still hiding another one? Pang Yuanji felt that this guy would do something so immoral. Other than that, Pang Yuanji was even more vigilant. The talismans that Chen Pinggan threw out were, in fact, precisely inspecting the various minute details of the sword energy river. Therefore, Pang Yuanji did not hesitate to withdraw the sword chi, not giving him a chance to investigate further. After Chen Pinggan and the others left the Ning mansion. On the training field, Nailan Yeshing, the old servant of the Ning family, had been diligently protecting the 3rd-generation master of the Ning mansion. At this moment, he squatted on the ground and stretched out his fingers, gently rubbing the ground. Bai Lianshuang, the old woman of the Yarrow family who had accompanied her mistress to the Ning mansion in the early years, stood aside and said angrily, "Old dog, why don't you keep an eye on that side? What if something goes wrong? Can you afford to pay for it with your life?" Nailan Yeshing said indifferently, "No matter how dangerous it is, can it be more dangerous than the battlefield in the south?" Bai Lianshuang was even angrier. "People's hearts are vicious. How can it be worse than the battlefield? Old dog Nailan, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Nailan Yeshing stopped and looked up, remaining silent. Bai Lianshuang sighed and said slowly, has it ever occurred to you that a promising young man like young Master Chen wouldn't need to spend so much effort on him if he were the legitimate daughter of any other major family on the Great Wall of Sword Qi? They would have nurtured him carefully and treated him as a comfortable son-in-law. On our side, there are only you and me in the Ning mansion. As for the Yarrow family, they still choose to wait and see. Since the Yarrow family has not said anything, it means that before something happens, no one will support our mistress and our master. If something goes wrong, it will be too late. Nailan Yeshing said, Old Yarrow is holding back his anger. Bai Lianshuang hesitated and asked tentatively, how about we leak some information about our master's betrothal gifts to the Yarrow family? Nailan Yeshing rarely spoke to the old woman. He turned his head and said in a low voice, don't insult Chen Pinggan and the Yarrow family. Bai Lianshuang nodded and didn't talk back for the first time. Nailan Yeshing explained, since you said that Chen Pinggan chose our mistress, then there is no other way. If he can persuade us, it should be Chen Pinggan who can persuade others. If he can't, then we will beat him into submission. Bai Lianshuang complained, I didn't ask you to get involved and help Chen Pinggan. I just asked you to keep an eye on them in case of accidents. You talked for a long time and didn't get to the point at all. Nailan Yeshing said helplessly, okay, then I will break the promise and tell you the truth. I can only stay here and scratch my heart and lungs. It is Chen Pinggan's idea. Otherwise, I would have gone there to drink in a corner. Bai Lianshuang was confused. Did he tell you in advance? Nailan Yeshing nodded. Even if I have the courage, I dare not fool you about this kind of thing, right? It is Chen Pinggan's idea. The old man stood up and said with a smile, the reason is very simple. If no elders of the Ning mansion go there, then the Qi family won't have the face to go there. As for the fight with Qi Shou, even if he loses, it won't be an ugly loss. It is destined that Qi Shou will never think that he has really won. If Qi Shou dares to break the rules, it will not be as simple as winning or losing. Instead, he will have to suddenly make a move at a certain time and cross the line. Then, Chen Pinggan will be able to force the ancestor behind Qi Shou to come out and clean up the mess. By then, how much face the Qi family can get back from the ground will depend on whether the spectators at that time agree or not. Bai Lianshuang fell into deep thought and thought about these words carefully. Nailan Yeshing added, you and Miss may not know this, but Chen Pinggan came to me twice in private. Once, he asked me about the details of Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji, and Jiao Yeho in detail, from the names of the three sword cultivators' flying swords, temperament, fighting habits, and their preachers. Chen Pinggan asked them all about the fighting on the battlefield and in pairs. The second time, he asked me to help him imitate their flying swords. He would fight each of them separately. There was only one thing, my sword must be faster than their flying swords. Of course, I wouldn't refuse. I was in Chen Pinggan's room where it was hard to move around. Of course, I didn't need to hurt anyone. Chen Pinggan said with a smile that once he really let go and punched with all his strength, he would at least let these heaven's favorites fight with Chen Pinggan. It is not something that can be done easily. At the end of the fight, they would have no choice but to fight to the death. Bai Lianshuang's expression was weird. Nailan Yeshing's smile was even weirder. He pointed at the stacking mountain shop and said, are you still worried about Chen Pinggan? Shouldn't Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji be worried about Chen Pinggan? If Chen Pinggan is your opponent, you will be disgusted to death by Chen Pinggan if the gap between their realms is not big. You, Bai Lianshuang, have punched Chen Pinggan before. How can you not know how tough he is? Nailan Yeshing paced back and forth slowly. He was in a good mood. This kid is easy to talk to, right? He knows etiquette, right? When he came to my side, I helped him feed his sword. After that, we drank some wine. It was rare for him to talk so much. You didn't see it. At that time, Chen Pinggan drank some wine, took off his boots, and sat cross-legged like me. Look at the expression in his eyes and the words he said. What kind of scene was that? Nailan Yeshing seemed to be reminiscing. The Ning mansion indeed needed a master. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Bai Lianshuang glared at him and said, when you see him, call him young Master Chen. In my place, you can call him young master. You keep calling him Chen Pinggan. Is that appropriate? Who gave you the guts? Nalin Yeshing couldn't help but feel aggrieved. It wasn't easy for him to earn some face from Chen Pingan, but in front of this old woman, he had to give it all back. The old woman said to herself, "Old dog, do you think young Master Chen can win 3 rounds in a row?" Nalin Yeshing already had a plan in mind. "Of course I want to. But if the 3rd round is Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, or Gao Yeho, it will be difficult for one of them to jump out. Qi Shou is the most likely one. As long as this kid doesn't overestimate himself, Chen Pingan will have a chance to fight him." Sure enough. The 2 old men clearly sensed the abundant presence of an ancient sword echoing on the street near the Stacking Mountain shop. Then, the immortal sword that Chen Pingan put in the side room of the small house left the Ning mansion on its own. The old woman kicked Nalin Yeshing's knee and said, "Go and check the situation. Don't jinx it." Qi Shou unsheathed Jiao Zhu. Although Nalin Yeshing looked calm, he was actually a bit anxious. In a normal fight, life and death weren't decided. Why would they need a half-immortal weapon to fight an immortal weapon? Nalin Yeshing didn't care about the agreement. However, the old woman didn't expect that she would calm down at the last moment. Although she looked serious, Bai Lianshuang still shook her head and said, "Forget it. We have to believe that young master has expected this." Nalin Yeshing asked tentatively, "You really don't need me to go?" In other words, if something happened, Bai Lianshuang could order Nalini around, but Bai Lianshuang couldn't blame him for neglecting his duties. Bai Lianshuang nodded. "I said it." Nalin Yeshing glanced at her. The old woman said angrily, "Old dog, watch your eyes." Nalin Yeshing knew that she wasn't in a good mood at the moment, so he endured it. Anyway, he wouldn't argue with her for a year or 2. Not long after, a golden core sword cultivator hurried over with the wind and landed on the training field. After bowing to the 2 seniors, he said, "Chen Pingan has already won 3 matches. The 3 of them are Ren Yi, Puu, and Qi Shou. This young golden core sword cultivator, who was nearly 100 years old, was called Kui Wei. He was Nalin Yeshing's unofficial disciple. Nalin Yeshing didn't take it seriously, but Kui Wei had always abided by the etiquette of master and disciple. In fact, in the past 10 years, because of the disaster in Ning Mansion, Kui Wei didn't change his mind. The old woman cheered loudly. Nalin Yeshing asked, "Chen Pingan is seriously injured. Then why didn't you protect him? Why did you come here to take the credit first?" Kui Wei said with a smile, "It seems that there will be another fight. After I tell you the news, I have to go back to watch the fight." Nalin Yeshing grabbed Kui Wei's shoulder. "Tell me the process of the 3 fights in detail." Kui Wei said with a wry smile, "Master, in the 4th fight, Chen Pingan fought with Pang Yuanji, and it was Chen Pingan who took the initiative to fight. It would be a pity if I didn't watch it. When I rushed to Ning Mansion, I found that 2 sword immortal seniors from the North Continent had rushed there." Nalin Yeshing asked, "What about Jiao Zhu?" Kui Wei smiled knowingly. Sword immortal Jiao Kuei made the final decision and revealed the secret of heaven. Therefore, Qi Shou just held his sword and didn't attack. He had already put away his sword and left. The old woman didn't have time to be happy. Her face changed slightly. "What? Master wants to fight with Pang Yuanji again?" Nalin Yeshing smiled. "I'm relieved." The old woman pointed. "Go and watch." Nalin Yeshing shook his head. "No need. Winning against Qi Shou has already proved that Chen Pingan not only knows what's going on, but also knows how to fight." As an unofficial disciple, Kui Wei still had to talk about the elegance of a senior. However, Nalin Yeshing quietly moved his feet. The old woman waved her hand. "Kui Wei, please go and watch. If something goes wrong, summon your flying sword and send a message to Ning Mansion." Kui Wei hurriedly left on his sword. The fight at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was an earth-shattering fight between 2 sword immortals. Both sides' sword Qi covered the sky, so it was naturally not to be missed. However, Kui Wei didn't think that the fight between Chen Pingan, Qi Shou, and Pang Yuanji wasn't exciting. In fact, it was very exciting. Otherwise, the 4 sword immortals of the upper 5 realms, including Jiao Kuei, wouldn't be drinking there. In addition, there were also sword immortals who rushed over to witness the last fight between the juniors. Kui Wei even guessed that there would be less than 10 sword immortals gathered on that street. Back then, when Cao Ci of the Central Divine Continent appeared at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and caused a conflict, how many sword immortals were willing to show up? Although this had a lot to do with the fact that Cao Ci's martial Dao realm wasn't high at that time, and her punches were fast. However, putting all these reasons aside, just the number of sword immortals watching the fight, Chen Pinggan, who had just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi a few days ago, had unknowingly caught up with a certain someone back then. However, the latter's fight was a chaotic one. It had nothing to do with the heroic spirit of a sword immortal. The old woman murmured, "How good would it be if Master and Madam were still here?" Nailin Yeshing was speechless and could only sigh. The old woman rubbed her eyes and smiled. "It's very good now." On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were 2 thatched cottages of different sizes. A young man with a jade-like face walked out of the small thatched cottage and came to the nearby northern city wall. Looking at the city in the north, he smiled and said, "Senior Zhuo." Even Master Hidden Official ran over to join in the fun. "Are you sure you don't want to take a few glances?" There was a man sitting cross-legged at the top of the city wall. His sword was placed horizontally on his knees, and he was resting with his eyes closed. There were sharp sword qi crisscrossing all around him, and it seemed as if it had solidified from the void into reality. The sword qi suddenly appeared and disappeared. Fortunately, the man standing next to him was Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin. Wei Jin was a rare genius of the Aquarius continent after Li Tuanjing and before Ma Kushuan. As for the 3 of them, Li Tuanjing, who was recognized as a sword immortal realm sword immortal before his death, was not inferior to Wei Jin. Unfortunately, he was trapped by love and lost the possibility of becoming the first sword immortal realm sword immortal in the history of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, overall, he was inferior to Wei Jin. As for Ma Kushuan, the military cultivator of Martial Mountain, on the Aquarius continent, it was believed that his aptitude was slightly inferior to Li Tuanjing and Wei Jin. However, his great Dao opportunity was too good. His future achievements might be higher than Wei Jin's. As for the previous owner of the Wind and Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing, since he had already passed away, everything was over. Zhuo never opened his eyes. He said with an indifferent expression, "There's nothing to see. It's meaningless to fight for a moment." Wei Jin knew Senior's was temper, so he didn't hold back. He smiled and said, "This is really not the attitude a senior martial brother should have towards a junior martial brother." Zhuo shook his head and said, "I have never admitted this. What's more, according to the rules of the orthodoxy, he didn't hang the portrait of the ancestor, nor did he kowtow to me. He is not my junior martial brother." Wei Jin didn't say anything else. Seniors wasn't someone who liked to talk. It was as though it was more difficult for him to speak than to use his sword to fight an enemy. Zhuo and Wei Jin were 2 sword immortals. One came from the Central Plains Divine Continent, while the other came from the Aquarius continent. Zhuo was already far away from the mortal world. He was like a lonely ghost drifting on the vast ocean. For more than 100 years, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. Besides knowing Alliance and Chen Pinggan, they both had nothing to do with each other. Zhuo found Wei Jin's swordsmanship and character pleasing to the eye. This young man, Wei Jin, who had once received great kindness from Alliance, was one of the few remaining sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi that Zhuo was willing to talk to. However, Wei Jin was only a sword immortal who had entered the unpolished Jade Realm not long ago. On the other hand, Zhuo, who was already famous 100 years ago, addressed him as Senior Zhuo. Wei Jin was a little emotional. Every sword immortal had a sword immortal that they admired the most in their hearts. For example, the immortal foundation of the Snow Wind Temple. His master, who didn't have a high cultivation but was respected by Wei Jin for his entire life, had always admired Li Tuanjing, who had single-handedly suppressed Xingyang Mountain. His greatest wish when he was alive was to have the chance to ask Li Tuanjing about the way of the sword. Even if Li Tuanjing only said one word, he would have no regrets in life. However, his master was thin-skinned and had a low cultivation. He couldn't fulfill his wish. When Wei Jin wandered the pugilistic world and met that bladesman with a bamboo hat, he went into seclusion to break through. When he wanted to ask about the Wind and Thunder Garden as his master's disciple, Li Tuanjing had already passed away. To Wei Jin, his life had always been like this. If he didn't ask for something, it might be filled to the brim. If he asked for something, it would be fleeting. Fortunately, when he reached the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Wei Jin's state of mind was broadened. There was the eldest sword immortal, who had lived alone in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 10,000 years. There were also fellow cultivators from the North Continent who were willing to die for him. Of course, there were also seniors who had reached the peak of swordsmanship and seemed to be superior to all sword cultivators in the world. In the previous battle, left and right each wielded a sword and went deep into the demon army's hinterland. They used their sword aura to open up a path. There was no need for them to use their swords. Treasures that came close to them would automatically turn to dust. It was only when they met the great demon that they picked at first glance that left and right began to fight seriously. The battle between the immortals involved countless innocent bystanders. After all, the area within 100 miles was filled with demons. It was a magnificent battle. Just this battle alone made left and right the most popular foreigner among the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the battle ended, left and right sat alone on the city wall drinking wine. The eldest sword immortal, Chen Qingju, appeared and said, "Your swordsmanship is high, but it's not enough." Even when facing the sword immortal that Alliance respectfully called eldest sword immortal, left and right only replied with one sentence, that is, "Your swordsmanship is not high enough." At that time, Chen Qingju put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. He shook his head and laughed. "How did that flexible old scholar teach a student like you?" Left and right could not be bothered to speak. The reason was simple. He could not beat this old man. Otherwise, he would have used his sword to do the talking, so that this convict with the highest seniority would have to be more polite when talking about his teacher. Wei Jin lowered his head and stared at his open palm. He smiled and said, "Chen Pinggan won the first battle. It was very easy." His opponent was a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm. Left and right remained silent for a moment. He still did not open his eyes. He only frowned and said, "A sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin thought that left and right felt that Chen Pinggan's opponent's realm was too low. He said, "The second battle is this young golden core." Unexpectedly, left and right frowned even more. "It's only been 10 years. Has it been 10 years? He can already fight a sword cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm?" Wei Jin's mood was a little complicated. Did left and right have too little confidence in his little junior brother? Wei Jin quickly remembered something. When left and right were studying under the Wen Saint, his realm was indeed not high and he was not an innate sword embryo. Left and right said indifferently, "You don't have to tell me the situation of the battle." Wei Jin only observed the mountains and rivers by himself. Left and right continued to use the unyielding sword intent of the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi to temper his own sword intent. When one was young, it was not a good thing to be distracted by things like martial arts and swordsmanship instead of studying. After experiencing so many things, it was difficult for one to understand some simple principles when one turned to study. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get along well with the world. He was picky, and only knowledge that was useful to him and could solve his urgent needs was considered good knowledge. Such knowledge, no matter how much he knew, would naturally be of great benefit to ordinary people. After all, he was an individual and had to have a peace of mind. But for his teacher's student, especially his last disciple, it didn't have much meaning. Wei Jin was silent for a long time. After watching the second battle, he noticed the subtle changes around him. He could not help but ask, since left and right still have concerns, "Why are you unwilling to see him?" Left and right frowned and said, I don't think he is my junior." That young man could be his teacher's disciple and could be Qi Jingquan's junior. Even so, it did not mean that he was the junior in left and right's heart. Otherwise, why would left and right call himself the eldest senior and treat Qi Dong, the first disciple of the Wen Saint, as if he was nothing. Taking a step back, was there a junior brother in the world who would only care about being intimate with his wife and ignore his eldest senior brother? I don't treat you as my junior, is that a reason for you not to treat me as your eldest senior? Wei Yijin quietly watched the battle from afar. Left and right suddenly opened his eyes and squinted, looking at the city's main street. Wei Yijin held back his laughter and did not speak. At this moment, the Qi family disciple unsheathed his sword. Left and right quickly closed his eyes. Wei Yijin smiled knowingly. The Wen Saint's lineage was the most reasonable. Elsewhere in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lady Hidden Official landed on the city wall with the wind. With a leap, she stepped on the wall and walked up. Her footsteps did not seem fast, but she reached the city wall in an instant. An elderly sword immortal from the North Continent who was guarding the nearby area saluted her with his fists. The hidden official nodded and stood on the north side of the city wall. He took a big step forward and arrived at the south side of the city wall. He reached out and grabbed his two ponytails. He lifted them up and wobbled as he slowly rose into the air. Then, she frowned and reluctantly turned around to ride the wind. Like an arrow, she shot toward a certain city wall beneath her feet. The thick sea of clouds above her head was dispelled, and in an instant, she appeared beside a thatched cottage. "What are you doing?" "I didn't drink." An old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "I have something to discuss with you." Lady Hidden Official said, "I didn't drink. I don't have the strength to fight recently. I won't go to the south." The old man laughed. "You're so naughty and mischievous. Do you really not plan to marry in the future?" Lady Hidden Official, who was wearing a loose black robe, looked like a little black cat with its hair standing on end. Her big sleeves fluttered and black clouds surrounded the little girl. It turned out that as the old man spoke, he was already standing beside her. He bent down and reached out to press her little head. That fluttering black robe instantly loosened. She lowered her head and moved forward. She said in a low voice, "Speak." The old man waved his hand. "Go and play by yourself." "It's fine," she said angrily. "Chen Qingdou. Are you kidding me?" Chen Qingdou laughed. "Judging from Our Lady Hidden Official's tone, you're not convinced." Her face darkened. The next moment. First, a small world suddenly appeared on the Great Wall of Sword Aura near the thatched cottage. Then, almost all the sword cultivators on the city wall felt the entire city shake. In that small world, the eldest sword immortal pressed down on Lady Hidden Official's head with one hand. Her feet were in the air and her back was against the city wall. She was full of murderous intent, but she could not break free. Chen Qingdou said indifferently, "It's not that I can't control you. It's just that I feel guilty and can't be bothered to care about you. You're young and immature, so I'm especially tolerant of you. Do you remember?" Lady Hidden Official was silent for a long time and nodded. Chen Qingdou let go. Lady Hidden Official slid to the ground. The old man said, "Go and play." Lady Hidden Official made a no sound. She turned around and swaggered away, her two sleeves flying in the air. The old man stopped and looked at the desolate world in the south. He smiled. The human world was like wine. Drunk before the flowers, drunk under the moon, drunk for 10,000 years. Chen Qingdou looked back to the north. In a situation where their realms were not too far apart, he had to be careful when fighting against that kid. The talisman had no place to be used. Chen Pinggan still had 15, Pine Needle and Dark Thunder flying swords. They could help him confirm many things about Pang Yuenji's lifebound flying sword. The two Pang Yuenji on the street had an easy time dealing with it. One of them stopped and controlled 3 strands of sword aura to tangle with Chen Pinggan's 3 flying swords. The other person was controlling the sword energy, which was consuming Chen Pinggan's true energy and condensed fist will, as well as Chen Pinggan's true energy and fist will. As for the 12 Pang Yuenji on the roof, they began to create a new talisman formation. Pang Yuenji chose the dumbest method. Step by step, he turned the entire street into his own little world. It was like a saint overseeing a college or an immortal overseeing a mountain. His cultivation base was a level higher. In the end, A nascent soulsword cultivator would attack. Victory would be decided in an instant. His opponent clearly understood Pang Yuanji's thoughts. Unfortunately, he did not seem to have the strength to do so. Even the momentum of his punches was enough to make the onlookers tremble in fear. The energy fists and sword auras collided again and again, causing the entire street to crumble. However, both sides had a tacit understanding. No matter how much chaos there was, Pang Yuanji's sword aura did not enter the tavern at all. The same went for Chen Ping'an's energy fists. Just as Pang Yuanji was about to succeed, the young martial artist no longer held back. In the blink of an eye, he parted the river with his fists and arrived in front of Pang Yuanji. Moreover, a snow-white flying sword suddenly appeared. Without any warning, it shot toward Pang Yuanji, who was controlling his sword aura to deal with the 3 flying swords. This was nothing. His white robe rose from the ground, and his yin spirit flew into the clouds. When he attacked, Pang Yuanji was smashed into pieces. The first flying sword crushed the second Pang Yuanji. Chen Ping'an's yin spirit suddenly stopped and looked down from above. He used the Great Swamp of Clouds technique and threw energy fists at the roofs like a torrential downpour. Each and every Pang Yuanji appeared. At the same time, Chen Ping'an's true body, who was retracting his fists on the street, bent his knees slightly like a collapsing boxing ring. A fist intent that had never been seen on Chen Ping'an before erupted from his body. It was like a thunderclap in spring or a dragon's spine moving. The entire street beneath his feet seemed to have sunk from top to bottom. Chen Ping'an was high up. He had already passed over his yin spirit's head and delivered the most powerful punch he had ever delivered in his life. In the sky above the city, the fist intent shot forward like a knife cutting through a piece of white paper. Then, the commotion caused a rumbling sound above everyone's heads. Pang Yuanji, who had appeared out of thin air, immediately retracted his flying sword in the face of the incoming fist aura. A golden body Dharma power that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of Pang Yuanji with its arms crossed. The avatar was not majestic, but its golden radiance was as thick as water. Pang Yuanji and the golden avatar retreated to a higher place. When Pang Yuanji stabilized himself, the golden avatar transformed into a mustard seed. It grew to several hundred feet tall and stood behind Pang Yuanji. It held an dharmic seal in one hand and a huge sword in the other. Chen Ping'an stepped on the 1st and 15th. In the face of such a majestic phenomenon, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced at an extremely fast speed. At the window and outside the tavern, heads craned and necks craned. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. These 2 fellows were fighting a little lawlessly. Yangs were said softly, "Ning Yao, aren't you going to persuade him? There's no need to go to this extent. Pang Yuanji isn't a bad person, and Chen Ping'an is a good person. If it were Qi Shou, I'd love for Chen Ping'an to punch Qi Shou's brains out. If this continues, it'll be a matter of life and death." Ning Yao said exasperatedly, "I can't persuade him." Dong Huafu was dumbfounded. Was there anyone in the world that Sister Ning could not persuade? Whether it was Alliance or Eldest Sword Immortal, Sister Ning had a whole new level of respect for them. Moreover, Sister Ning had matured early. Even those 2 had never treated Sister Ning as a child. Among them, she was the first and only one who could discuss important matters with Alliance and Eldest Sword Immortal. Dong Huafu's sister admitted that she was far inferior to Ning Yao in this regard. Ning Yao added, "I don't want to persuade him." Dong Huafu quickly understood. That was what Sister Ning would say. Pang Yuanji raised his hand and pressed it down heavily. The golden avatar behind him, which was as tall as a mountain, slammed down with a mystical seal made of intertwined lightning. The young martial artist broke the seal with a punch. He still had some strength left and punched Pang Yuanji. Pang Yuanji was unmoved. He swiped with 2 fingers. The avatar swept out with its sword, and the huge sword smashed into the waist of the young man in green. Chen Ping'an's feet were rooted to the ground. Not only did he not fall to the ground, he was only moved a few dozen feet away by the sword. When the force of the giant sword in Fa Xiong's hand decreased slightly, He continued to climb up and threw out another punch with his left hand. This scene sent chills down the spines of all sword cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm. The seal was formed again, and the huge sword was raised high and brought down again. Chen Ping'an's figure disappeared into thin air twice. He appeared slightly higher between Pang Yuanji and the golden avatar and punched Pang Yuanji's head. Bam! Pang Yuanji crashed into the ground from the sky. He was nowhere to be seen. Dust flew everywhere, and he did not appear for a long time. A man in green slowly landed on the street, standing on two flying swords. His left arm hung limply. As for his right hand, it was needless to say. Coincidentally, the sword immortal was beside him. He stood at the edge of the crater, covered in blood. He slowly turned his head and looked at his beloved girl in the distance. The young swordsman in a green robe and a white jade hairpin gently pressed against the sword hilt with his bare palm. He blinked at her with a bright smile. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.